Chapter 731. Zhou Changlu laughed, indicating that he understood. On the other side, Bai Yunduo asked, "Can you tell me how to get to the rubble field in the southwest of Fenghai City?" Zhou Changlu said in surprise. "That's not a good place to go. There are a lot of meteorites there. If you don't pay attention, you'll be injured." "Why do you want to know about that place?" Bai Yunduo chuckled and said, "I heard that there's a stone pit over there. All the Star Soul jade powder that we've accumulated in the past has been thrown over there. Originally, there was nothing for me to do, but during this period of time, everyone has gone out, so I had to personally make a trip and throw the accumulated Star Soul jade powder over there." So as Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. "Throw the Astral Soul's jade powder there? Why throw it there? You can give it to me directly." It seemed like there were quite a lot of people who said that this kind of thing would benefit both himself and others. The more the better. He would not refuse anyone who came. So what Changlu said with a smile, "It's over there. Just follow the direction I pointed. You must be tired from the journey. Have a cup of tea and take a rest before you continue." "Okay, thank you very much." Bai Yunduo sat down and drank 2 cups of water. It seemed that she was really thirsty. After drinking the water, Bai Yunduo suddenly broke into a smile and used her finger to write the word water on the table. She seemed to have done it subconsciously. She said, "Many thanks to Master for the water. Now that we have met by chance, such a warm family is really rare. If little brother needs anything in the future, just these 2 cups of water are enough for me to repay you. Goodbye." Bai Yunduo stood up and flew away as if she was in a hurry. "This person is not simple, Dad." So Xiaoduo saw that Bai Yunduo had gone far. He sensed carefully and said with a dignified face, "How is she not simple? This woman's fate is extraordinary. It can be said to be indescribably precious. Moreover, her status is so high that it's frightening. Her luck is so strong, her status is so high, and her cultivation is so thick. All of them are rare." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Such a person coincidentally came to our house to drink a cup of water." "Ha!" Zhou Changlu asked, "Is she really that lucky?" "I only said that her life is precious, but that might not be the case." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Although this woman's luck is extremely strong and can be said to be exuberant, her fate is not necessarily good. In fact, I should say that it's very bad." Zhou Changlu frowned. "Oh, this woman is now protected by great virtue and has great providence. She has entered the Tao and cultivated smoothly. Everything else is also going smoothly. But her luck will only last for a few years. The future may not be so good." Zhou Changlu's interest was piqued. "Why do you say that? Can you be more specific?" "This woman's fate is to die alone. Moreover, the main event will be in the near future. It's extremely difficult to avoid." So Xiaoduo sighed. "She had a happy childhood and a happy youth. She has a long life of good fortune and has been protected for thousands of years. However, there is always a difference in luck. There is no perfect life. Her chin is slightly short. This is not a problem for ordinary people. However, she is a high-level martial artist with a long lifespan. This is a problem. In my opinion, her fate is to die alone. She will die after her husband. Moreover, there's a murderous aura in her canopy. It's conflicting with each other, indicating that her luck is overflowing." So what Xiaoduo said, "In 3 to 5 years. She will die after her husband. After that, she will be alone for life until she dies of old age." Zhou Changlu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Is this true?" Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly, "Dad, I'm telling the truth. Moreover, look at the word she wrote. Water. Water is a good thing. It's the source of life. However, the word she wrote now is full of the meaning of moving clouds and flowing water. It's free and easy. However, in a sense, the word eternity has no head. Without eternity, there's only distance left. What is distance? The distance between life and death is the farthest. Eternity without a head, there's only water left. Where does water go? No matter where it goes, it has to go. It has to flow. It has to go. Women are also known as flowers and beauties. Women themselves occupy the word flower. At this moment, she wrote the word water again. After writing it, She immediately left. It's still going. Dad, this faintly reveals the character of falling flowers and flowing water. So Xiaoduo said, from this, it can be inferred that there will be a great battle in 3 to 5 years. She and her husband should have met with misfortune in this great battle. Defeated, falling flowers and flowing water. Today, she occupies the word go. Where's she going? She inquired about the southwest today. What is the southwest? If where the ghost city is. Exactly. Falling flowers and flowing water. Spring is gone. Heaven on earth. So Xiaoduo sighed softly. Defeated, falling flowers and flowing water. It's a great loss. Spring is gone. Spring is gone forever. Since it's gone forever, it's separated by life and death. Therefore, from then on, one is in heaven, and the other is in the mortal world. So Changlu's expression changed slightly. Falling flowers and flowing water, spring is gone. Heaven on earth, there's no day to meet again. 3 years later, within 5 years. Great battle, great defeat, falling flowers and flowing water. Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath. His voice was solemn. How confident are you in this judgment? So Xiaoduo laughed and said, Dad, if it was someone else who saw it and asked, I can only say that it's up to the heavens to believe it or not. But since you asked, I can tell you directly that I'm 100% confident. 100% confident. So Changlu's mood suddenly became heavy, and he said, as the saying goes, there's always a way to break it. Since you can see the key point, do you have a way to break it? I think that woman is a kind person. If there's a way to save her, why don't we form a good relationship? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. If it was simple, I would have said it just now. This is a life and death tribulation, the fate of yin and yang husband and wife. Is there really no way? Zhuo Changlu's tone turned bitter. It's not completely impossible, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Tell me, if we want to avoid this disaster, we need someone who can suppress the bad luck. And we only need to find someone whose luck can suppress the bad luck. Then we could defy the heavens and change our fate. But it's very difficult to break the tribulation. I'm afraid the difficulty is no less than Sister Nian's soul-cleansing tribulation. Maybe you can put it more clearly. In fact, the reason is simple. This is a dead end, and in the end, it's a war. But this war is the heavenly Tao's killing trap, and it's hard to avoid. Even a virtuous person like that woman can't avoid it. With the tribulation in front, the war is unavoidable, and the killing trap can't be eliminated. The only thing that can be changed is the outcome. So Xiaoduo said, the heavenly Tao's killing trap doesn't care about the outcome. No matter who wins or loses, the heavenly Tao will take the fate of the defeated party. So it doesn't matter who the prodigal is. If you want to help them overcome the tribulation, you just need to throw the two of them under the command of someone who is sure to win the battle and has great luck. This tribulation will be avoided, or perhaps it will be resolved. But how can that be done easily? Zhuo Changlu was deep in thought. Dad, don't think about that nonsense. That woman's fate is not something that ordinary people like us can touch. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but find it a little funny. Dad looked like he had a lot of power in his hands now, and he actually wanted to control that kind of killing trap. That was not something to be joked about. Zhuo Changlu was not convinced. Why is it useless? You've already pointed out the key point. Isn't it a blessing to resolve the tribulation? So Xiaoduo sighed and said lazily, Dad, it's easy for me to tell you, but it's not that easy to really defy the heavens and change one's fate. Usually, a battle can happen anywhere. But when it comes to war, it can only happen on the battlefield. Do you understand the difference? War and battle are two different things. Yes, of course. And the heavenly Tao's killing trap is a war. It's definitely not a battle, and it's the most extreme war. Zhuo Xiaoduo picked out the words first. That's right, Zhuo Changlu admitted. And since it's a war, since it's a battlefield, then, in the world now, the only place that can be called a battlefield is the Four Directions lands, the territories that are commanded by the Four Directions marshals. If one of the wars is destined to be lost, the prerequisite for winning is to change the marshal over there. Dad, what do you think? What level of ability do you have to change the marshal? At least, do you have it? Duo laughed very mockingly. Seeing his dad being defeated in front of him, Duo felt a subtle sense of pleasure, as if he had replaced his dad and become the head of the family. Dad, I know you're a master, but can you change the marshal? It's not that I look down on you. Changlu was deep in thought and didn't respond for a long time. This is just the four directions battlefield. What if there are commanders with higher positions, such as the left and right heavenly kings, who are commanding this war that is destined to be lost? Then, Dad, can you change the left heavenly king or the right heavenly king? I don't know if there are commanders with higher positions than the left and right heavenly kings. If there are, will you change them too? Duo concluded and said, Dad, don't worry about it. Some good karma can be formed, but some are really beyond our ability. At least, this fate can't be changed. Changlu sighed deeply. What a pity, what a pity. Don't feel pity for others. It's useless. Duo didn't think much of it. This woman suddenly came to his house and asked for directions. Naturally, there were too many things that didn't make sense. But how could Duo suspect that his dad was scheming against him? It was impossible. Changlu was silent for a while and said, Duo, what do you think of this woman's luck and fate compared to Li Chenglong's? Duo's face revealed a look of disdain as he said, Dad, you're underestimating Swollen Beauty. This woman is indeed very powerful, but compared to Swollen Beauty, she's still quite a distance away. They're on two completely different levels. Even if you can't say that the difference is like heaven and earth, it's more like it. Cough, cough, cough. This time, Changlu really couldn't help it. Chapter 732. Duo didn't know who she was, but Changlu did. She was the wife of the king of Zwolu. She was one of the most powerful people in the world. Such a noble status, such luck, such a fate, compared to Li Chenglong, was actually inferior. In fact, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was more like it. Well, if what little doggy said was true, then this Li Chenglong was even more terrifying than him. Changlu remembered every word of Duo's words. Then he said, Have you made an appointment? We can go there in the afternoon or at night. Duo said, Dad, you're wrong, right? A marriage proposal can only be done in the morning or in the morning, right? Changlu laughed and said, When I go there, nothing is forbidden. So that night, Duo contacted Wen Xingtian contacted Yi Changqing, and Yi Changqing contacted Lu Yichuan. Then Xiang Quangren was sent home to wait. Then Lu Yichuan accompanied Changlu and his wife, along with Li Chenglong and gifts, to the Xiang family to propose marriage. There were rules for a marriage proposal. The people who went to propose marriage couldn't be widowed or single. Yi Changqing and Cheng Gaiying's descendants were miserable, so they couldn't go. As for Wen Xingtian, he was a senior single, so he was even less qualified. Looking at his posture of being single until the end of time, who would dare to let him go? Therefore, the person who met the requirements to go with them was Vice Principal Lu Yichuan, who had just recovered from his serious injuries. Vice Principal Gao was also qualified. He was even more qualified in the aspect of having a happy family and a lot of wives and concubines. But Vice Principal Gao had been transferred away. After going, the Xiang family was already prepared and had already agreed to it. Naturally, there was no need to pay attention to it. No matter who was the matchmaker, it was just a matter of saying a few words and going through the motions. However, Changlu and Wu Yuding took out a gift that would be the family heirloom from now on. It was a calligraphy signed by the Sky Inspector Minister and his wife. Ice Dragon Marriage, a match made in heaven. This was a big deal. The ancestor of the Xiang family came out and shocked half the world. On the way here, this gift fell from the sky. What is this? Fate, said Changlu was joking. Everyone had a look of, I believe you. No one knew what they were thinking. However, it was a fact that this matter had alarmed the minister. No matter who sent it, and no matter what the reason was, the minister's handwritten letter was here. These 8 words could be used as a protective talisman amulet. As long as the banner of the Sky Sentinel Throne did not fall, this protective talisman would last forever. As for why it appeared, Why it was sent by someone else, none of it was important. Besides, do you think you can find the minister? To be able to obtain this piece of calligraphy in itself was a peerless opportunity. Xiang Quangren was laughing so hard that his tongue was almost tied. The minister said it, a match made in heaven. Betrothal gifts? No betrothal gifts. What betrothal gifts? We will give dowry. A huge dowry. Marry into the family? How is that possible? No matter what, we can't wrong Chenglong. Marrying off a daughter is marrying off a daughter. Why do we need to marry into the family? This is great news. Ha ha. The minister's calligraphy is really good. Tonight, we must drink until we are drunk. Come, let's drink. This matter is settled. Yes, we will definitely not change our mind. From today onwards, Bing Dan is the daughter-in-law of the Leaf family. Aya, even the minister thinks highly of her. Our Xiang family can't be so shameless. The news spread like the wind. Instantly, the Xiang family became the #1 wealthy family in Fenghai. Countless families brought congratulatory gifts. Their ancestors and the current family head personally came to congratulate them. The Xiang family, which originally only prepared 2 tables of banquet, had a total of 400 tables by night. Moreover, they sent out a message saying, "It's too late, it's too late. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Then, they controlled the banquet to 400 tables. Otherwise, the Xiang family's gate would probably be broken tonight. The Xiang family was drinking. After his parents left, Xiaoduo, who was still practicing in the Void Extermination Pagoda, ran out of the house and headed southwest. Astral souls, jade powder? So much? Ha ha, I'm coming. So Xiaoduo ran out of the city as fast as lightning. Soon, he found the place that Bai Yunduo had mentioned, where there was a lot of astral souls jade powder. With one look, he couldn't help but be disappointed. How much is this? It's only equivalent to 3 to 5 times of Old Sun's storage. Looking at the small hill of astral souls jade powder in front of him, Xiaoduo was slightly dissatisfied. However, it's better than nothing. It's a waste not to take it. Just as he took out the Void Extermination Pagoda, he didn't rush to take it. First, he went inside and moved Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was practicing, to another side where there was no obstruction. Zhuo Xiaoyan opened her eyes and looked at him. Then, she closed her eyes and let him carry her to another place. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost didn't want to put her down. The feeling of holding her was too good. It was like holding a cloud. The soft touch made Zhuo Xiaoduo's soul float, however, Zhuo Xiaoyan was still practicing. This level of external contact was already the limit. If he did anything else, he would either disturb Zhuo Xiaoyan's practice or trigger a backlash from Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoduo used his super strong willpower to suppress some of his thoughts. He circulated his energy again and absorbed all the heat in the space that was gradually getting hot. It had to be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo's absorption of the heat in the space was getting faster and faster. The higher his cultivation, the faster the absorption. Then he jumped out. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. As he kept taking it, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. How could he not take it all? There wasn't much. No, why was there so much? He took a closer look and found that there was actually a huge hole below. He didn't know how deep it was, and it was filled with astral souls jade powder. Damn, I'm rich. There's so much of it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was excited to see the hunt, and unconsciously started to crazily fill the Void Extermination Tower. Even with Zhuo Xiaoduo's control, it still took him a full hour to dig to the bottom. Damn, there's so much of it. How did he collect it? It's too amazing, Zhuo Xiaoduo exclaimed. The total amount of astral souls jade powder collected this time was at least 100 times more than what he had collected before. The Tower of Void Destruction should be full this time, right? Although the astral souls jade powder wasn't worth much, such a large amount was collected in one day. Without a powerful force, it was impossible to collect so much. In the space of the Tower of Void Destruction, Xiaolong, who was lazing around and sleeping, flew out in shock. Looking at the mountains of star-soul jade powder flying in, the already vast space of the Exterminating Space Pagoda was actually covered with a thick layer of powder. Boss, where did you get this? Why is there so much this time? Xiaolong was so excited that he started to move and consolidate the mountain range. With this, I can continue to move the mountain range inside. However, although this is a lot, it's still not enough. I have to continue moving it in the future. Xiaolong sat on the top of the mountain, looking at the space of the Tower of Void Destruction, devouring and digesting the Astral Soul's jade powder. He was deep in thought. Should I bring Boss to the Astral Soul's jade mine to have a look? According to Zhua, if we continue to consume like this, we can only wait a little. The Astral Soul's jade powder won't be enough to consume, right? Last time, Zhua said that there aren't many top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder left in the market. Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised by the huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder that he had collected, but he was also worried. Xiaolong didn't know that there weren't many top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder left in the market, but the real reason was because of Zhua's excessive collection. This guy had released so many star beasts that he had almost emptied all the first-grade firmament jade powder. Naturally, the first-grade firmament jade powder couldn't be emptied, so he bought them from the market to fill up his own storage. At the same time, Zhua's 9 little tigers had also emptied most of the top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder from these families through the help of a few talented girls. Then there was such a huge amount of king bee spirit meat that what's more, Zhuo had a capable assistant, Feng Yinhua, who had no bottom line. With this guy's current cultivation base at the Royal God Realm, the warehouses of the major clans were practically defenseless against him. Don't forget, this guy was a super lazy guy who didn't care about honor. Buy? That's so low. I won't buy. I'll steal. Recently, Feng Yinhua's theft had caused the entire Fenghai city to go after him, and the whole city was in an uproar. If Zhuo hadn't given him so many resources and appointed him to work with the Gao family, he wouldn't have stopped stealing. Now, Mr. Feng didn't care about the small income he had earned before. He was the chief supervisor of material management. He had even been promoted. How could this be justified? All in all, the recent shortage and increase in price of the jade of Astral Souls in Fenghai City were all caused by Zhuo. This guy was so extravagant that he built a house with top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder in the space-destroying tower. All the furniture, such as the bed, table, and chairs, were made of top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder. It was convenient for him to cultivate anytime and anywhere. It was obvious that this guy's extravagance was infuriating and insane to Zhuo, who had finally emptied the place, was shocked when he estimated the amount of items. This jade of Astral Soul's jade powder must be at least tens of thousands of cubic meters, right? After looting the store, Zhuo felt guilty, which was rare for him. He had taken so much of Feng Yinhua's stock, and Feng Yinhua was obviously building a hole here. Although he didn't know what the hole was for, he knew that Feng Yinhua was doing something. Feng Yinhua looked around sneakily and hung the void transformation stone on his body. Then, he sneaked back like a thief, even faster than when he came. His heart was still pounding when he got home. That was close. I'm rich. Zhuo patted his chest, still in shock. Chapter 733. Although he did not meet anyone along the way, Zhuo felt that someone was watching him. Anyway, you guys threw it away. I'm just helping you guys clean up your trash. The whole continent treats the Astral Soul's jade powder as trash. Even if you guys come back, I'm not afraid. It's just the market price of the Astral Soul's jade powder. Zhuo comforted himself. Besides, it's already exposed. There's nowhere to put more. I've helped them clean up this hole, so they can put more in the future. I'm doing a good deed. At most, I'm helping others and myself. They must be experts, and a large group of them. They must be powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get so much Astral Soul's jade powder. Maybe there'll be more in the future. Anyway, they're all thrown away. Zhuo thought for a while and finally decided that there should be no danger. I'll go take a look in a few days. Maybe there'll be more. Outside the city, Bai Yunduo stood in the air, invisible. She watched Zhuo sneak in and out. His sneaky demeanor, careful movements, and cautious expression. She almost burst out laughing. This little junior brother was really amusing. It was prepared for him in the first place. She waved her hand and removed the space barrier. She said to the experts behind her, "Let's continue in the future. But there's no need to be in such a hurry in the future. As long as there's more, send it here. You guys only need to send it. Someone else will take over the collection." Yes. Bayundua's dress fluttered as she flew into the sky. On the other side, the star's soul jade powder and the countless space rings began to pour into the hole that was already a little too big, and it continued to pour. When it was close to dawn that night, Zhuo Changlu and his wife returned with Li Chenglong, who was drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had been cultivating in the dimension-destroying pagoda for 10 days. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's persuasion, Zhuo Xiaoyan had no choice but to agree to practice in the same room with him. Zhuo Xiaoduo built a small nest with top-grade Astral Souls jade in the dimension-destroying tower. Zhuo Xiaoduo even took out 10 pieces of supreme-grade jade of Astral Souls for the sake of cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoyan concentrated on her cultivation. While dispersing the energy in her body, she held the mysterious ice in one hand and the Astral Souls jade in the other. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo had the dragon blood flying dagger in one hand and the Astral Souls jade in the other. Under their buttocks, there was a big bed made of supreme-grade jade of Astral Souls jade, and around them, there were layers of sealed rooms made of supreme-grade jade of Astral Souls jade. If Zhuo Changlu came in to take a look at this cultivation method, he would probably scold it for being extravagant. Why don't the two of you just jump to the center of the universe to cultivate? After throwing Li Chenglong into the room, the couple looked at each other and smiled. Wu Yuting said, "This child is really lucky." So Changlu nodded and said, "According to Xiao Duo's physiognomy, this child's future achievements and opportunities will surpass that of Xiao Hu and Yun Duo." Wu Yuting was stunned. So powerful? That can't be right. Before she finished her sentence, she couldn't help but turn around to take a look. The left and right heavenly kings were definitely among the top in terms of position and cultivation on this continent. How could Li Chenglong have such great achievements? Even with Wu Yuting's temperament and experience, she was still filled with shock. Her trip today was more of a mother's feelings of obedience to her son. She felt that it was nothing for her and her husband to matchmake her son's classmate, so she didn't think too much about it. That's even better. Wu Yuting smiled and said, "I believe that with today's karma, these little guys will further support each other. We can leave with more peace of mind." Zhuo Changlu nodded and suddenly lowered his voice. "Actually, I've always had a doubt. I have an idea, but I don't dare to believe it. I can't believe it." Wu Yuting was stunned. "What?" Zhuo Changlu brought Wu Yuting back to the room and waved his hand to shield the space. Wu Yuting was shocked. Why did you use your cultivation?" Zhuo Changlu said, "This is just a little power I held back when the shackles were suddenly broken by the bell. It's not my own strength. Don't worry." Wu Yuting was a little relieved. "What's the matter? Why do you need to be so serious? Do you remember Xiao Duo's strange dream?" Zhuo Changlu's voice was unprecedentedly heavy. "Yes, what's wrong?" Wu Yuting said. "Then do you remember, after Xiao Duo was born, when the two of us found that Xiao Duo's astral souls were unusually weak? Do you remember the surprise?" Zhuo Changlu said. Wu Yuting was deep in thought. "We were born into the mortal world and shouldn't have children. However, we did. You and I couldn't understand this point. We were puzzled for a long time. Do you still remember?" Zhuo Changlu said solemnly. "How could I forget? We were shocked for a long time and tried to find the answer. However, we couldn't find it. Later on, because Xiao Duo didn't have a chance to enter the End Realm, we gave up on it. We thought that he would spend his life like a normal person." Wu Yuting said, "And this is the first doubt that has been in my heart for a long time. The second point is, even if you and I were born into the mortal world, you are still you and I am still me. Our child, no matter if he should come or not, no matter how suddenly he came, how could he not have martial talent? This shouldn't be the case." Zhuo Changlu's voice was heavy. Wu Yuting frowned. "That's right. This is the second thing that I can't understand. If it was anyone else, they would be shocked. The son of the Sky Patrol Minister couple actually didn't have martial talent at all. This was an inconceivable thing. Two peak experts giving birth to a normal person? Then, Xiao Duo started to have weird dreams. We heard him talk about it several times. He said that in his dream, the stars exploded and the continent shattered. Do you still remember? Zhuo Changlu's voice was heavy. Wu Yuting faintly guessed why Zhuo Zhonglu had brought up the old matter again. Her mind was filled with shock, and she was at a loss of what to do. Her face was deathly pale. You mean? These things were a long time ago. However, how could Zhuo Changlu and his wife's memories be the same as normal people's? There wouldn't be any problems, even if they remembered every detail. They even remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was conflicted and filled with fear. His little face was nervous. Dad, Mom, I had a dream. But at that time, even the couple didn't think too much about it. It was just a dream of a newborn child. What was it worth? But now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The couple looked at each other in a daze and found that the other party looked as if they had been struck by lightning. The reason we transformed into the mundane world is to contain the flood, but more importantly, we are looking for the treasure. Think about it. In the ancient legend, the Phoenix Cry Mountain. In Little Nian, the Phoenix Meridian Soul. Zhuo Zhonglu took a deep breath. Does this count as another form of Phoenix Cry Qishan? Wu Yuting was obviously confused. But the Phoenix Cry Mountain is not in Phoenix City. Why is your brain like this? Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes and said, Why is it in the Phoenix Cry Mountain? Is it because of King Qi? Wu Yuting was stunned. Back then, the Phoenix Cry Mountain unified the world, although it is an ancient legend. But the truth is that first, the Phoenix Cry shocked the world, and then the true dragon dominated the world. Is it? According to what you said, it does make sense. But no buts, is what Changlu quickly said. Now we just need to follow my inference and keep deducing. See if it makes sense, and if it makes sense. Okay, do you still remember? When Xiao Duo was 16 years old, he woke up one night from a dream, and suddenly there was a broken jade pendant in front of his chest. Do you still remember? Of course I remember. But I always thought that this kid wanted to make us believe in his dream, so he deliberately made that thing. Wu Yuting was confused. We've all checked that thing. It's a very ordinary thing. At first I thought so too, but now. Zhuo Changlu sighed. What he can cultivate in the future, he won't have that thing anymore. Wu Yuting said, I asked him once, where's the ancient jade you used to pretend to be a ghost? In the end, he said it melted. Wu Yuting smiled, but her smile suddenly froze. It melted. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. It should have really melted. Now that the demon race is about to return, I suddenly remembered Xiao Duo's strange dream. Because we still have to find the legendary plate of creation. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly and said, This idea has been swirling in my mind, but it never took shape. But tonight, when I came back, inadvertently glanced at the crescent moon in the sky. It suddenly reminded me of something. Although he had added a space barrier, Zhuo Changlu suddenly lowered his voice. Do you think? The thing on Xiao Duo's neck. Could it be? What is it? Wu Yuting stopped breathing. Could it be? Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath. The plate of creation? Bang! Wu Yuting stood up in shock, but accidentally kicked the chair over. Then, Xiao Duo inexplicably learned the art of physiognomy, and even had the attainment of the art of physiognomy. Many things before this have confirmed the existence of physiognomy and the authenticity of this supernatural power. Zhuo Changlu said with a serious expression, Don't tell me you don't know, in the ancient legends, that old man. What kind of methods did he use to start his business? Wu Yuting sucked in a breath of cold air, and her eyes widened. She moaned, physiognomy, fortune-telling, feng shui. Thinking of this, Wu Yuting's body stiffened. She took a few steps back and sat on the bed unconsciously. I really admire myself. After 3 million words, a corner of the pit buried in the first chapter has only begun to be uncovered. It's simply awesome, class. Such an author is simply too awesome. Admirable. Chapter 734. Both of them were silent for a moment. Wu Yuting felt as if the starry sky and the universe were crumbling in front of her. Her thoughts turned into boundless fragments, and she did not come back to her senses for a long time. Zhuo Changlu's expression was solemn. After thinking for a while, he said word by word, "Looking back at our son, he may not have no aptitude. It's just that for some reason, his talent was hidden. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become a genius at the age of 17? He entered the path of cultivation, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Once he started, he could not be stopped. Then, the reason why his talent was hidden is already obvious." Wu Yuting's soul had obviously been shaken by this series of news. She sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. She no longer had the ability to think. She could only ask passively, amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, soar to the sky with a single leap. You mean, do you still remember, in the ancient legends, how old was the old man when he left the mountain? Zhuo Changlu asked. 70, Wu Yuting murmured. Suddenly, her eyes turned. The legends say 70, and Xiao Duo was 17. Could there be a story behind this? Zhuo Changlu's expression was also very interesting. It's hard to say if there's a connection. That old man left the mountain at 70. From then on, he soared to the sky. As for little Duo, he indeed started to soar into the sky at the age of 17. His momentum was so great that it was like, Zhuo Changlu thought for a while, and still used a modern analogy. Like a rocket suddenly shot up. Wu Yuting was stunned for a long time. She murmured, You mean, in fact, all of this is because our son inherited King Qi's legacy? Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, King Qi's legacy? Maybe that physiognomy was passed down from King Qi. But King Qi's legacy may not have been passed down from King Qi, right? At the very least, the legendary King Qi did not have Xiao Duo's martial aptitude. Wu Yuting stared blankly for a moment before she understood. That's right. The key point is that this kid is still muddle-headed and doesn't know anything. As for me, I've been thinking about some things over the past few days because of the Demon Clan's sudden appearance. That's why I thought of all this. But to be able to connect all these things together, other than me, even you might not be able to do it. Zhuo Changlu said, but at least in my opinion, this feeling is very reliable. Wu Yuting took a deep breath. Her eyes sparkled as she said, If that's the case, won't my son be so awesome in the future? Zhuo Changlu covered Wu Yuting's mouth. You and I know about this. That's enough. Wu Yuting mumbled and broke free from Zhuo Changlu's grip. She rolled her eyes and said, Do you think I don't know what's important? Do you think I can't keep it a secret? I care more about my son than you do. Zhuo Changlu chuckled. Wu Yuting suddenly felt dissatisfied. She murmured, If that's the case, won't the old flood benefit for nothing in the future? Zhuo Changlu burst into laughter. He understood what his wife meant. If their conjecture was true, then how much luck would such a person have on him? Perhaps he was the only person in the world who could do that. However, the bearer of such luck had a real godfather. One could imagine how much benefit the Great Flood Sorcerer would gain when the luck returned to the Great Flood Sorcerer. That's not a big deal. Don't forget that we are his real parents. In Yin, Flood is not destined to be in the top 3. Zhuo Changlu laughed. Wu Yuting also smiled, but she still felt excited and couldn't calm down for a while. By the way, there's one more thing. It's about the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo Changlu suddenly showed up a Tower of Annihilation in his hand. It looked exactly the same as the ones with Xiao Duo had. Why did you bring this thing here? No. Wu Yuting was confused. This fragrance, is it from the cloud? Yes. Zhuo Changlu said, according to Xiao Duo's method of putting the Astral Soul's jade powder in it. I put some in. Then he pulled Wu Yuting into the Tower of Annihilation. Look, Wu Yuting's eyes were suddenly fixed on it. On the bare floor of the Tower of Annihilation, a pile of Astral Soul's jade powder was quietly piled up there. It didn't work? Wu Yuting was shocked. Yes. Zhuo Changlu sighed. It seems that this thing can only work and be meaningful in Xiao Duo's hands. Because there's something else in his tower, or rather, something that can take effect and make it work. Wu Yuting nodded and didn't ask what that something else was. She knew Zhuo Changlu well. Since he had already said so much, if he still didn't say anything, It meant that he didn't want to say anything. Even if she was Xiao Duo's biological mother, he wouldn't say anything. This was enough to show just how secretive that thing was. And once it was leaked, how dangerous would it be? Will the Tower of Annihilation be snatched away by someone? Wu Yuting was a little worried. No, it won't. As Changlu said lightly, that thing should only recognize Xiao Duo. Even if it's snatched away, no one can use it, so it benefits. Wu Yuting's eyes widened. When Zhuo Changlu said this, Wu Yuting instantly knew what it was, but she didn't say it out loud. This is really a great fortune. Wu Yuting was proud. My son is amazing. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Yes, your son is really amazing. Also, now that we're cultivating in his Tower of Annihilation, the flow of time inside is 30 times faster than outside. And, according to Xiao Duo, this time period can be even longer. So what Changlu said deeply, I can see what Xiao Duo is hesitating about now. He can let you, me, and Xiao Duo use such a treasure. This is no problem at all for Xiao Duo. But Xiao Duo is still hesitating. Zhuo Changlu turned his head and smiled bitterly. Young people also want to improve with their friends, right? Wu Yuting of course understood. But faced with this problem, even the husband and wife found it difficult to choose. Logically speaking, this kind of treasure is more dangerous the more people know. It's best if you, me, and even Xiao and Yin don't know about it. Zhuo Changlu said, but Xiao Duo. This child. On the surface, he's stingy, but Wu Yuting was also troubled. We can't persuade him to be selfish, but the more people know, the more dangerous it is. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, we can only limit it. For example, before he ascends? After all, during this period of time, his strength is indescribable. He could be easily killed. That's good. When that time comes, it'll depend on his own fate. Wu Yuting nodded in agreement. In fact, in her heart, it was best if only Zhuo Xiaoduo used it. That was the safest way. Yes, as a mother, she was so selfish. Moreover, the hidden danger was so great. Then it settled. Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh of relief. I feel that my guess is not far from the truth. Zhuo Changlu said word by word. After this parent-teacher conference, we'll return to Phoenix City and try again. If we still can't find it, then we'll go back immediately. We can't delay any longer. Wu Yuting nodded. Okay, we've already reached the great perfection realm. I feel that there's no point in staying any longer. After the two finished their discussion, they both felt a surge of anger in their hearts, surging up and down. For a moment, they couldn't contain it. If Xiao Duo really has this kind of fate, this kind of luck, and our guess is right, then we're equal to Xiao Duo's guardians. So Changlu looked at his wife warmly, his eyes gentle but firm. Wu Yuting smiled faintly and said calmly, what can I do for my son? Zhuo Zhonglu burst into laughter. At this moment, the husband and wife had the same thought. Such great luck must involve great karma, great danger, and great disaster. In the process of their rise, they would inevitably be accompanied by countless storms of blood, countless fierce battles, and countless deaths, that countless people's corpses could pave the way to heaven. It was impossible to not have sacrifices on such a road. The Umno Alliance, the Tao League, the Demon League that was about to return, and the other continents that had no news, these were destined to be strong enemies on the road in the future. When a general succeeded, there would be mountains of bones, let alone this kind of heavenly transportation. Such a son of destiny would definitely have countless protectors. As for the husband and wife, because of their relationship, they would bear the brunt of it. The son of providence, the heavenly calamity star. This saying was never nonsense. There were too many dangers to face. What can I sacrifice for my son? This sentence had already explained everything clearly and clearly. Even if I'm not a guardian, he's still my son. What kind of guardian could be more reliable than us, parents? So Changlu stood up and waved his hand. He removed the space barrier and opened the window completely. The husband and wife stood at the window at the same time. Gusts of night wind blew in, causing their hair and clothes to flutter. Dad, Mom, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's voices came from outside. The two of them had come out of seclusion. The husband and wife looked at each other, and there was a smile in their eyes. Don't let him notice the abnormality in the room. Wu Yuding reminded them with her eyes. Got it. Zhuo Changlu opened the door and frowned. He pretended to be unhappy and said, What are you shouting for? Do you know what time it is? Zhuo Xiaoyan was surprised and doubtful. There was no aura in your room just now. What happened? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also suspicious. Yeah, there was no one just now. Chapter 735. Zhuo Changlu snorted and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He finally managed to scold one of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that his father was trying to put up a strong front. It was obvious that he wanted to scold both of them before changing the topic. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan was already scared. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had always followed his wife's lead, could only follow suit. I was wrong, Dad. Are the two of you done cultivating? Zhuo Changlu snorted and put his hands behind his back. What's your current level? Did you make any progress? Dad, I'm now at the mid-stage of the cloud transformation realm. I'm about to advance. Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her eyebrows and smiled. Dad, I'm at the inner core realm. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo could finish his words, a feeling of boredom welled up within him. He felt as if he had fucked a dog. Nian Mao had just said that she was at the mid-stage of the cloud transformation realm and was about to advance. If he excitedly said that she was at the peak of the inner core realm, wouldn't he be exposing his own shortcomings? He couldn't help but feel depressed. He lowered his head and said, Peak of the inner core realm. Cough, cough. I've suppressed it 7 times. Useless. Zhuo Changlu scolded him. It's been so long. You still can't catch up with your wife? Can't you be a little more useless? You can't even beat your wife. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless from the bottom of his heart. Dad, does your conscience hurt when you say that? Your daughter has been cultivating since she was 3 years old. She had a great master to guide her, and then she had many opportunities. Your son has been chasing after her since he was 17 years old. He has only been cultivating for about a year, and he has already reached such a level. Isn't that already very impressive? Especially your daughter, or your daughter-in-law. Don't you know what kind of monstrous genius she is? Since you finished cultivating, why are you still bothering us? Zhuo Changlu snorted. Hurry up and go back to sleep. After saying that, he chased them away. Hurry up and leave. He slammed the door shut, not giving the two of them a chance to say anything. That angry look on his face made the two of them tremble like cicadas in winter. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt uneasy. Dad seems to be really angry. We were really rude just now. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, Dad is obviously hiding something from us. That's why he's trying to gain the upper hand by showing his strength so that we don't have any room to ask. Nian Mao is really stupid. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not reveal the truth. Instead, he put his right hand on Zhuo Xiaoyan's slender waist and comforted her. It's okay. Dad will be angry for a while. Let's go to my room and talk. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still flustered and instinctively leaned into his arms. But why is Dad so angry? Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan and walked slowly to his room. He frowned and sighed. Dad's temper is like this. He goes crazy for no reason. He yells every day. Why is he yelling? Dad's thoughts are too serious. After all, we are his son and daughter-in-law. How can he yell at us? It's really hard for Mom to tolerate him for so many years. Don't worry, I'll ask Mom to scold him tomorrow. So Xiaoyan nodded and said worriedly, Then you tell Mom tomorrow. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm here for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was calm and confident as the head of the family. He quietly opened the door and walked in with Zhuo Xiaoyan. He closed the door gently with his foot. He could not alarm them. Zhuo Xiaoyan pursed her lips. When did I say that Mom and Dad are inhumane? I think I didn't say that. She was thinking, still in shock, and felt wronged. I really didn't say that. What went wrong? Hey, it's not a big deal. Zhuo Xiaoduo moved closer to her and said, It's not a big deal. Look at how scared you are. Come, let me wipe your tears for you. Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to say, I'm not crying. Why do I need you to wipe my tears? A warm hand touched her face and wiped the corner of her eyes. Then it stopped on her face. 2 fingers rubbed Zhuo Xiaoyan's soft earlobe. Zhua Xiaoyan was startled and raised her head. Just as she raised her bright and beautiful eyes, she felt her vision go dark. Zhua Xiaoduo's face suddenly enlarged, and then it turned black. 2 lips were already on his own lips. Oh, goo, duh. Zhua Xiaoyan was at a loss and couldn't help but close his eyes. Then he remembered that he needed to struggle a bit to make his stand clear. So he hurriedly tried to push him away, but he was already held tightly by Zhua Xiaoduo. She couldn't push him away. Her cherry lips were blocked, and a strange feeling came to her heart. She was stunned and didn't know what was going on after a long time. Ouch! Hiss! Zhua Xiaoduo screamed and jumped back. He stuck out his tongue and was bitten by Zhua Xiaoyan. This guy was so pleased with himself that he felt that Zhua Xiaoyan didn't resist. Then his hand slid under Zhua Xiaoyan's clothes like snakes. Zhua Xiaoyan felt that her chest was attacked. She suddenly remembered what Wu Yuding said and became anxious. Her teeth fell out. Hiss! Zhua Xiaoduo kept sticking out his tongue. Zhua Xiaoyan was on the opposite side, leaning on the bed, panting heavily. His face was flushed red, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. Zhua Xiaoduo stuck out his tongue for a long time. He shouted exaggeratedly in pain and observed her sneakily after a long time. Zhua Xiaoyan didn't come up to comfort him. He felt bored and had to use his qi to recover. He walked slowly to Zhua Xiaoyan and said, "Why did you bite me?" Zhua Xiaoyan blushed. "Who told you to be dishonest? This is still a light punishment. Believe it or not, I will freeze you." "When was I not honest?" Zhua Xiaoyan said angrily. "Then you touched my front. Did I?" Zhua Xiaoduo looked at his hand in surprise. "I didn't feel anything." "You." Zhua Xiaoyan turned away angrily and said, "If you do this again, I will tell Mom to cancel the engagement." "I won't do it again. Swear." "I swear I won't do it again." Zhua Xiaoyan's heart was beating fast. She snorted and said after a long time, "Does your tongue still hurt?" Zhua Xiaoduo felt wronged. He hissed and leaned over. Look at this bite mark." Hiss. Zhua Xiaoyan looked at it seriously. "No. Where?" Suddenly, she made a sound. Her soul was floating. Another long time passed. Zhua Xiaoyan lay on the bed. She was drunk and dizzy as if she was dreaming. She breathed heavily and scolded weakly. "Bad guy." Zhua Xiaoduo lay beside her and laughed. "I didn't expect a kiss to be so good. TSK, TSK. He smacked his lips and seemed to be savoring the taste. Zhua Xiaoyan snorted and rolled her eyes. She tried to move away, but he pressed himself against her again. However, although she was embarrassed to say what Zhua Xiaoduo said, she agreed with him in her heart. She didn't expect that just a mouth-to-mouth kiss would make her weak all over, and her soul was floating in the clouds. Zhua Xiaoyan felt that if she stood up now, she might not be able to stand steadily. Zhua Xiaoduo smacked his lips and said with a smirk, "No wonder all the single men are crying and begging to find a wife. Li Chenglong, that guy, only one day, is already addicted to the taste. It turns out that this taste is so addictive. It's really wonderful. It's a pity that I can't touch it." Zhua Xiaoyan tried her best to snort. She wanted to snort out the taste that was usually as cold as ice. However, she didn't expect that the sound she made was just like a kitten's purr. She felt Zhua Xiaoduo get up again. Zhua Xiaoyan hurriedly blocked him and said sternly, "Bastard, this is the best we can do. If you want a yard after taking an inch, I will tell Mom." Zhua Xiaoduo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Don't worry. I promise with my integrity." He thought to himself, "I don't dare to take another step. At most, I'll just touch it aside, sky surrealm. What did Zhua Xiaoyan say just now? This is the best they can do? This is the best they can do. Does that mean kissing has become a daily activity? Oh, kiss me. No, just one kiss. No, just one kiss. No, MMM. 2 hours had passed since they made love, and they felt that there was not enough time. Hence, the two returned to the Tower of Annihilation. "Let's eat first. Let's eat the 9 heavens spring water first." Zhua Xiaoyan panted and pushed Zhua Xiaoduo to the side. "But I still have to wait a few days." Zhua Xiaoduo expressed his grievance. "Why do you still have to wait?" Zhua Xiaoyan was a little puzzled. Of course I have to wait. Xiaoduo said, I've only suppressed it 7 times. I'm planning to break through to the nascent soul realm when I can't suppress it anymore. Then what are you waiting for? Xiaoyan urged, hurry up and cultivate. After I drink the spring water, I have to start cultivating too. Dad said that the spring water will burn the impurities in the spiritual source. I have to seize the opportunity to improve. I don't want to drop a level. That's not good. Actually, you can wait until Huayan breaks through to the God-reigning realm. When you can't suppress it anymore, the effect might be better. Xiaoduo suggested. But the time period is too long. Xiaoyan was a little hesitant. I only took a month's leave. I can't stay here for too long. A month's leave? You see, the flow of time in our space is 1/30th of the outside world. It's estimated that in a few days, it will be equivalent to 40 days in the outside world. In the future, you can practice more here. Well, the two of us should practice more here. You took a month's leave, and now it's only been 3 days. 27 days. 27 days. In real time, it's a full 27 months. There's still plenty of time in 2 years. Can't you reach the God-reigning realm with more than 2 years of free time? Zhuo Xiaoduo's tongue was like a reed, moving with emotion and reasoning. Chapter 736. Zhuo Xiaoyan thought about it and realized that Zhuo Xiaoduo's words made a lot of sense. With her current cultivation progress and Zhuo Xiaoduo's Tower of Destruction, she would be able to break through the level of God reigning soon. If that happened, plus, she could spend more time with the puppy this way. It does make sense. Zhuo Xiaoyan agreed. She was only thinking about the problem of cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation. She did not realize that cultivating in the tower for more than 20 days was equivalent to being alone with Zhuo Xiaoduo for more than 2 years, almost 3 years. This was a huge problem. This was a serious problem. Or maybe she thought about it, but she did not care at all. Shouldn't she do something with her husband? But on the surface, she still had to guard against it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Then it's a deal. Okay, it's a deal. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded. Since it makes sense, it's a deal. Shouldn't you reward me? What kind of reward? Kiss kiss. Zhuo Xiaoduo pouted. That won't do. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked around sneakily. We are in the Tower of Destruction. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just. Since you're not afraid. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan struggled. Your hand. Don't. Move. I didn't touch your chest. You. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan screamed and pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo away. She ran into the cultivation room with a red face. After she went in, her heart was still pounding. Damn it now. Bad, perverted. And now, he is not afraid of me. What should I do? Zhuo Xiaoyan fell into a long dream-like contemplation outside the cultivation room. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he chuckled a few times. That was great. Roar. Apart from the joy in his heart, there was also endless regret. It was a pity that he could not destroy Yin Cat's perfect physique. If his mother had not said those words. According to the mysterious time of the Tower of Annihilation, when Mom and Dad leave, they'll probably let them carry their grandsons away the next day. Zhuo Xiaoduo woke up early in the morning. She had no choice. She still had to go to school. She couldn't possibly stop going to school just because her parents were here. So Xiaoyan stayed in the Tower of Annihilation and continued to practice, striving to reach the peak of Huayan realm as soon as possible. Mom, I'm going to school. Yin is practicing in the Tower of Annihilation. I think she'll be out soon. Zhuo Xiaoduo said and left with Li Chenglong. In the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was flushed red. This brat, when he was about to go to school, he still humph. She pouted and took out a mirror. She was speechless for a long time. Her lips were swollen. Bastard. She had to wait for a while before going out. However, after staying in the Tower of Annihilation for such a long time, he did it. Other than kissing and hugging, he did not do anything else. He did not let her cross the line again. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Puppy, you're no match for me. Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted and looked arrogant. She did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had made a thunderous move at the beginning. and then caused Zhuo Xiaoyan to be on her guard. In the end, he only stopped at kissing and hugging. It was because Zhuo Xiaoyan's fixed goal was to do this. That was all. First, he scared you, making it clear that his goal was to go straight to the root of the problem. Then, he pulled back step by step, making you feel that he had kept his bottom line by only kissing and hugging. Moreover, there was a faint uneasiness about whether he would be angry if she rejected him too much. However, the actual result of the battle was that Zhuo Xiaoduo broke through 2 lines of defense in one fell swoop. Zhuo Xiaoduo was clear about the mystery of this, but Zhuo Xiaoyan was confused and passive. When they left the Tower of Annihilation and chatted with Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaoyan was still shy, but proudly talked about her record of guarding to the death. Wu Yuding, who understood the whole process, was speechless and covered her forehead. Daughter, you're so stupid. You've almost lost everything, but you're still so proud. I really don't understand where you get this proud face from. However, this was after all a private matter between the two of them. She could only sigh speechlessly. All right, as long as you're happy. Fortunately, Xiao Duo could hold himself back, otherwise. Sigh. Wu Yuding was speechless as she thought about it. If he hadn't given Xiao Duo a heads up, Xiaoyan, this silly girl, would have been tricked by Xiao Duo all the way until she got pregnant. She even felt like he was guarding against it. However, the one who benefited was her son, so Wu Yuding wisely chose not to remind her, as long as you're happy. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled happily. Mom, don't worry. With his cultivation level, he can't take advantage of me. Wu Yuding's mouth twitched. Except for the last step, didn't he take advantage of everything? If I hadn't warned him in advance, I'm afraid you would be pregnant now. My silly daughter sigh. My son is so lucky to have met such a silly girl. However, thinking that this silly girl was raised and trained by her, Wu Yuding was speechless. Is there something wrong with my way of teaching? She suddenly remembered that when she was young, she seemed to have been tricked by Zhuo Changlu like this. Wu Yuding couldn't laugh anymore. After breakfast, Wu Yuding casually found an excuse to have a big fight with Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Zhanglu was at a loss. His heart was filled with grievances. What's wrong? How am I a hooligan? At this moment, Zhuo Changlu was almost oppressed to death. I was scolded for no reason. Am I shameless? In fact, Wu Yuding definitely wronged Zhuo Changlu. Because when a man and a woman were in a relationship, perhaps at the beginning of the relationship, the woman was sensitive and the man was slow. This was more than 99% of the time. However, after the relationship was confirmed, the situation of the two sides completely changed. At this stage, it was basically the man who moved forward bravely, using all his intelligence and wisdom, pressing forward step by step, and actively launching an attack. Some people could even think of countless tricks, and even many single people's lifetime wisdom exploded at this moment. It was to go one step further, to directly attack the root of the problem, and to lead to a secluded place. At this time, the woman would often fall into passive defense without exception. However, no matter how hard she defended, or even resisted, in the end, the man would get what he wanted. There were few exceptions. Of course, after the final goal was achieved, it was often the beginning of another story. This was not the underwater story. After breakfast, Zhuo Xiaoyan continued to practice, and Zhuo Changlu went to the balcony to read and drink tea gloomily. Wu Yuding cleaned up as usual and went to Zhuo Changlu to lie down on the deck chair next to him. Her son took advantage of her. Her daughter was happy, and her husband was scolded by her to vent her anger. Comfortable. Got on the way to school. Li Chenglong was grinning all the way. They got engaged last night. I, the leader of the Iron and Steel Order, have a wife now. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had a face full of reminiscence and a silly smile. The feeling last night was really wonderful. There is no need to be envious that Swollen was one step ahead of him, but therefore, the two of them entered the Hidden Dragon High School with silly smiles on their faces. When they arrived at Class 1, the silly smile on their faces was still there. Oh, the groom is here. Someone shouted, and the whole class cheered, laughing, shouting, and jumping. Xiang Bing had arrived early, wearing a snow-white Hidden Dragon High School martial arts suit. When she saw Li Chenglong enter, she suddenly lowered her head with a flushed face. The courage she had the night before had disappeared without a trace. Li Chenglong greeted his classmates with a silly smile. His usual calm and wisdom were all gone. He actually greeted Xiangbing with a silly smile. "I see, Egg. Did you sleep well last night?" The whole class burst into laughter, and Xiangbing's face was as red as a monkey's, but Li Chenglong had a silly smile on his face. He was actually still waiting for an answer. "Idiot!" Xiangbing was embarrassed and angry. She lay on the table and pretended to be a dead dog, refusing to raise her head. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was quick-witted. He hurriedly put away his silly smile. He was lucky enough to see Li Chenglong's silly expression during the heckling just now, so he instantly adjusted his state of mind. The whole class cheered, asking Li Chenglong to talk about his feelings about the engagement. When Xing Tian, who had already arrived, looked at them with a smile and did not stop them. Li Chenglong first refused, and then said, "I don't think so." When everyone heard this, they were a little relieved, and so the cheering became even louder. Li Chenglong had no choice but to walk up to the podium and say, "Since everyone is so curious, I will talk about my love experience." Shoo! The audience was booed. "Li Chenglong, how dare you say that? What love experience do you have? If Xiangbing did not take the initiative, you would still be the Iron Order's leader. Now you want to talk about your love experience so openly? Where's your face? Your so-called love experience is to grab your future wife and beat her to death, right? Actually, I didn't think about it at first, but the afternoon before yesterday." Li Chenglong began his lecture. He was indeed very happy. His heart was full of sweetness, and he wanted to share his happiness with his classmates. However, Xiangbing was anxious when she heard this. This idiot would not say anything, would he? Therefore, she did not care about her embarrassment and rushed up, saying, "Let me say it." Then, she pushed Li Chenglong down. Although her face was red, her actions were not ambiguous at all. The whole class laughed. "Xiangbing, what do you want to say?" Everyone knew that something must have happened that night. Otherwise, they would not have gotten engaged so quickly. Moreover, if something had happened, everyone was sure that Xiangbing was the one who initiated it. Today, when they saw the performance of this pair of husband and wife, everyone felt that their guess was right. Xiangbing stood on the podium, her face flushed red. Seeing that she had calmed down, she took a deep breath and said loudly, "I didn't want to come up, but this guy is muddle-headed in this aspect. I'm afraid that he won't say what he should say and will say what he shouldn't say. So I had to stand up." Chapter 737. There was another round of laughter. Xiangbing blushed and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a small matter from the beginning to the end. Everyone can guess the reason. Yes, yesterday Li Chenglong and I got engaged." At this point, her face suddenly became serious. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, "So, from today onwards, Li Chenglong is a married man, and I, Xiangbing, am a married woman. In the future, if anyone wants to take advantage of me, you'll have to find someone else. To all those who liked me before, I can only say, please find another good match. To all those who liked Li Chenglong before, I can only say that he has a wife, and his wife is very jealous, so jealous that she can use a knife. I'm a person of action. When I can use my hands, I won't use my mouth. Today, I've already said it. If anyone offends me, don't blame me for not warning you." Xiangbing finished speaking. Although her face was still red, her overall performance was natural and unrestrained. She said everything. "Everyone, please give us your blessings." "Thank you. We'll accept your blessings and be grateful. As for other emotional disturbances, don't blame us for being rude. Please give us your blessings and don't disturb our happiness." "Thank you." Xiangbing bowed and immediately left the stage valiantly. The whole class applauded like thunder, even when Xing Tian's eyes were full of admiration. Xiangbing was very straightforward. I'm engaged with him. From now on, I'm his and he's mine. No one, no matter what happened in the past, from now on, they can forget about it. We'll accept all blessings and reject all competition. We'll hate it. If anyone dares to cross the line, I'll take action. The meaning was clear and unmistakable. In fact, whether it was Li Chenglong or Xiang Bing, there were many people who liked them among the new students of the Hidden Dragon High School, including Zhuo Xiaoduo. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo looked despicable and sometimes acted in an unconventional manner, he was indeed an influential figure in this year's Hidden Dragon High School. He was young and had a lot of money. He was the #1 genius and had a bright future ahead of him. Among all the new female students in the Hidden Dragon High School, other than those who already had someone in their heart, Zhuo Xiaoduo only needed to ask, "Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" More than half of the people would agree on the spot. Anyone could see that although Zhuo Xiaoduo was despicable, this man was absolutely reliable, absolutely safe, and definitely had great potential. Moreover, being with Zhuo Xiaoduo was much less likely than being with someone else. Because she was too afraid of death, Li Chenglong was the same. He might be slightly inferior to Zhuo Xiaoduo, and he wasn't as handsome as Zhuo Xiaoduo, but his strength was obvious to all. His usual calmness and wisdom were also bonus points. Even the title of Iron and Steel Hierarch was a bonus point for him, and it wasn't just a little bit. All the girls knew in their hearts that although this kind of man was made of iron and steel, if they were to choose a husband to be their lover for life, this kind of man was actually 108,000 times better than those handsome men who knew how to play and coax girls. This kind of man was definitely the kind of man who was on the verge of extinction. He was definitely the kind of man who would be cherished and treasured for life. There were really many girls who had their eyes on Li Chenglong. They might not even be fewer than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Xiang Bing herself was an extremely outstanding beauty. She was taller than the average girl by a head and had a valiant and formidable aura. There were also many who had a crush on Xiang Bing. However, Xiang Bing's word today blocked all of them. It was so tight that there wasn't a single gap left. At this point, if anyone were to chase after me, they would be ruining my happiness. I don't care how much you love me, or how sincere you are, but if you destroy my happiness, then you are my mortal enemy. So what if I kill you directly? You're using your so-called love to make us quarrel. Every day? You fucker. What's the meaning of your love? Xiang Bing didn't say these harsh words clearly, but her attitude was clear as day. Wen Xingtian stood on the podium and looked at Xiang Bing with a smile and appreciation. He said, "I agree with Xiang Bing's words." She said it with sincerity and revealed her true feelings. I hope that all of you can learn from Xiang Bing. Even if you can't love and hate like her, once you fall in love, once you set your mind to it, you will never waver again. I also have to praise Zhuo Xiaoduo here. If you have someone in your heart, you won't be tempted by 1,000 flowers. This is also a kind of integrity. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo is so despicable that it makes people want to beat him up, he's still better than those who change their minds at the sight of different things. When Xingtian praised, although he's still a despicable person, the slightly heavy atmosphere in the class disappeared in an instant. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a bitter face, "Teacher One, you praise me. Praise me well." When Xingtian glanced at him, "Okay, to reward you, I will wait for you at the martial arts field. I will praise you if you put in effort." He led the students out. 10 days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the big day of the Hidden Dragon High School's parent-teacher conference. It was also the main purpose of Father and Mother's trip. However, there were some changes. Just 8 days ago, which was the day of Li Chenglong's engagement, department head Ding called and said that someone wanted to watch, and there were some other things that needed to be changed. Hearing this sudden news, Yi Changqing only felt waves of headache. Were you the higher-ups up to now? Why do you only want to bring disaster to our Hidden Dragon High School? Especially when he remembered department head Ding's clear words. Due to the importance of this matter, in order to hide as much as possible, this parent-teacher conference, as well as the Hidden Dragon High School students going to the front line, had been arranged by the Department of Martial Arts. The 10 most popular singers in the Astral Souls mainland would be present together and perform live. At that time, the whole Fenghai city and even all the families of martyrs in the surrounding areas would be invited to watch the ceremony. Moreover, each of them will be given a small gift. Therefore, in this aspect, the Hidden Dragon High School had to take care of it. The expenses needed to be reimbursed by a list. There was no limit. However, Yi Changqing almost collapsed. You are a high official. You have the final say. However, the most popular singers in the mainland could not be invited by money alone, right? There were also related venues and many other things. Did you think it would be over just by moving your mouth? As for the families of martyrs, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to inform all of them that, however, a high official could suppress people to death. Principal Yi had no choice but to work. First, he went to contact the venue. Only then did he know that the largest venue in Fenghai City, the largest indoor stadium, had been vacated. Over there, they were already preparing for the concert. And Star Shield, the Security Bureau, and the Cultural and Education Bureau had already issued the notice. Even some families of martyrs who lived far away had already started to make their way here. Hearing the above good news, Yi Changqing was slightly relieved and did not have so much resentment. However, when he actually saw the current situation of the target indoor stadium, which had been completely transformed into the shape of an aerial karaoke hall, Yi Changqing's legs and stomach trembled. Fuck, how much money did this transformation cost? It was just a parent-teacher conference. Was it worth it? Was it really worth it? In the middle was the stage, surrounded by layers of grandstands. The first and second layers only needed to look up slightly to see the central stage clearly. The third and fourth layers were roughly level with the stage, while the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth layers needed to be looked down slightly. The view was actually better. If that was all, it would not be surprising. What surprised Yi Changqing was that inside the stadium, there was a faint spatial power rippling. This was a big deal. It could accommodate 1 million people watching the concert at the same time, and everyone was not too far away from each other. Everyone could see everything clearly. The small tables and seats were enough to ensure that a family could have a table. Moreover, there was an extra 70% of the number of tables left for the families of the martyrs. With such a small space and only the first 20 rows, how could it accommodate so many people? But in fact, it was done. And from the looks of it, it did not feel crowded at all, and there was no awkward feeling of spatial disorder. Which spatial powerhouse is here? After Yi Changqing and the others looked carefully, they were really surprised. Looking around the world, there seemed to be only one person who could achieve this level of spatial power. That was Grand Shaman Dan Kong of the UMNO Alliance. But why would Grand Shaman Dan Kong do such a thing? Not to mention that this was the mainland of astral souls. Even if it was the territory of the UMNO Alliance, it was just a parent-teacher conference of a high martial arts school. Why would one of the 12 Grand Shamans come here? Could it be that there was a spatial powerhouse with such great attainments in astral souls? Everyone was guessing. But for the students, how could they think so much? Seeing such a grand scene, everyone was smiling from ear to ear. Today was really lively, especially the freshmen of the first and second years. Everyone was jumping with excitement and joy. Such a grand occasion was almost a once-in-a-lifetime event. When they thought of their parents by their side, witnessing this bustling scene together, even many years later, it was still a rare memory. Especially the 2,800 students who were about to go to war for a change of guard. They were even more excited. Everyone knew that this was just a change of guard, and at this time, there was basically no war. Before going, they had watched such a high-level program and reunited with their families. In less than 3 months, they came back again, but it was really nothing. It was simply relaxing and enjoyable. The Starlight Mountains. Countless people worked day and night, researching and researching. These people, in the past 10 days, almost did not sleep at all. No matter what, they had to crack the spatial relic in the door as soon as possible. Now, the location of the door had been completely revealed. Clouds and mist billowed on both sides, and the demonic aura was raging. But no matter how much it billowed, not a trace of demonic aura rushed out. As the cracking continued, the three-party alliance gradually came to the conclusion that the level of this secret realm was frighteningly high. All the famous craftsman families and sects in the 3 continents had sent their elites to study it, but it was like a tiger trying to eat the sky, and there was nowhere to go. Chapter 738. Everyone was extremely helpless and frustrated. They clearly felt that there was a mechanism controlling this place, but they couldn't find the hub. But now they could even find the stairs in front of the gate. On both sides of the gate were indestructible mountains. The heavenly king of the right slashed his sword hard, but the result was that his sword had a hole in it. Yu Dontian immediately went to the Flood Witch and said, "My sword can't cut it. Why don't you smash it with your hammer?" The Flood Witch smashed Yu Dontian with her hammer. The place where Donghuang's bell rang was where Kuan Peng's primordial spirit resided. "You want me to smash it? Who are you kidding? If I could smash it, I would have smashed it open 12 days ago, okay? Can Yu Dontian grow a brain? No matter whether I can smash it open or not, the continent of the Demon Alliance, which is wandering in the starry sky, will definitely sense it. It will come true." Bang! A craftsman of the Umno Alliance dug under the gate with his big chisel, but suddenly slipped open. He couldn't stop it in time, and the chisel cut his thigh. Blood gushed out. However, at this moment, the change that broke the stalemate appeared. The golden gate suddenly became illusory, and a whirlpool appeared. With a soft swoosh, all the blood of the craftsman with the wound on his thigh gushed out from a wound. In a total of half a second, all the blood was absorbed into the gate. In front of the gate, only a shriveled mummy was left. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and they hurriedly moved aside subconsciously. After the whirlpool finished absorbing the human blood, it slowly shrank back, and the gate turned pink little by little. Yu Dontian frowned and looked at it thoughtfully. Several great wizards and the 7 swords of Taoism were not far away. Seeing this strange change, they seemed to wake up from a dream. "Blood. To break this gate, we need human blood?" Yu Dontian's face became very ugly. Human blood was the only thing that could affect the gate. But how much human blood was needed to open the gate? Or rather, how many people would have to die in order to open the door? Most of the people here were astral souls. Yu Xingqian's face darkened. "Xiaohu." The king of Zhuolu stepped forward. "Here, go and catch some star beasts. Catch more." "All right." The king of Zhuolu, Yin Zhonghu, flashed out. In less than a minute, the king of Zhuolu had returned with multiple astral beasts. He casually chopped off one of the astral beast's heads, causing blood to gush out. But this time, there was no response from the door. He took the head of another soul transformation stage star beast, but there was still no reaction. "It's useless." The Flood Witch shook her head with a serious look in her eyes. Back then, the demon clan ate flesh and blood. It had to be the blood of humans, Wu people, etc. The blood of astral beasts is useless. For the demon clan, astral beasts are low-level demons. Perhaps there are still killings among the middle-level and low-level demons, but high-level demons don't. The Flood Witch looked gloomy. "We have to use human blood," Yu Xingqian said coldly. "Flood, you said it yourself. The demon clan eats flesh and blood, not only humans. Maybe the effect of wizard blood is better." Flood said lightly. "Yu Xingqian, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. The Umno Alliance can do anything, but we won't take advantage of you or break our promises. Let's gather the blood of 15 people from 3 families first. 5 people from each family. Drag them out, kill them, and sacrifice their blood to the gate." Flood's face was cold. "Wait." Bai Yunduo shouted, "Wait." Flood didn't move. The other 10 great wizards turned their heads in unison and looked at Bai Yunduo coldly. "My boss has already said it. Do you dare to disagree? 5 people from each side. It's not unfair." "What else do you want?" Yin Zhonghu and Yu Dontian flashed and stood in front of Bai Yunduo with their arms crossed. "What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? Come on. I'm not afraid of you." Bai Yunduo separated the two and stepped forward. She said, "Master Flood, I didn't mean to question you when I stopped you. But as far as we know, the blood of humans can affect the gate. We don't necessarily need to sacrifice human lives, or we just need to release more blood. The total HP of the 5 of us can be replaced with 50 people to make up for it, or even 100 people. If the blood of the 3 families is not enough, we can continue to release blood. In this way, we can get a considerable amount of blood but no one will die. Bai Yunduo said, since there's a way to not kill people, why should we kill people and add to the sin of killing? Lai Hua and the others still looked cold and hard. They stood in front of Flood and looked at Bai Yunduo coldly. If Flood didn't say anything, they wouldn't retreat. The great Flood, which was stunned for a moment, and then said, I didn't think it through enough. If there is a possibility that no one will die, of course it would be better. All of you, back off. When you can use your brain, why do you use your hands? Is there anything else in your brains besides muscles? Lai Hua and the others didn't take it seriously. They smiled and cupped their fists to Yu Dongtian and the others before retreating. Isel, which curled her lips. Boss has such a temper. He has always been kind to beautiful women. 1 word, bitch. 2 words, bitch. 4 words, bitch. Halfway through her words, her face suddenly changed. She reached out to cover her mouth like lightning, and her eyes were full of horror. The Flood Witch turned around with a black face. With a loud bang, Isel, which was sent flying by a hammer. She hurriedly rushed out to beg for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. As he screamed, he was already several hundred meters away. Lai Hua and his wife Shuo Luo were speechless. This cheap mouth and the habit of gloating, how many losses have you suffered in your life? No matter how you change, you can't change it. The other few great witches' shoulders were trembling. This bitch finally got her retribution today. Awesome. Since there was no need to die, everyone naturally prepared very quickly. They were very active. With a call, hundreds of people rushed out to donate blood. 3 large buckets, each weighing 200 pounds, were quickly filled with steaming hot blood. Then, the first bucket of hot blood was carried over and placed in front of the door. With a whoosh, the whirlpool appeared again. Like a whale sucking in water, it sucked away more than half of the blood and suddenly stopped. Visible to the naked eye, the golden door suddenly turned blood red. After a burst of dense fluctuation, the door disappeared. There was only a black hole left in the original place. They didn't even need to use a bucket of blood. The door that couldn't be opened. Everyone looked at the remaining 2 buckets of steaming hot blood. Their eyebrows twitched, and their faces were full of excitement. The Flood Witch's face was also like the bottom of a pot. She had calculated wrongly. At this moment, a strange voice said, TSK. With such judgment, you still said that it was the blood of 15 people. Ha ha ha, you slapped your face? Now even 5. Lai Hua and Shuo Luo covered their mouths at the same time. Both of their faces changed. Brother-in-law, I beg you to be a human. Isn't it good to live well? The one who spoke was of course the Ice Hell, which had just flown back. When the Ice Hell Witch said that, her face instantly turned white. She kept on slapping her own mouth. Fuck, I'll slap you to death. You've caused me a disaster. The Flood Witch walked over with a black face. The corner of her mouth twitched. She shouted, You 2 get out of the way. Lai Hua and his wife hesitated and got out of the way. Shuo Luo begged, Boss, his temper has been like this since he was young. He doesn't think before he speaks. He's a fool. This can't be helped. Shuo Luo was really about to cry. The Flood Witch looked at the Ice Hell Witch. Her eyes were cold. She shook her head and said, Stand there. The Ice Hell Witch's legs trembled. Boss, I was wrong. Stand there. The Ice Hell Witch stood on a protruding big rock. The mountain wind blew. She was alone in the air, as if she was going to ride the wind. The Flood Witch took a breath and said in a low voice, I'll tell you now. I don't know how much I need. Do you understand? I still don't plan to bleed if it's not enough. Do you understand? The Ice Hell, which was like a little wife who had been wronged. Boss, I understand. My mouth. You don't understand shit. The Flood Witch shouted, Your head is facing the rock on the top of the mountain over there. Get into a good posture and turn around. Be straightforward. The Ice Hell Witch turned around hesitantly. Boss, please be merciful. Before she finished speaking, the Flood Witch had already swung her hammer. Like hitting a baseball, she hit the Ice Hell Witch and sent her flying. Like lightning, she crossed 4,567 meters of space. With a boom, she hit the side of the protruding rock on the opposite mountain. A strange voice came from afar. TSK, you're number 1 in the world. With this accuracy, you didn't hit. The Flood Witch's face changed. She wanted to fly over, but before she could move, she was hugged tightly by Lai Hua and Shui Luo. Flood took a step and brought the husband and wife more than 10 meters away. "Boss, please spare me." Shui Luo was crying. "It's been so many years." Lai Hua begged, "Boss, why don't you hit me with your hammer? Calm down, calm down." Which Dan Kong stood at the side, laughing so hard that his tongue was shaking in his mouth. "It's so satisfying, it's so satisfying." "Dan Kong, what are you laughing at?" The Flood Witch couldn't find the target, so she couldn't vent her anger. She turned her head and saw Dan Kong smiling so brightly. Her face suddenly turned black. "Brother, are you so happy to be beaten up? You stand up too." Which Dan Kong's face changed. He looked over in disbelief. "What did I do? I didn't do anything. Boss, I was wrong. Stand up. Be straightforward." Dan Kong stood up with a wrong face. Without being urged, he turned his head and aimed at the rock over there. He raised his butt and got into a good postured out bang. Great Witch Dan Kong also flew out like Great Witch Bing Ming. And this time it was very accurate. It hit the big rock directly and the rock shattered. The Flood Witch was satisfied. She kept her hammer and began to study the hole that suddenly appeared. Not long after, Dan Kong and the Ice Hell Witch flew back one after another. The Ice Hell Witch had a smile on her face. She had an expression that said, "I want to speak." She was full of gloating and was about to spit out. Dan Kong, this bastard, only cared about laughing at me. In the end, he got beaten up himself, ha ha ha. Chapter 739. The Ice Hell Witch was about to open his mouth to speak, but before he could do so, he was directly captured by the Lai Hua couple. He was pressed to the ground with a poof, and then a large piece of unknown stuff was stuffed into his mouth. Then the Lai Hua wife skillfully took out a white cloth and tied his mouth. Oh. The Ice Hell Witch stared. "Sister, what are you doing? I have something to say." The Lai Hua couple kept moving and tied his mouth tightly, and even tied a dead knot behind his head. "Don't think about talking these days. You scared me to death just now that the Ice Hell Witch struggled. I still have something to say. Wait for me to finish." Dan Kong must have cheated just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit it. With the boss's accuracy, he wouldn't be able to do that. That Dan Kong was beaten and still wanted to flatter the boss. "Bastard Dan Kong, I want to say something, let go of my mouth." The Flood watched for a long time and saw the demon aura raging in the cave. He pondered for a moment and said, "From the Umno Alliance's side, Lai Hua, Emperor Feng, and I will go in." The Great Witch Dan Kong frowned and said, "Boss, let me go in for you. I have the ability of space, so I should be able to." Dan Kong was worried that if the Flood suddenly pulled out when he went in, the Flood said faintly, "Be obedient." The Great Witch Dan Kong nodded and stopped talking. Hum, 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 hum. There was a series of muffled sounds, as if something was blocked, and some kind of strange sound was forced out. It came from the Ice Hell Witch. Obviously, this one wanted to say something strange again, but his mouth was tied up. No matter how much he wanted to say it, he couldn't say it. Only his eyes were moving around, looking at this and that, and he couldn't help laughing. His eyebrows were shaking. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." The boss said it as if Dan Kong was his son. "Ha ha, Dan Kong wasn't really the boss's son, was he? TSK, TSK, Dan Kong, be obedient. Be obedient, Dan Kong. Roar. Untie my mouth, I'll share my discovery." The Flood Witch's sharp eyes swept over. The Great Witch Dan Kong's angry eyes swept over Pa. A cloth band covered the eyes of the Ice Deep Witch. "Don't show your eyeballs to the outside world." The Fire Witch couple was speechless. Lai Hua's wife Shui Luo's face was filled with melancholy. "Why do I have such a brother?" Back then, his father really had the foresight to leave all his inheritance to him. If it wasn't for the inheritance that helped to compensate for the loss, this guy's ashes would have been scattered for a long time, that even without speaking, he could mock her with just his eyeballs and eyebrows. How could he be so cheap? Over at the Astral Souls continent, Yushinchin the Star-plucking monarch said, "Over here, Domton Little Tiger, and I will enter." On the Tao League's side, Taoist Thunder said, I'll go in with Feng and Yun. All right. The flood witch said indifferently. Then let's go. His body flashed, and he crossed the door with his hands behind his back. Then his body disappeared. Even though they had fought for countless years and were mortal enemies, the Umno Alliance had never been careless when it came to cooperation. The flood witch had never been careless either. I'm recognized as the #1 expert in the world. Naturally, I'll be the first to enter the unknown danger zone. This had nothing to do with their standpoints. Everything happened spontaneously because of the flood. I should take the biggest risk. Who agreed? Who objected? Blazing fire and Wind Emperor followed closely behind. Then, the 3 from the Astral Souls and the 3 from the Tao League entered one after another. Inside, demonic aura filled the sky. White fog rolled and instantly blocked the entrance of the cave. The 9 people who went in could no longer be seen from outside. Marshal Dongfang and the others who were waiting outside all had solemn expressions. This wasn't the first time the 3 parties had worked together to open the space ruin. It had appeared many times in the past. However, there had never been a time like this where the people who had entered to explore the path were the highest level of the 3 continents. The pinnacle experts. What did this mean? That night, Li Qinglong's parents came to Fenghai City. They were welcomed into the villa by Li Qinglong. Then, the 2 families had dinner together that night. Zhuo Changlu and his wife, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, Li Qinglong's parents, Li Qinglong and Xiang Bing's fiancé, and Grandma Shi. Li Qinglong's parents were extremely satisfied with Xiang Bing. They couldn't close their mouths once they opened them. Their son had grown up and found such an excellent daughter-in-law. He was really promising. Mother Li was a little puzzled. She knew her son very well. This kid had been hitting his female classmates since he was young. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. How could he find such a good daughter-in-law? I even arranged a few blind dates for him at home that Li Qinglong's mother pulled Li Qinglong aside and whispered, "Son, tell me the truth. How did such a beautiful girl like you? You didn't use any dirty tricks, did you?" Li Qinglong's mother didn't know how to transmit her voice. Even though her voice was extremely soft, everyone still heard it clearly and understood what she meant. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and fell into Zhuo Xiaoyan's arms. It seemed that he couldn't laugh anymore. His head rolled on Zhuo Xiaoyan's chest. Zhuo Xiaoyan slapped him twice. Then, she pushed him away with a red face. This lazy guy was really thinking about taking advantage of her all the time that Xiang Bing's face was also red. Li Qinglong didn't use any dirty tricks. It seemed that the one who used dirty tricks was her cough. This must be kept a secret. Uncle and Auntie couldn't know. So Xiaoduo giggled and said, "Uncle, Auntie, look at this girl." He pointed at Xiang Bing and said mysteriously, "You 2 don't know, right? This girl is short-sighted. Thousands of degrees." Li Qinglong looks so abstract, but in her eyes, he is very 3-dimensional. You 2 have to be careful. Don't get her glasses in the future. If her eyesight is normal, the 2 of you won't be able to live a peaceful life. Maybe Bing Dan will want a divorce after he sees the swollen face. Everyone was rocking back and forth with laughter. This bastard. Xiang Bing stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo with hatred. You are short-sighted. Your whole family is short-sighted. The atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up. After each toast to the old man, Xiang Bing stood up with her wine glass. "So let me toast to you." "Thank you." Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop her. Don't thank me. This matter has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me at all. It's completely fate between the 2 of you. Thank me. Why? Let me tell you, in the future, don't think of asking me to go easy on you. I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, am not the kind of person who'll go easy on you. Xiang Bing laughed. She knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to talk about it. Although she did not understand why Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want her to talk about it, she still smiled and said, "In that case, you and I are classmates. It is fate. Let's toast to you." Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Let's drink together." Li Qinglong did not object. He was also very grateful to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed. She had to stand up and toast to Zhuo Xiaoduo. 2 couples. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very sensitive to this word. Oof, bastard. Even if I am your wife, you will still be bullied by me." When she sat down, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes glared at Xiaoduo fiercely and pulled out the hand that was under her. "But if there were not so many people here, she would have taught you a lesson. You tricked me into standing up, but you sat down first. You even put your hand on my chair, quietly. You are a wolf with a wild ambition. You are really pissing me off." Li Chenglong saw Xiang Bing toast to Xiaoduo. He was very wise and immediately understood what was going on. He said to Xiang Bing through telepathy, "Was it Zhuo who reminded you about what happened that day?" Xiang Bing replied, "Yes, but I don't know why he did not accept my gratitude. I am sincerely grateful to him." Li Chenglong snorted and rolled his eyes. Then, he said through sound transmission, "How can this bitch accept your gratitude? He has been instigating us to fight for such a long time. He has been very interested in doing so. But he won't be able to continue instigating us if he accepts your gratitude, since he's the one who brought us together. This bitch is paving the way for him to be a bitch in the future. He is really a bastard to the bone." Xiang Bing almost laughed out loud. So this was the truth. She had to admit that Li Chenglong knew Zhuo Xiaoduo very well. He was the best person in the world, even better than father and mother Zhuo and Zhuo Xianyan. This was one of the reasons why Zhuo Xiaoduo did not accept her gratitude. It was mainly because he thought it was too fun, especially Xiang Bing's temper. It was too. I would feel uncomfortable if I did not provoke her. Once I provoke her, she went to fight with Li Chenglong. Once she went, she was beaten up. After she was beaten up, she provoked her again and went again. Wah! This is so fun. She was really a bastard with a black heart. She made people's hair stand on end. But it was also amazing. Xiang Bing snorted and whispered to Li Chenglong through telepathy, "How can I not know that he is trying to provoke us? But once he does, we will be together, right? Even if you beat me or I beat you, we will still be together. I will not fall for it if he tries to provoke me again in the future." Li Chenglong widened his eyes in horror. "So you're not stupid? You?" Xiang Bing was furious. "You're the stupid one. If a girl does not like you, how could she be so instigated every day?" She wanted to say, "How can I be so willing to be beaten up by you every day?" But when she thought about it, it was not very nice to say that. It was as if she had some bad habit. So she changed her words in an instant. Li Chenglong nodded. "You are right," Xiang Bing said through telepathy. "But in the future, no matter how much he tries to provoke you, it will be useless. You are already mine. I will not fight with you." Li Chenglong was moved to tears. Thank you. Thank you for taking responsibility. After all, you took my virginity. You have to take responsibility even if you don't want to." Xiang Bing's face suddenly turned red, and she kicked Li Chenglong to the ground. Then, she sat on him and growled in a low voice. "What did you say? Who is stronger than you? I will kill you." As she spoke, she raised her fist and was about to punch him. "I will kill you." Li Chenglong roared and threw a punch at Xiang Bing's face. The whole table was silent. Father Zhuo and Mother Li's eyes almost popped out. Chapter 740. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost burst out laughing. The two of them were too amusing. What kind of occasion was this? Why were they acting out an all-out brawl? He couldn't help but cheer instinctively. Come on, come on. With a slurping sound, he actually whistled. Cough, cough. Grandma sure coughed. In fact, Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing also realized what was going on in an instant. They stopped their fists in time before they could hit the ground. Xiang Bing instantly realized it and stood up awkwardly. She lifted her, but from Li Chenglong's waist, and hurriedly pulled Li Chenglong up. She lowered her head and said, "Just now, maybe I drank too much. Cough, cough, cough. I'm not like this usually. Cough, cough, cough." Even her neck was red as she spoke. She became more and more uneasy. So awkward. She couldn't hold it in front of her parents-in-law. It was really embarrassing. Xiang Bing felt that she didn't know where to put her hands. If there was a hole on the ground, she would definitely jump in. Ha ha! Li Chenglong's mother stood up and pulled Xiang Bing's hand to her side. She laughed so hard that her eyes couldn't be seen. "Daughter, don't be shy. We're all like this. When your uncle and I were just engaged, it was even more intense than you. Haha, come and sit. Mrs. Li simply hugged Xiang Bing in her arms and moved the chair closer. Chung Long has been naughty and stubborn since he was young. He's always been stubborn. I really hope that you can control him. Mrs. Li laughed. Yes, Annie, I'm just a little hot-tempered sometimes. Most of the time, I'm still good. Xiang Bing lowered her head and explained embarrassedly. However, the more she explained, the less confident she became. Cough, cough. I'm also a lady from a respectable family. Cough, cough. Squeak, so Xiao Duo whistled. It made Xiang Bing and Li Chenglong glare at him angrily. This bastard. How dare he ruin the show at this time? It's okay, it's okay. So Xiao Duo giggled and said, Annie, you don't know this, but your son is known as the Iron and Steel Hierarch in school. He specializes in hitting female students' chests. Every time he hits them, they'll collapse. Every time he hits them, they'll collapse. This daughter-in-law of yours has collapsed many times. Ayaya, it's so tragic. It's fortunate that he held back his punch. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. Xiang Bing said angrily. You're the one who collapsed many times. You're the one who's collapsed. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Mrs. Li was naturally aware of her son's glorious deeds. After all, the name of the Iron and Steel Hierarch had already spread like wildfire on the internet. His name had spread far and wide. You can't casually hit women in the future. Mrs. Li lectured Li Chenglong, especially Lil Bing. You can't hit her, do you understand? How could they fight every day when they were just a couple? You're such a troublemaker. Li Chenglong's head drooped as he repeatedly agreed. He thought to himself, if you don't let me hit her, then I'll be the one getting hit every day. That's too much of a loss. But you're not in front of me, so you won't see it even if I hit her. I'll hit her again when you're gone. The two families had a good meal together. In the middle of it, Zhou Chonglu's phone seemed to have gone crazy. Ding, 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 ding. There were endless messages. Mrs. Li was curious. Brother Zhou is so busy. Zhou Chonglu chuckled. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about him. Zhou Xiaoduo secretly glanced at the phone. Wu Yuding had already picked it up. He only had time to see a few names from the messages. Huzai, Fish Row, Big Dumb, Big Guy, Big Mixed Hair. Zhou Xiaoduo almost choked. Dad's friends, what kind of names are these? They're not even as good as my Xiao Duo you. Mom, you have to investigate carefully. Why are there so many messages and the names are so random? Maybe Dad has a mistress outside, so Xiao Duo urged. Mom, you have to be careful of your midlife crisis. I've noticed that Dad has been a little dishonest recently. Look at these names, they're not normal. Maybe they're the names of his close female friends. You're even trying to sow discord between your parents? Wu Yuding directly pinched Zhou Xiaoduo's ear and twisted it. I'm the one who set these names. As Zhou Xiaoduo cried out in pain and begged for mercy, Wu Yuding said to Zhou Xiaoyan seriously, Nian, you have to keep an eye on this frisky monkey in the future. Your dad saw this kid's face today. He's very lucky with women. If you don't keep an eye on him, this kid might have a few more mistresses. Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Mom, that's my line. You made a cameo. Zhou Xiaoyan believed it and nodded repeatedly. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely keep an eye on him and won't let him have the chance to cross the line. As she said that, she glared fiercely at Zhou Xiaoduo. She thought to herself, his luck with women is very good. I knew it long ago. This little dog should be tied up with a rope. Mistress? You're going crazy thinking about it. Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely aggrieved. He failed to sow discord between his parents, and instead, he was sowed discord by his parents. This was really karma. Karma got a night of fun passed in the blink of an eye. Morning came as expected. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for a week, walked out of the Tower of Annihilation in high spirits. They saw that Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding had already packed up and were ready to set off. Seeing the two of them coming out of the Tower of Annihilation, both of them had a meaningful look on their faces. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed, feeling like she had been caught red-handed in bed. She hurriedly grabbed Wu Yuding's arm and shook it. She said hurriedly, Mom, don't worry. I didn't let him touch me. The Wu Yuting immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva. Zhuo Changlu's expression became more and more strange. It was a blatant admission of guilt. You might as well not have said that. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who realized that she had said something wrong, felt like her face was on fire. She whimpered, covered her face, and rushed into the bathroom. Wu Yuting pulled a long face and said to Zhuo Xiaoduo, "You brat, come here." Zhuo Xiaoduo walked over with an innocent look. "Give me your hand." Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively shrank back, but was caught by Wu Yuting. She put his right hand in front of her nose and sniffed. She snorted and said, "You can't go any further." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked reluctant. "Mom, I really didn't do anything." "As if I'll believe you." Wu Yuting looked at him with disdain. "I'd rather believe that your father doesn't have a mistress than believe that you're honest." She sighed in her heart. "Little Nianer, your image of an ice beauty is so natural. You don't have to deliberately put up an imposing manner to anyone. Why is it that you have no resistance when facing Xiao Duo?" The family of four walked until they were about to reach the stadium. The blush on Zhuo Xiaoyan's face finally faded a little. Zhuo Xiaoduo had been calm the whole time. His face said, "I'm not guilty. I really didn't do anything." He was calm and collected, talking cheerfully and wittily. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but admire him when she saw him. How could this brat be so thick-skinned? "You clearly." "Humph. You're taking advantage of me. Son of a bitch." They arrived at the stadium. At this time, there was already melodious music in the stadium. It kept ringing, sprinkling in all directions. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his #1 card, which was his personal card. After passing the security check, he walked forward with his parents. At the entrance of the passage, a receptionist checked the card and guided them. After a few turns, their eyes suddenly lit up. In front of them was a huge stage. Zhuo Xiaoduo's #1 card was on the 3rd floor, the 2nd row, right in the middle. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel puzzled. His family's position was not bad, but why was he not in the 1st row, but in the 2nd row? Logically speaking, his #1 card should be in the 1st row. However, now was not the time to think about this. Together with his parents and Zhuo Xiaoyan, he walked over and sat down. Li Qinglong came with him, and he was given #2. Zhuo Xiaoduo originally thought that the two families would be next to each other. However, after looking for a long time, he couldn't find a #2 table. After wandering around for a while, he found a #2 card table about 10 tables away. Both of them were confused. This seating arrangement was really awesome. The table next to #1 wasn't #2. There was actually such an arrangement. This was really an eye-opener. When the family of four sat down, Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that his familiar classmates had also arrived with their parents, and each of them went to find their own table. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little strange about the current situation. He quietly exchanged a look with Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong instantly understood and immediately sent a telepathic message. "What's the situation?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said. "Check the seating arrangements of the other classes. If possible, confirm the seating arrangements of the other grades as well." Li Qinglong nodded and immediately took out his mobile phone to send a message to Gao Qiaoer. Smart people talk, stupid people kick. Zhuo Xiaoduo boasted that he was smart, but Li Qinglong was not stupid. With an elite like Gao Qiaoer, there was no need for him to investigate one by one. Everyone had their own specialties. Not long after, all the pictures were clearly sent to Li Qinglong's mobile phone, along with a detailed introduction. The situation in other places is normal. It's different from here. Well, I should say that it's only different here. Li Qinglong sent the pictures to Zhuo Xiaoduo and then sent a telepathic message to point out the key point. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression did not change, but his heart was in his mouth. He secretly sent a telepathic message to Li Qinglong and Zhuo Xiaoyan. If there's any change, take your parents and leave immediately. Don't pay attention to anything else. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Li Qinglong nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. By the way, when you're free, tell the people in our class that if anyone is close to my table, they should think of a way to increase the distance between them and my table. If they get caught in the crossfire, they might die. Zhuo Xiaoduo sent a telepathic message to Li Qinglong again. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the 4 tables around him. His table was tightly surrounded from all 4 directions. For a moment, he could not help but feel anxious. What the fuck? Are they trying to deal with me? Aren't they thinking too highly of me? While his heart was in turmoil, he could not help but touch the 9-9 kitty hammer in his ring. Then he checked all the hidden weapons in it that had not been used for a long time. He was determined in his heart. Whoever dares to stab me, I'll use the 9-9 kitty hammer and smash all 4 tables into meat patties. I don't care who you are. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Today's recommendation votes are terrible. Chapter 741. At this moment, Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, and Lone Eagle were welcoming guests outside. No matter what, on the surface, this was still the Hidden Dragon High School's parents' meeting. As the host in name, they were naturally responsible for welcoming guests, especially since they knew that the 4 great commanders, the various ministers, and the imperial consecrators would be attending this event. More importantly, there would be a meeting after the event. Yi Changqing couldn't help but perk up. Such a grand event would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the Hidden Dragon High School. At the very least, it would be an unprecedented boost to the Hidden Dragon High School's reputation. There were too many high-level officials attending this event. Other than those who couldn't leave the capital, almost all of them were attending. All of them were super big shots that only existed in legends. It was even said that the left and right heavenly kings and the Emperor Zhaixing would be attending as well. The moment he heard this rumor, Yi Changqing was so excited that his hands and feet were trembling. These were legendary figures who could make the entire astral souls tremble with a stomp of their feet. They were the legends of the entire astral souls, heroes. For thousands of years, these were the brightest stars in the sky of the astral souls. They were the backbone of the human race and the common idols of the entire astral souls. All the students of the Hidden Dragon High School, as well as their parents and families, had already entered the auditorium under the lead of the teachers. The families of the martyrs had also entered the auditorium. The celebrities who were preparing to perform backstage were also in position. The loud music had been replaced by majestic military music. The sonorous and powerful drums rumbled, as if they were going to soar into the sky. After a while, under Yi Changqing and the others' expectant gazes, the void in front of them suddenly opened up. It was as if a curtain was suddenly pulled open by someone. A few figures walked out of the spatial crack, as if they were taking a stroll in the park. The person in front was dressed in blue linen clothes and had messy hair. His face was rough, and he wasn't good-looking, but he wasn't ugly either. His face was full of majesty, and he gave off an extremely heavy feeling. No one dared to look at him directly. It seemed that no matter who it was, they would have to lower their heads in front of him. This person's physique was especially tall. He was at least 2.5 meters tall, slightly taller than Xiang Quangren. His physique was obviously much thinner than Xiang Quangren's, but the feeling he gave off was that he was many times more muscular than Xiang Quangren. He was dressed in blue linen clothes, with a cloth belt casually tied around his waist. Beneath his feet was a pair of ordinary bee-skin war boots. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and it fluttered as he walked. However, at first glance, this head of long hair was like seaweed in a hurricane and tsunami, waving violently. There wasn't any threatening aura coming from his body. It was most likely that he had intentionally restrained his aura. However, when this person walked out with large strides, it was as if he was leading millions of heavenly soldiers to attack from the heavens, rushing down with a force that could shatter heaven and earth. The entire sky seemed to collapse in front of Yi Changqing and the others at this moment. The sky was collapsing. For a moment, Yi Changqing and the others all felt suffocated. The stars in front of them were bright and colorful, as if the entire starry sky had exploded in front of them. This person walked out with large strides, but he didn't hear the greeting that he was supposed to hear. His gaze turned and focused on Yi Changqing's face. Yi Changqing only felt his heart suddenly stop beating. He had never seen this person before, but now a name was on the verge of being called out. At this moment, Yi Changqing's entire body turned cold. He remembered that battle that year. That was a day that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the sky above the lofty mountains, he and so many of his brothers were rushing with all their might to provide reinforcements. Suddenly, a destructive aura rose from afar. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. Then, before anyone could react, the space clearly distorted. The blurry figure that was still far away in the sky earlier had already swept across the void above their heads. Then, there was a thunderous explosion, as if that person had casually struck. It was just a casual strike. He was unconscious. That person seemed to be in a hurry. He didn't stop at all. After a casual strike, he forcefully tore through space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But it was that casual strike. It was enchanting's lifelong nightmare. Thousands of his brothers who were present all died an unnatural death. The army that was originally flying in midair was all smashed into the dust. Without exception, the countless people didn't understand what had happened until they died. The reason why he didn't die was because he had an undying will to live. It was just a bit of luck. When he woke up from his coma, he only saw the corpses of his brothers all over the ground. Yi Changqing only remembered that monstrous aura of that day. He only remembered that figure that flashed across the void and that head of messy hair that fluttered in the wind. Now, this person, this aura, this head of messy hair, this top executioner of the 3 continents had actually appeared in front of him. At this moment, Yi Changqing felt that the sky had darkened. Didn't you guys say that he was a senior member of the Astral Souls continent? What's going on? This person is here. Even if all the teachers and students of my Hidden Dragon High School were added together, they wouldn't be able to withstand half a strike from him. Why did you call him here? No, it should be, why is he here? Could it be that my Hidden Dragon High School is too famous and has provoked this killer who wants to destroy future opponents? Well, Yi Changqing also knew that his thoughts were too ridiculous. He was blowing his own trumpet and thinking too highly of himself. He thought too highly of himself. But this person's sudden appearance really made Principal Yi feel that his brain wasn't enough. He only thought in the worst direction. He didn't even think about whether he was worthy or not. His mind was blank. Characters appeared one by one. Yi Changqing and the others only felt their breathing quicken and their bodies stiffen. The sky fell and the earth cracked. They were all here. Behind the Flood Witch, 10 grand shamans appeared one after another. Everyone had a wry smile on their faces. The leader of the Flood High School boasted that he was upright and would never disguise himself. This was something that couldn't be helped. Although they were all in disguise, but whether they were in disguise or not, the 10 of them standing beside the Great Flood, which were too easy to recognize. They didn't even need to recognize them. They only needed to think a little, and they would know who these 11 people were. At this moment, the pressure was so great that Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, and the others could only feel their spines creaking. They had to use all their strength to not kneel down and embarrass themselves on the spot. What? A voice scolded jokingly. Are you all trying to scare a child? Do you still have such thoughts now? Not bad. Should I say that you still have a child heart? A middle-aged man with white hair appeared and stood in front of the Flood Witch. Suddenly, the invisible pressure that Yi Changqing and the others were under suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lai Hua grinned and said with a smile, "We are all discerning people. We have all restrained our auras. It's just that the hatred in these children's hearts is a little strong, especially the child in the lead. He seems to have met Boss Hong before. What's the blame for the backlash caused by his past experience?" As he said that, he glanced at Xiang Quangren with a strange gaze. His gaze circled around Xiang Quangren's body a few times, sizing him up. Xiang Quangren's gaze turned to confusion. This should be the great shaman Lai Hua, right? I've never seen him before. If I had, I wouldn't be alive now. But I don't know why. Why does he feel so familiar? Why is he sizing me up? It seems that I haven't reached the point where I can be regarded as such by the higher-ups. That Lai Hua had a strange look in his eyes, and he also had a strange feeling in his heart. It's this damn brat who patted me on the shoulder and taught me a lesson with a face full of seniority and kept calling me red hair. That's so smooth. Now, I really want to show my identity and scare you to death, you bastard. Putting everything else aside, if the fire shaman were to reveal that he was red hair now, it might be an exaggeration to say that he would scare Xiang Kuangren to death. However, it would not be difficult to scare Xiang Kuangren to the point that his heart would suddenly stop and his soul would fly out of his body. Greetings, Emperor! Yi Changqing and the other three half-knelt at the same time. Although Principal Yi and the other three hadn't seen the Emperor Zhaixing before, there were only two people in the astral souls who could speak in such a manner in front of the Flood Witch. This time, the minister didn't mention it. Then, the one in front of them could only be one of the two pillars of the astral souls, the Emperor Zhaixing rise. We've already abolished the ritual of kneeling for so many years. Why are you doing this again today? The Emperor Zhaixing joked. The Emperor has blessed the world and benefited the common people. His meritorious deeds are immeasurable, and he is admired by all generations. You should accept our worship. No need to be so polite. This is the guest I've invited today. The Emperor Zhaixing smiled. Ha. Do you understand now? Yes. We don't understand. Our souls have flown away after inviting these malefactors here. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. Flood wouldn't be angry with such a small character, even if he was scolded to his face. As long as it wasn't too harsh or critical, the Flood wouldn't care. Even though Yi Changqing and the others were already famous in the astral souls, they were still not worth mentioning in Flood's eyes. Like the astral souls, all the teachers in the rear were basically disabled people who retired from the front line. Flood knew this in his heart. Although he was surprised that Yi Changqing had met him before, he didn't find it strange. He didn't know when he had met Yi Changqing. In his memory, he had no impression of him at all. Then, two more people came over, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left was dressed in white, and the one on the right was dressed in green. With a smile on his face, he looked gentle and elegant. He was tall and handsome. Greetings, heavenly kings. They were the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, and the king of Zhualu, Yin Zhonghu. Chapter 742. Beside the two heavenly kings, there was a Taoist who was dressed in a wide robe. Behind him, there were 6 other Taoists who were dressed similarly. However, they all had youthful faces and looked heroic. These are also today's guests. Yu Dongtian chuckled. The shock in Yi Changqing's heart had long been overturning the seas. Although the 7 swords of the Tao League did not look like this, Yi Changqing was certain that they were the 7 swords of the Tao League. Not a single one of them was missing. On the surface, only the 7 swords of the Tao League were qualified to come with the 11 grand shamans and the astral soul star plucking Tao Lord. The people who arrived after that were even more familiar. Minister Ding led the 6 cabinet advisors and the 4 marshals of the 4 directions. Yi Changqing led them in respectfully. Among them, the great marshal of the 4 directions, Minister Ding, and their subordinates, a total of 40 to 50 people, went directly to the 2nd floor and sat down. Yu Xingqian led the 11 grand shamans, 7 Taoist masters, and the left and right heavenly kings to the 3rd level at the same time. Only after everyone had entered did Yi Changqing's group of 4 finally let out a deep breath. They could feel the sweat all over their bodies rushing out with a whoosh. Why are all these old seniors here? What's going on? Xiang Kuangren's face twitched. He wanted to call them old monsters at first, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Yi Changqing was not the only one who was scared. He was also scared out of his wits. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating and his mind had flown away. It wasn't until now that his heart started to beat faster and faster like a drum. Yi Changqing's face was pale. I'm afraid. Something big is going to happen today. It's not that it's going to happen. It's already happened. With all these people here, it's not a small matter. Chen Gai's face was pale. Thinking of this, the 4 of them were dumbstruck. We're going in? It doesn't matter whether we go in or not. With these existences inside, even if we fight with our lives on the line, it's useless. We can't even be considered as cannon fodder. Then what else can we do? Pray? The only thing left is praying. The four of them tacitly agreed not to mention the Flood Witch's name, but when they recalled the feeling of the sky collapsing just now, they still shivered all over. This was even after the flood which had restrained her aura. If he hadn't reined in his strength, just his aura alone would have been enough to kill them. I originally wanted to find Flood. Maybe one day I could avenge my brothers. Xiang Quangren said bitterly. Lu Yichuan sighed. Lao Cheng, is she still alive? This was the best way to deal with the current situation. He could change the topic and use it to divert the deep-rooted fear in his heart. If he allowed it to develop, fear would enter his heart and awaken the long-lost fear of death. If he did not get rid of it as soon as possible, his strength would be greatly reduced. Chen Gaing's eyes were fierce. How can I let him die so easily? Right now, he's very healthy. Before I die, he won't be able to escape. Besides, there's also the king of the Central Plains. I won't let him go either. Quiet. Yi Changqing frowned. Don't say it out loud. Understood. I've already invited many old friends. After this, they'll be able to come. Yi Changqing said calmly. When the time comes, we'll settle our old scores together. All right. After talking for a while, they talked about all kinds of things that were filled with hatred to dilute their feelings of today's encounter. Finally, the feeling in their hearts dissipated. In the Great Hall, not only was Zhua Xiao Duo on full alert, but Zhua Xiaoyan was also secretly circulating all of his cultivation base. He was ready for battle and was meticulous. During this period of time, Zhua Xiaoyan had already reached the advanced stage of cloud transformation and was steadily advancing towards the peak. As for Zhua Xiao Duo, he had already compressed his inner core stage 17 times. The cultivation levels of the two of them, in terms of the amount of time they had spent cultivating, could truly be said to be outstanding and commendable. But now, the two of them had a strange feeling that they did not have the slightest confidence in facing the current situation. In other words, if something really happened today, the two of them did not have the slightest confidence in protecting themselves or even their parents. So Xiaoduo looked around anxiously. He looked at the faces of everyone around him, including Zhua Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong, his classmates, his parents. Everyone's faces were calm and composed. This meant that nothing would happen today. But the sense of danger in Zhua Xiaoduo's heart was getting heavier and heavier. How could this be? Zhua Xiaoduo absolutely believed in his intuition. There was definitely a fatal danger today, but he also believed in his physiognomy. Nothing would happen today. Too many experiences in the past told him that his physiognomy would not be wrong. But this was too strange. Two completely opposite feelings, two different results. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a wave of aura suddenly appeared. In an instant, the great hall of tens of thousands of people fell silent. That was an indescribable solemnity. This kind of aura could only be possessed by someone who was at the peak of power and held the power to decide life and death. But today, the feeling was exceptionally intense. It was real and not fake. Even Zhua Xiaoduo, who had never been afraid of anything, couldn't say anything witty at all. Zhou Zhonglu was standing on one side with his head bowed. He was talking and laughing with Wu Yuting. His expression was calm, as usual. Wu Yuqing also looked relaxed. It seemed as if she hadn't noticed anything strange. The sound of footsteps sounded softly. They were very orderly, and there was no heavy sound. But as the footsteps moved forward, everyone felt their hearts in their mouths. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head to look and could not help but praise in his heart. How majestic, how ferocious, how bold, and what a majestic man. The person in the lead walked over with large strides. His hair was messy and fluttered in the wind. He walked forward alone, but he naturally gave off a feeling that the blue sky was collapsing. It was as if wherever he went, the sun and moon would lose their light, and the world would lose its color. So Xiaoduo clearly felt that this man's cold and indifferent eyes, which looked at everything in the world, fell on his face. There was a trace of complexity in his eyes. So Xiaoduo could not help but feel a burning sensation on his face. Why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? So Xiaoduo could not help but rub his face. I'm still too thin-skinned. I feel hot after being looked at, he said to himself. But he did not notice that there were more than 20 people who walked in, and a smile suddenly flashed across their faces. The flood which walked in with a majestic gait. She had already seen the back of the middle-aged man who pretended not to see her. She endured the feeling of eating shit in her heart and strode a few steps forward. She sat down in the middle of the first table in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo, facing the stage. Her back was to Zhuo Chonglu. I don't want to see this bastard in my life. Don't be a bastard. He is the most despicable person in the world. Then the Great Witch of Raging Fire, the Great Witch of Ice, and the others all sat down silently. Zhuo Xiaoduo widened his eyes and looked at the table in front of him that could only seat 4 people. There were 11 big men sitting down, but they did not feel crowded at all. He could not help but wonder if there was something wrong with his nerves or his eyes. He secretly pinched his arm and grimaced. Yu Xingqian and the left and right heavenly kings sat at the table on the left, which was particularly spacious. After all, there were only 3 of them. It was not easy for 3 people to sit at a table for 4. At the table on the right, the 7 swords of Taoism sat at a table for 4 people. It was also quite spacious. Like the table in front of them, everyone could freely turn their chairs and look around without any delay. That's the power of space. Zhuo Xiaoyan transmitted a message to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Looking at his confused face, she explained to him, "My wife is so powerful and knowledgeable." Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively gave her a flying kiss, ignoring the current dangerous situation for a moment. Zhuo Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was speechless. It seemed that it was absolutely impossible to expect this guy to be decent in this life. What a serious occasion this was. At first glance, he could see that there were big shots around him, but he was still so undignified that Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly looked at the faces of the people around him. It was as he had expected. They were the kind that could not be seen. They were definitely old demons. They had all taken their seats, and then took out their own teapots and teacups. No one confused with the others, and actually made tea by themselves. There were countless tea sets on the small table that was only the size of a palm. They could still be orderly and mind their own business. There was a faint trend of independence. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo not be amazed? Ha ha ha! Just as he was marveling, he heard a guy in front of him with a cold face and a snow-white robe. He looked cold and indifferent. Suddenly, he laughed like a donkey. He chuckled twice. The sound was so strange and abrupt that it attracted people's attention. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were fixed on him in an instant. Just by looking at his expression and temperament, he should be the kind of person who was as unsmiling as an iceberg. It was really unexpected that he could laugh like this. If it were not for the fact that they were not familiar with each other, Zhuo Xiaoduo really wanted to go over and ask, "Brother, why are you laughing?" The person in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo was quite passable in terms of appearance. His robe was whiter than snow. His face was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. He was tall, and even in his eyes, there was a chill that could almost freeze people. Well, it should be noted that the chill in his eyes could really cause frostbite. It was not just an ordinary exaggeration. Anyone who saw him would have the impression that this man was very cold. He was very cold. He was like an iceberg. Anyone who got a little closer to him would be frostbitten by him. The character of this kind of person was very clear, silent, taciturn, indifferent, and ruthless. However, when such a person suddenly let out a laugh that sounded like the braying of a donkey, it really made everyone's jaws drop. It was a huge surprise. Chapter 743. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was next to them, was shocked, because she was such an existence. At home, she was cute and innocent in front of her parents, shy and obedient in front of her lover. But when she went out, she was cold and noble. The coldness of her body could freeze people to death. Outside, no matter what happened, her expression would not change, let alone laugh out loud. So, no matter what, the Iceman in front of them did not seem like someone who could laugh like this. Zhuo Xiaoyan was puzzled. But the man in white, who was supposed to be cold, unsociable, emotionless, and silent, suddenly turned around and said to Zhuo, "Hey, I think I've seen you before. I should know you, right? Are we acquaintances?" Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan heard this, and their whole bodies instantly tensed up. Acquaintances. Dad's acquaintances could be friends, but they could also be enemies. Maybe he was the culprit who had injured Dad and Mom. Comparing the two, Zhuo was more inclined to think that he was an enemy. After all, if he was a friend or an acquaintance, he would not say something like, "I think I've seen you before." It was almost certain that the man in white was Dad's enemy. Zhuo Zhonglu's countenance remained calm as he said indifferently, "Is that so?" The man in white laughed and winked. "I'm sure I've seen you before." Wu Yuding smiled. "Since you're an acquaintance, remember to come to my house for a meal after you're done. Anyway, my family's going to hold a family banquet and invite a group of acquaintances. The first invitation is yours. Do you have any family, relatives, friends, or old friends? Why don't you come? The more the merrier." The man in white's face suddenly changed. The smile on his face froze, and his face became pale. Next to him, someone laughed, but no one knew what they were laughing about. Zhuo suddenly realized that the other 10 people who were originally sitting around the table were intentionally or unintentionally isolating the man in white. It was as if they were saying, "We don't know this guy. We're not his family, friends, or old friends, so please don't misunderstand and don't make blind guesses." The man in white was silent for a while before he said awkwardly, "That's not appropriate. Actually, I'm not so sure. I must have mistaken you for someone else. There are so many of us, it's not very convenient. It's fine, it's fine. Everyone, come at me." Wu Yuding smiled warmly and said, "The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Isn't that the truth?" The white-robed man hesitated for a moment and said, "You're right. It's more lively when there are more people. Many of them have good things on them." Before he could finish speaking, a fellow with fiery hair grabbed his neck and twisted him back. "Come, I have something to discuss with you." At this moment, Zhuo only felt that the space was distorted. Then he saw that the man in white seemed to have changed a little. The originally clean and tidy clothes were now a little wrinkled. His hair was also a little messy. Just by looking at him, he had a subtle feeling that he had just been raped by 10 big men. However, looking at his upright and still appearance, it seemed like an illusion. There was nothing strange about him. At this moment, Zhuo and Wu Yuding spoke. "Ah, so you've mistaken me for someone else? It's really a pity." Wu Yuding was quite cooperative. "What's a pity? What's a pity? Today is a big day. Such a big auditorium, and such a big venue. It reminds me of our old friends, those who fought side by side, and those who died together." Zhuo sighed. "Life is like a dream. I don't know where they are now. Yeah, I miss them too." Wu Yuding also sighed. "Speaking of which, it's really sad. White clouds change like dogs, and the world changes constantly." At the 3 tables next to them, although some people seemed to be calm on the surface, their bodies were already a little stiff in silence. What the hell? It's starting already. It's not easy for someone to say that he's an acquaintance and confidently say that he's seen me before. Then, in the blink of an eye, he doesn't admit it. Tell me, how is this reasonable? Whether I should say it or not. In such a beautiful moment like this, how nice would it be if our old friends were all here? Zhuo sighed. Friends should be together so that it's lively. Yeah, if they were all here, it would be really wonderful. Wu Yuding sighed. Zhuo tone became more and more melancholy. If these friends were here and knew that we have a son and a daughter, and that our son has become a top student in Hidden Dragon University, a great genius, second to none, I don't know how happy they would be. Wu Yuding said, "That's for sure. We've been friends for so many years, and we're very close. After not seeing each other for so many years, we're very close. When they see our son and daughter, they might even give Xiao Duo and Yan a greeting gift. It's just that we'd be too embarrassed to do that." Zhuo said, "Sigh, what a woman's words. Our brothers are so happy to see our son and daughter. Giving them a greeting gift can't compare to the happiness in their hearts." "You're right." Zhuo sighed. Our son is so outstanding. Anyone who sees him will like him. Thinking that I'm in such a good mood now, maybe I can let Xiao Duo recognize him as a godfather or something. I don't usually say this, but today I'm so happy. I have to say yes. Wu Yuting's eyes brightened. I remember that the big guy is very good. The tall big guy. That big guy can't do it. Zhuo Chonglu shook his head and glared at his wife. What are you thinking? Why did you think of the big guy? Everyone else is better than him. Okay? Wu Yuting was stunned. What's wrong with the big guy? The big guy in front of them was completely stiff. Zhuo Zhonglu had a bitter smile on his face. He explained after a long while, I don't like to gossip behind people's backs. But that big guy is really stingy. Let's not talk about Xiao Duo. Even if his godson was sitting here, he would still be stingy. Wu Yuting was surprised. How can that be? I'm not bragging to you. You don't know that big guy's bad temper. He picks his butt and sucks his fingers. Otherwise, why can't he find a wife for so many years? He's really stingy. Wu Yuting was stunned again. Really? If you didn't say it, I really couldn't tell. Looking at the big guy's thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't think he was that kind of stingy guy. Why don't you know that you can't judge a book by its cover? Zhuo Chonglu lectured her. This is a wise saying from our ancestors. Well, you're right. You can't judge a book by its cover. Wu Yuting sighed. I thought the big guy. Sigh, I was wrong about him. That big guy is so shameless. When people help him, he doesn't even let out a fart. His godson won't take it to heart. Zhuo Chonglu chuckled and lectured his wife. So he's that kind of person. Wu Yuting suddenly understood. He. The man in white suddenly made a donkey's bray. He opened his mouth impatiently as if he wanted to say something. Then, the space faintly distorted again. The flood which gritted her teeth and continued to turn her back to Zhuo Chonglu. I knew I shouldn't have come here. You two are doing crosstalk behind my back. You're really good at flattery and teasing. Perfect partners. The flood witch's face was already as dark as the bottom of a pot. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She twisted the space and sent a space ring to Zhuo Chonglu. I admit defeat. Now, this should be enough, right? Are you satisfied? This is a meeting gift for my godson. Is it enough? But, the flood witch, you're really thinking too much. Of course, it's not enough. Think if the big guy is here and knows that we have a son and a daughter. He'll be so happy. Zhuo Chonglu's face was full of nostalgia. The flood witch's body stiffened. You mean it's not enough for me to only give you a son, but also a daughter? Wu Yuting said, although the big guy is stingy, he's a good person. He especially likes girls. It's a pity that he's not here. Otherwise, I'll make the decision to let him be Nien'er's godfather and let him have both a son and a daughter. Zhuo Chonglu was displeased and said, You're wrong. Xiao Duo's godfather has long been Xiao Nien'er's godfather. Godsons and goddaughters should be treated equally. Besides, he's not here. If he were here, with his stingy temper, I'm afraid he would only give his godsons and not his goddaughters. Yes, you're right. You're the one who sees things more clearly. I admit defeat. The flood witch twisted the space again and threw out a space ring. Her face was as black as charcoal. It was even darker than the bottom of a pot. I'm gone. Stop talking. Wife, what do you think if the big guy is really here? Zhuo Zhonglu rambled on like an old woman. He didn't seem to have an end. The flood, which had already put her telepathic thoughts into the space ring and held the thousand souls nightmare hammer. Keep talking if you have the guts. Don't go too far. I've already given out 2 sets of gifts. If you keep talking, I'll throw caution to the wind and smash you with my hammer. Do you think I don't dare to do that? If he knew that Xiao Duo already has a wife, how happy would he be? Zhuo Chonglu said. The flood witch was stunned. Her godson had found a wife. This seemed like it couldn't be saved. This must be given. So the space twisted again. Why do you keep talking about Xiao Duo? Xiao Nien'er also found a husband. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and said, You're just like the big guy. You only value boys over girls. The space twisted again. The flood, which was panting like a cow. 4 sets. That's enough. I just said that I like girls the most, and now I'm valuing boys over girls. If the big guy is here, he'll be so happy to know that Xiao Duo and Xiao Nianer are engaged. This is the most classic example of marriage. The big guy is the godfather, but he's also the father-in-law. Zhuo Chonglu smiled and said, if Xiao Duo becomes the big guy's godfather, the big guy will benefit greatly. He'll have all the seniority. How can the big guy be so lucky? Chapter 744. There was a crack. The chair under the flood witches, but broke. The space was distorted. Zhuo Chonglu touched the space ring in his hand. Well, it was time to call it a day. He put it into his own space ring. Ting When you mentioned the big guy, I couldn't help but think of a lot of old friends. For example, the big motley hair. Zhuo Chonglu looked as if he was reminiscing. The flood which looked relaxed. Taoist Thunder's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The big motley hair? Wu Yuding pretended to be confused and helped to lead the conversation. The one who likes Thunder the most, Zhuo Chonglu explained. Oh, I know. Wu Yuding suddenly understood. Taoist Thunder, who was sitting a little farther away, looked as if he had hemorrhoids under his butt. He felt uncomfortable all over. Damn it, I was laughing so hard just now that I got internal injuries. Now it's my turn? The same friends actually have different tempers, Zhuo Chonglu said. Oh, why do you say that? Can you tell me more about it? Wu Yuding asked curiously. That big motley hair is much stingier than the big guy. The big guy is stingy, but he will give what he deserves. If one day they are both here, the big guy will give a gift, but the big motley hair probably won't. Zhuo Chonglu sighed deeply. He met the wrong person. When he fought with the big guy, I saved his life. You even saved his life? Wu Yuding was shocked. You saved his life. That's a big favor. How can he not give you a gift? He doesn't know how to be polite. No, he doesn't know what's right and what's wrong. He doesn't have a bottom line, does he? Alas, he's this kind of person. He's stingy all his life. I really can't say anything about him. At such an old age, even a needle is a treasure in his eyes. He can't even bear to part with it. Zhuo Chonglu looked helpless. Taoist Thunder was so angry that he trembled all over. He really wanted to roar. What do you mean you saved my life? It's true that I was no match for the flood back then, but it wasn't to the point where my life was in danger. Was it? Besides, you jumped out to stop the fight when the outcome of the battle was still undecided. The flood which stopped because she was afraid that you would take advantage of the situation, but ever since then, you've been telling the world that you saved my life. Now, all 3 continents know that you saved my life. But what was the real situation at that time? Don't you have any fucking idea? It's no wonder. Zhuo Chonglu had a look of understanding on his face. That bastard didn't have it easy either. I heard that he took care of his wife back then. Space distorted for a moment. Taoist Thunder's face was ashen. He simply gave out 5 interspatial rings at once. Stop talking, saying it out loud in front of so many people. Do I still want my face? Even though that woman had been dead for 10,000 years, he had brought her back every time she was reincarnated. He had raised her from a little girl to an adult, and then married her. After a period of time, it died again. So, I picked it up again, continued to raise it, but the others didn't know the whole story, that if this guy was allowed to continue spouting nonsense, the entire situation would change drastically. It would become unrecognizable. Would there still be any way to listen to it? Do I still want my reputation? I've really met the wrong person. Zhuo Chonglu remained calm and collected the interspatial rings secretly. Then, he continued to sigh. Do you still remember our best friend? He's even better than an old friend. Emperor Zhai Xing's face turned green when he sensed that he was being called out. I'm not your best friend. I don't know you. Damn it. Now you're my best friend. Seeing that the couple was going to start again, Emperor Zhai Xing gave up. All right, don't say any more. I know more than the flood and thunder. 5 more interspatial rings were in his hand. Zhuo Chonglu murmured. I wonder how the others will react when they know this. Maybe they're all playing dumb. Should I call out their names? I remember many people's dark histories. Wu Yuding's interest was piqued. What dark histories? Tell us. The few people who had already given the gifts laughed. Tell us. were most interested in these. The others' faces turned ashen, hence that the space distorted continuously. Zhuo Changlu's smile became more and more comfortable. His mouth didn't stop moving, and his hands didn't stop moving. Zhuo Xiaoduo's 2 sleeves of gold were nothing compared to his father's. He was worthless. He had a bunch of interspatial rings. Moreover, the items in the interspatial rings were all rare treasures. He had only talked to his wife for a while, and these items flew to him as though they had grown legs. Awesome. Zhuo Changlu was talking to his wife. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was close at hand, couldn't hear a thing. He could only see his parents whispering in his ear. No matter how hard he tried to hold his breath, he couldn't hear anything. The space was distorted. He knew that there was a space expert isolating the space. It should be normal that he couldn't hear what his parents were saying. However, this kind of normalcy was also extremely unusual. What in the world was going on? Zhuo Xiaoyan focused all her attention on Zhuo Xiaoduo and her parents. Once there was a change, even if she had to sacrifice herself, she had to ensure that her parents and Xiaoduo were safe. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the space seal seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, the stage started. The 2 hosts were talking beautifully on the stage, giving their blessings or introducing the program. As time passed, the program started to perform one by one. As the program started, Xiaoduo felt, although the pressure he felt for no reason was still there, the sense of danger had disappeared. It had disappeared inexplicably. So Xiaoduo was surprised. He didn't understand what had happened at all. His father and mother seemed to be completely focused on the stage. Were they watching the show? Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart slowly calmed down. He quietly moved closer to Zhuo Xiaoyan's ear and said, "It's okay. It should be okay. Today's events are really strange. Everything is strange." Zhuo Xiaoyan felt the same. It seemed that all the pressure had disappeared in an instant. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you're okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo quietly reached out and took her hand. He whispered, "Let's go watch a movie in a few days when Mom and Dad leave, okay?" Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at him suspiciously. "What movie?" "It's a very formal movie." Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. "I've already booked a couple's private room. This is something that every couple should do." Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face turned red. She hummed and lowered her head. "Let's wait until Mom and Dad leave." Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was burning. He couldn't help but say, "There are also those kinds of informal movies. Do you want to watch them? You can learn a lot. We're both rookies. It's normal for us to learn." "Get lost." Zhuo Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Okay. I won't watch it." Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly admitted defeat. He rolled his eyes. "Then give me a kiss." "I won't." "I'll give you a kiss." Zhuo Xiaoduo made a sneak attack at lightning speed. He sat back in his seat with satisfaction and looked around like a thief. "Yes, no one saw me." Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and muttered, "Why didn't Gu Luoyan come?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was also a little puzzled. Normally, Gu Luoyan would either be the opening or the finale of such a large-scale show. However, this time, she, a famous star in the mainland, didn't come. It was indeed a little strange. In a space domain, from the outside, it looked like the 23 people were sitting at 4 tables. At this moment, they were sitting on 2 sides of a big table. The Umno Alliance was on one side, Astral Souls was on the other side, and the Tao League was on the other side. The sound of gongs and drums was loud outside. The applause was thunderous, and the music was lingering in the air. Clearly, everyone was still sitting in their respective chairs outside, but they were already seated neatly in here. The Flood, which sat on the left side of the long table. She was like a mountain, standing there for a long time. She was full of vigor and unshakable. Zhuo Changlu sat opposite her. There was a smaller chair beside him. Wu Yuting was sitting on it, slowly trimming her nails. Yu Xingqian sat on the other side. It looked like they were sitting side by side, but Zhuo Changlu was obviously sitting in the center, which was the so-called C position. The left and right Heavenly Kings sat next to Wu Yuting and Yu Xingqian. The Tao League's Taoist Thunder sat in the middle, facing the door. The other 6 Taoists sat on his left and right. Opposite them were the 10 grand shamans of the Umno Alliance. Now, except for a few, the others, including the Flood Witch and Taoist Thunder, all had sour expressions on their faces. After all, they were blackmailed before they could sit down. No one would be too happy if they were in this situation. So Changlu smiled and took the lead. First, let me formally introduce everyone. The people outside are my son, my daughter, my son, my daughter-in-law, and my daughter and son-in-law. Everyone, please take care of us when you see us in the future. So Changlu smiled. Ha! The noble circle is really messy. The one who spoke was the Golden Scale Grand Shaman. The Golden Scale Grand Shaman felt wronged and unhappy. What does this have to do with me? Why do I have to give a gift? Zwa, you're grabbing onto my weakness. Are you done yet? You fucking used the heaven-dissolving water to melt my armor and golden scales, and then made me run naked once. Do you have to bring it up every single time? Is it messy? Zwa Changlu chuckled. Golden-scaled Grand Shaman. Last time at the Mountain of Flames. What a perfect match. The golden-scaled Grand Shaman's face darkened. I can only congratulate you and envy you. The Ice Nether Grand Shaman crossed his legs. Now that no one cared about him, he suddenly became spirited and said with a crooked mouth, Ha! I thought someone would ridicule me, but you cowered so quickly. Just like Boss. Your weakness is also grabbed. Look at your cowardice. You're just like Boss. Lihua slammed his head on the table. Can you not bring Boss every time you ridicule me? You want to die, but we haven't lived long enough. Chapter 745. The Flood Witch snorted. He didn't seem to move, but the crowd clearly heard the dense sound of slapping, like a rainstorm. In an instant, the cold and handsome face of the deep ice, which turned into a red and swollen rotten persimmon. Then, someone involuntarily opened his mouth, and a piece of ice the size of 2 fists was fiercely stuffed into his mouth. Then a rope followed closely behind, firmly tying him up and tying a dead knot. The Flood Witch said indifferently, Whoever unties him today will receive the same treatment as him. The 9 great witches kept quiet out of fear, shaking their heads subconsciously. Taoist Thunder coughed and said, Brother Hong, you don't have to do this, right? Zhuo Chenglu also tried to persuade him and said, Brother Hong, we're all brothers. You don't have to do this, you don't have to do this. Shut up. Of course, you don't have to do this, but for me, it's necessary, very necessary. The Flood Witch said indifferently, With such a piece of cheap material, you should be satisfied after watching him make a fool of himself for so many years. Don't try to take a mile after taking an inch. People should know enough, and those who are content will always be happy. For a moment, the crowd coughed awkwardly. The Flood Witch's words were exactly what they were thinking. How could they be kind enough to stop the fight? It was purely because as long as the Deep Ice Witch's mouth was free, as long as he could still speak, he could create countless unexpected things. He could even destroy the combat power of several great witches of the Umno Alliance in an instant. Creating internal strife within a second was just a piece of cake for him. That was the so-called only one's mouth knows. It could be said that he was the biggest traitor among the Wu people. His mouth was so cheap that it could anger even the heavens and the people. However, he only dissed his own people. Regarding this divine skill, whether it was with Changlu or Taoist Thunder, they all hoped that the Deep Ice Witch could cultivate it to a higher level. It would be best if he could make further progress. Well, back to the topic. So Changlu smiled and continued talking about his son. Originally, this transformation would take a few decades, but from the looks of it, everyone was in a hurry to call me over. Something big must have happened. I might have no choice but to end the mortal dust transformation in advance. Even if this destroys the mortal dust transformation state of mind, there's nothing to say. I understand the severity of this matter. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. You Xingqian and the left and right heavenly kings both sighed softly as guilt surfaced on their faces. Zhuo Changlu's words were true. When he was suddenly pulled back from the mortal world, the state of mind at this moment would be broken, and it would be difficult for him to continue for the rest of his life. How could the impact be small? It was even more likely that the mortal dust incarnation would not be able to achieve its full potential. His cultivation and combat prowess would be affected, and instead of advancing, he would regress. Everyone here was a martial arts expert, so how could they not know what was going on? This was a hindrance to someone's future. If it were not for this, how could he have been so easily blackmailed by Zhuo Changlu and his wife? What a joke. But this time, there was really no other choice. It was such a big matter, and Zhuo Changlu was not around. There was really no legal way. After all, the return of the Demon Alliance involved countless lives and blood. It was even possible that the situation of the entire continent would change in an instant and collapse. Therefore, they could only let Zhuo Changlu and the mortal dust transformation in advance. As for the loss, Zhuo Changlu asked for a gift for his son. Everyone took it as a joke and let it go. They even felt a little embarrassed. Such a big matter, and they let it go with such a small gift. They were really taking advantage of Zhuo Changlu. Besides, Zhuo Changlu's son was their junior. Even if there was no such thing, it seemed like they should still give him something. They pushed the boat with the current, and it was the two of them who blackmailed them. It was just right to let this matter go. Yu Xingqian sighed and said softly, "Brother Zhuo, I'm sorry." The faces of the masters of the Dao League and the Umno Alliance were also full of sighs. However, their eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. They deserved it. Only the Flood which frowned and looked at Zhuo Changlu opposite her. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. Looking at the others who obviously did not mean what they said, the Flood which only had disdain in her eyes. With such a state of mind, do you deserve to be at the top of the world? People who take pleasure in other people's bad experiences. Perhaps you don't know that this in itself is a hindrance, an inner demon. Therefore, back then, Taoist thunder might have been able to block a few hundred of my attacks and escape unscathed. But if we fight now, I'm sure I can smash you to death directly. You can't even run away. Now, I'm just waiting for Zhuo Changlu to come back. As for you, I don't even have a mood to fight. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. Facing Yu Xingqian's guilt, he sighed and said, "The big picture is more important. If you really feel bad, old Yu, help me do more things in the future. It's okay if you suffer a little." "No problem." Yu Xingqian patted his chest. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu looked at each other and sighed bitterly. But in their hearts, they were instantly delighted. Well, there was someone to do the work for them. Well, there was one more thing to talk about. It was better to have a few more of such ready-made cheap deals. Even if there were 8 or 10 of them every day, it would not be too much. Yu Dongtian instinctively felt that his father might have been cheated, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. After all, no one would have thought that the Zhui couple's transformation into the mortal dust was completed. It was so timely and so coincidental. If there were only a few years left, everyone might suspect that it had been brought forward. But there should be a few decades left. No one would doubt it, even if they cracked their heads. So Zhonglu said, "Originally, I wouldn't have exposed my son if there was still a long time. But now that he's destined to return, there's no harm in doing so. Old Hong, what do you think?" The Flood which snorted and said very unhappily, "Whoever dares to touch that boy will be my mortal enemy. Brother Hong is so righteous." Zhuo Changlu cupped his hands and said, "I thank you on behalf of my son. When I come back, I will invite you to my house. If you don't mind, I will let this boy worship you as his godfather and give him more support." The Flood Witch's face was as black as iron. It was so dark that it was impossible to look at it. It was darker than the bottom of a black charcoal pot. Lai Ho Great Witch and Dan Kong Great Witch all lowered their heads. The other great witches were confused. Something's not right with Boss today. Why are you so eager to protect the son of that Zhuo guy? And when did you become so intimate that you can have a family banquet and prepare to worship him as your godfather? This can't be. This is against the duty of a great witch. Well. The Ice Deep Witch shook his head anxiously and pointed to the ice in his mouth with a face full of anxiety and excitement. Obviously, he was saying, "I have something to say about this topic. Who can let me go?" Of course, no one paid attention to him. The Flood Witch even slapped him across the air and stuffed the ice even tighter. After a long while, the ice deep, which looked lost, and finally became silent. Thank you, everyone. When the child grows up, everything will be good. At that time, we will rely on our positions and methods. But if we use dirty tricks, it will not be very comfortable. Thank you for your gifts today. Wu Yuting bowed and said, Thank you, everyone. She smiled softly and said, This time, even if our strength regresses, we will accept it. After all, we've obtained a little treasure that we've always dreamed of, but never had. However, please keep it a secret. The child doesn't know our true identity now. At this point, Wu Yuting and Zhuo Chonglu were speechless. Zhuo Xiaoyan was fine. It was fine to tell her everything now. But Zhuo Xiaoduo that if this guy knew that his father was the legendary sky inspecting minister, he would probably lie down and become a salted fish the moment he heard it. Fuck, I always felt that there was a lot of danger. This world is too unsafe. I am exhausted from cultivation, but I found out that my father is the world's #1 awesome person. Then why am I still cultivating? Salted fish, salted fish. So what if I am rich and idle? I can lie down and win a lifetime of leisure. Who dares to provoke me? Even the left and right heavenly kings don't dare to provoke me. Who else? Perhaps he would regret his previous efforts and feel that he was an idiot for working so hard for nothing. If only he had known earlier. But the others obviously couldn't understand the true meaning of Wu Yuting's words. Taoist Thunder said in surprise, Even if it's just training, there's no need to be so secretive, right? Zhuo Chonglu said indifferently, Mental state. Everyone was smart enough to understand situation. Hearing this, they immediately understood. Mental state had always been very important to cultivators. It was the most important thing. It was the same experience. Going through it with fear and trepidation, and going through it calmly knowing that nothing would happen, the result was absolutely different. Grand Shaman Inferno said, There should be a time limit for this, right? Don't tell me you won't get involved in it for a lifetime. So what Chonglu said, As usual, Ascension will do. Ascension Realm. The upper echelons of the 2 continents were pondering. The meaning of Zhuo Chonglu's words was obvious. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo reached the Ascension Realm, the upper echelons couldn't make a move on him. And this restriction was that the upper echelons couldn't exceed 2 realms. This rule was very interesting. If Zhuo Xiaoduo was at the nascent transformation realm, the upper echelons could only send cloud transformation realm cultivators to deal with him, and there was no limit to the number of people. But if they sent God reigning realm cultivators, it would be against the rules. Cloud transformation realm and God reigning realm cultivators were allowed to make a move. But if profound realm cultivators of a higher realm were to make a move, it would be against the rules, and so on and so forth. In fact, this kind of agreement had been made many times between the 3 continents. Once a genius of the continent appeared, the worst thing to worry about was dying prematurely. But no matter how talented a genius was, he couldn't go without training. Otherwise, he wouldn't die prematurely and would naturally become a mortal. And so, such an agreement was made. Originally, before Zhuo Chonglu and Yu Xingchen matured, the humans of the Astral Souls continent didn't have the right to make such a request. It had always been the Umno Alliance and the Dao League who made such requests. The humans of the Astral Souls continent definitely didn't have the right. Every time they heard this, they would feel so sullen that they wanted to kill someone. Before this young man reaches the Ascension Realm, you upper echelons can't touch him. During that time, the humans were extremely sullen. Chapter 746. It wasn't until the Sky Surveyor throne and Emperor Zhaixing risked their lives to rise up and fought a shocking battle that they were finally able to compete with the top 2 factions of the Wu People's Dao Alliance. Only then did humans truly have the right to speak, including the left and right heavenly kings, the great commanders, and so on. Now, all the top experts of the Astral Souls grew up under the protection of these conditions. It had been developing all the way to the present day. Of course, not being able to move didn't mean that they couldn't move at all. It was possible to send out cultivators of the same realm or a higher realm to deal with them. However, there was one characteristic of these geniuses that everyone was clear about. That was, they could fight those of a higher realm. If they sent out too few people, they would only be killed. If they sent out too many people, even if the other party couldn't win, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. After all, there wasn't an absolute difference in realm between the two sides. It wasn't to the extent that they couldn't even escape. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't cases of successful killings. However, it was an iron rule that no one could fight against those of a higher realm. Once that happened, the other party's revenge would only be so tragic that the other party couldn't bear it. The other party would directly attack the civilians and martial arts schools of the continent that was in the wrong. When the top experts attacked, they would wipe out a large area with one sweep, leaving no room for survival. The top experts of this world sweeping through the martial arts schools was definitely not something that the higher-ups would be happy to see. It would be an unbearable disaster. This kind of disaster was unprecedented. Brother Hong, what do you think? Zhuo Changlu calmly asked the Flood Witch. The Flood Witch felt a wave of annoyance in her heart. You're asking me first? What do you mean? I'm his godfather. What can I say? He snorted and said, I don't have any objections. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Shen ascend to the heavens, the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance who are at the heavens realm and above won't attack them. I, the Flood, guarantee it with my moral standing. After saying this, he felt an indescribable tightness in his chest. I'm their godfather. As their godfather, I've only been sent to my death once that after I died. I owed them so much just because they cried a few words of mourning. Damn it, what a loss. No, ba. It's my incarnation that died, not me. Ha! Zhuo Changlu laughed. Brother Hong is indeed straightforward. He then turned to look at Thunder Taoist priest and said, What does Brother Thunder have to say? Taoist Thunder pondered for a while and didn't say anything for a long time. He was actually very worried. It was one thing for the other geniuses, but the son, surnamed Zhuo, was destined to be difficult to deal with. But why did that guy Flood agree so readily? In the past, even if they knew what the outcome would be, they would still wrangle with each other for a while and strive for the greatest benefits for their side. Our Tao League has always been an alliance of astral souls. Shouldn't the Umno Alliance be the most vehement opponent? Then, I had to help with Changlu convince you. That was the normal thing to do. You have to at least hold out until the astral souls come up with some benefits. Then you can propose some conditions. Was that why he agreed? What was going on now? The person who was supposed to be the bad guy had mysteriously disappeared. Then I, the good guy, didn't want to be the bad guy. After a long time, he finally sighed and said, I agree too. Wu Yuting snorted and said, Brother Thunder, what did you agree to? Taoist Thunder frowned unhappily. I've already agreed. Why do you have to say it clearly? Are you afraid that I'll play a word trap? The other 6 swords of the Tao League all glared at Wu Yuting. Mrs. Zhuo, do you have to be so careful? Wu Yuting said lightly, Brother Thunder, if you don't say it clearly, how would I know what you agreed to? What if you go back on your words and use all kinds of excuses to say that you agreed to something else? It's not like that hasn't happened before. Taoist priest Yin was furious. You've gone too far. Wu Yuting slammed the table and stood up. She was even more furious than Taoist priest Yin. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you want to fight me on the spot, or what? Shouldn't I be suspicious of your perfunctory and vague words now? Are you ready to go back on your words? Do you want to harm my son? Wu Yuting suddenly pointed at Taoist Thunder's nose and scolded. Old bastard. What do you want to do? Honest people don't do underhanded things. Are you planning something bad today? Taoist Thunder was so angry that he couldn't speak. His face turned purple. He didn't say it clearly because he wanted to keep it for the future. However, Taoist Thunder didn't expect to be scolded like this. Humans need face, and trees need bark. Everyone here was a high-ranking member of the same faction. Was there a need to curse like a shrew in the streets? Besides, wasn't it normal to keep a trump card? We're allies. How can I? Taoist Thunder was furious. Bullshit. What alliance? Bullshit alliance. You're scheming against the people in the alliance. Wu Yuding slammed the table and said loudly, "If you don't say it clearly today, I don't care about the so-called alliance. I have nothing to lose, and I'm not afraid." "What alliance?" "Those old bastards in the Tao League actually thought of harming my son and wanted to form an alliance with me. I won't fight the Umno Alliance anymore. I'll fight the Tao League. Tomorrow, I'll destroy all the high martial arts schools in the Tao League." "Old bastard, do you think I won't do it?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Changlu coughed. His wife had finished playing the good cop, so it was his turn to play the bad cop. He looked unhappy. "Look at you, what do you look like? How can Brother Lei be that kind of despicable old bastard? He hasn't done it yet, has he?" Zhuo Changlu reprimanded his wife. "It'll be too late if he does it." "Humph." Wu Yuding snorted and turned her head away angrily. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. "Brother Lei, my wife is a woman after all. Her hair is long, but her knowledge is short. Don't take it to heart. But then again, Brother Lei, you should know how much a mother cares for her child. Brother Lei, you just had to get yourself into trouble. Sigh, you're already so old. Why are you purposely getting yourself into trouble?" Taoist Lei was so angry that his beard was blown up. "Are you trying to stop the fight, or are you helping your wife scold me?" "Brother Lei, just say the word. This is the end of it." Zhuo Changlu smiled. "Brother Lei, you don't really have to kill my son, my daughter, my son-in-law, and my daughter-in-law, do you?" Zhuo Changlu tapped the table with his finger and said word by word, "Brother Lei, you can't joke about this." The threat in this sentence was too strong. Taoist Lei was about to explode in anger. However, he could only swallow his anger and said, "Am I that kind of person?" Zhuo Changlu smiled. "Then please give me a definite word, Brother Lei." Taoist Lei's face darkened. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan reached the Skysoar realm, none of the Tao League's experts at the Skysoar realm or above will make a move against them. This time, Taoist Lei was much more cautious. He even added the word "Ji," which was the easiest to forget. If this word was used again, Taoist Lei felt that he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Zhuo Changlu clapped and laughed. "Brother Lei, you're really straightforward." Then he said to the Flood Witch, "Brother Hong, you forgot to add G just now." The Flood Witch took out the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer with a swoosh and said with a sinister smile, "You don't fucking believe me? Do you want me to say it again?" Zhuo Changlu laughed. "Even if I don't believe anyone, I have to believe you. Brother Hong, what's our relationship?" "Haha, calm down, calm down. Why are you so agitated?" The Great Flood, which had an extremely strong impulse to smash the other party's smiling face flat with a hammer. "Do you think I can't tell what you're trying to say? Although I haven't studied much since I was young, I haven't forgotten that I'm your son's godfather." However, after thinking about it, she finally put away her hammer. Taking a deep breath, she said, "I'll give your wife face. I won't smash you with my hammer." Wu Yuding smiled sweetly. "Brother Hong is indeed a good person. I'll definitely treat you to a drink later. I'll ask Xiao Duo to toast you a few more times." The Flood Witch's anger was stuck in her throat. "I can't afford to eat your food. Previously, we didn't dare to blackmail me even if I ate casually. But now, I can't afford it even more than others. Besides, what do you mean by Brother Hong? If Taoist Lei and the others find out that we're relatives, that I don't want my old face anymore." Zhuo Changlu laughed and changed the topic. "It's time to talk about serious matters. Why'd you drag me out so urgently this time?" Once they talked about serious matters, the higher-ups of the 3 continents instantly became serious and solemn. "It's because of that space relic." The Flood Witch's face darkened. She didn't say a word. Although Taoist Lei had just eaten a big fart, he could only speak. After all, only the 2 of them had enough status. "What's the matter?" The sound of Donghuang's bell appeared in this space relic. "I believe Brothers Wen knows what it means." Taoist Lei sighed. Zhuo Changlu nodded. "Donghuang's bell." Zhuo Changlu said, "Is it a bell or a sound? Is it a sound directly or an echo? Is it Donghuang's arrangement or someone else's arrangement?" The 20-odd people at the table all had looks of admiration on their faces. This sentence was composed of a series of questions, and these questions were too professional. They went straight to the point. "It's a sound, an echo. It's not Donghuang's arrangement. It's an echo of Kuan Peng. Taoist Lei's face was serious. Kuan Peng? Zhuo Changlu frowned. Is there an avatar of primordial spirit in the relic? It was still a direct question. He didn't ask if there was an avatar of Kuan Peng in the relic. If there was an avatar of Kuan Peng, the situation would have changed. At least, the higher-ups of the 3 continents couldn't be all alive. There must be a considerable number of casualties. Yes, but I killed it with a hammer. The flood which snorted. Then we'll have to trouble you. Zhuo Changlu inexplicably remembered Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortune-telling for Bai Yinduo. With a serious face, he said, Flood, how long did it take for the Umno Alliance to find the coordinates and return from the starry sky? If I remember correctly, it's more than 8 years, right? The flood which nodded deeply and said, yes, 8 years and 9 months. Strictly speaking, it's close to 9 years. Chapter 747. Zhuo Changlu nodded and looked at Taoist Thunder. Taoist Thunder said, ever since the humans of our Tao Alliance came into contact with the coordinates, it has been 6 years. Zhuo Changlu said, 9 years for the Umno Alliance and 6 years for the Tao League. Maybe the people in the Umno Alliance have more muscles than brains, so the time difference is a bit big. The flood, which was speechless, and the other 10 great witches also looked unfriendly. The deep ice witch, who regained the right to speak through the high-level meeting, said discontentedly, Who are you saying has no brains? Maybe the 11 of them have no brains, but don't confuse me with them. I have more brains than muscles. The 10 great witches all turned to look at the deep ice witch. The deep ice witch slapped his own mouth and said, Of course, our boss has a lot of brains. Ha! Raging Fire Golden Scale, and the others sneered. You're finished, brother-in-law. It seems that your skin is very tight, and you need to loosen it. Seeing that all the other magi were staring at him, the icy deep witch panicked and said in a panic, In fact, my brothers-in-law and the other 9 magi are all smarter than Big Brother. No, it's Big Brother's brain that's not as good as theirs. The raging fire which hit his head on the table. He was completely speechless. He regretted. Why did he have to untie him? The deep ice which realized that he had said something wrong again and explained in a panic. I didn't mean that our boss is stupid. I never meant that. I meant that our boss is not very smart. No, I meant that the 10 of them have pig brains. No, I meant that our boss is as stupid as an idiot. No, I mean, the flood witch's face was as cold as ice, and she looked at Raging Fire with sharp eyes. Raging Fire had already rushed up and desperately covered the deep ice witch's mouth. Don't explain. Please. The icy deep witch sobbed for a long while. Finally, her face turned into a look of despair. She tore a piece of cloth from her own robe and apologized in a deep voice. Big Brother, I will never say that you are stupid again. I will never tell the truth again. I will tie my mouth now. After saying that, he actually took out a big block of ice and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he tied it with a piece of cloth and tied it dead, not behind his head. He looked at the flood, which with pleading eyes, and the other great magi, but I'm already like this. You won't beat me up anymore, right? Look at how sincere I am when I admit my mistake. The flood witch's temples were throbbing, and the other great witches were gnashing their teeth. The great witch of fire was speechless. Why do I have such a brother-in-law? I want a divorce. The deep ice witch rolled her eyes and became more and more frightened. It seems that these people don't look good. I didn't say anything. Is it necessary? Why didn't brother-in-law say anything for me? Brother-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law. Let's get down to business. Let's settle your family matters later. Taoist Thunder came out to smooth things over. Unfortunately, he didn't forget to secretly whisper. I remember that the imprint of the Tao League wasn't left by the Tao ancestor. Moreover, the Tao League wasn't the ruler of the continent. Zhuo Changlu said. Taoist Thunder's face was a little dark, and he said, Yes, the feedback of the imprint we got back then was very weak. Therefore, it's fundamentally different from the Demon League's relic space this time. In the relic space, there's Kuan Peng's primordial spirit guarding it. There's also the Donghuang's bell that was intercepted. In addition, the Demon League was once the ruler of this world. Do you still remember that we haven't found the Demon League's heavenly palace yet? Zhuo Changlu said, therefore, I boldly speculate that the Demon League will return in 5 years at the latest and 3 years at the earliest. I wonder if anyone has any objections to this inference? Daoist Thunder's face was very ugly, and he said, my guess is 5 or 7 years. Flood's conjecture is the same as yours. Zhuo Changlu said, the starry sky is vast, and the world is endless. We don't know where the Demon League is now, and what they've been doing all these years. Therefore, we can only prepare for the worst and prepare for the worst situation in the most active state. Only then can we obtain a chance of survival in this war that's bound to come. If we're lucky, we'll only be digging our own graves. Daoist Thunder said sullenly, yes. Zhuo Changlu turned to Yu Xingxin and said, draw a big map of the ancient world on the table and mark it as the demon race. Okay. Yu Xingxin's elemental energy fluctuated, and with a whoosh, a map appeared on the big table. There was a huge empty space. This empty space occupied almost half of the entire continent. This is where the Demon League is. Looking at this map, all the higher-ups of the 3 continents were silent. Didn't the Demon League occupy half of the entire continent back then? The other 8 races divided the remaining half equally. This was a huge force. Zhuo Changlu stared at the map for a long time and sighed faintly. If the Demon League returns, their starting point will be the tip. They'll directly insert themselves into their original position and connect the 4 continents. Zhuo Changlu's expression was extremely worried, and he said, and this tip is the Astral Soul's continent, which is currently occupied by humans. It's also the main camp of this continent. The left side is the Umno Alliance continent, and the right side is the continent space. This space belongs to the Demon League. After this space, we'll reach the Dao League. Zhuo Changlu looked at the map silently and said, this means that the Umno Alliance and the humans of the Astral Soul's continent will be the demon race's first targets. Although the Dao League won't come into contact for the time being with the demon race's advancing speed, it won't take long to go around it. It's basically equivalent to the entire continent facing the enemy. Does anyone have any objections to this? No. All the higher-ups nodded at the same time. The return of the Demon League is inevitable. There's no luck. Zhuo Changlu said indifferently. I have no intention to say the rest. Everyone knows in their hearts that our 3 continents will join forces to fight against the demon race. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone's expression was heavy, and no one said anything. But can the combined strength of our 3 continents fight against the Demon League? Zhuo Changlu asked. Not only is it not optimistic, it's far from enough. The Flood Witch's expression was steely, and she said, even if we join forces, we're still not the Demon League's match. That's for sure. Maybe we can fight in terms of numbers, but the middle level is too far apart. And the number of experts above the Sky Realm can only be described as a huge disparity. As for those pinnacle experts, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Daoist Thunder also had a worried expression. If the Demon League returns, they'll be restricted by the Heavenly Dao, just like Zhu Wu and the Dao ancestors. His Majesty Dongwang and His Majesty the Demon King won't be able to awaken and participate in the battle. Zhuo Changlu reminded. The Flood Witch exhaled and said, even so, His Majesty the Demon King still has 10 great experts of the demon race and 365 demon gods under his command. Their battle strength isn't limited. Also, the 10 great princes of the demon race are also extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, even if His Majesty Dongwang and His Majesty the Demon King don't personally participate in the battle, just a little bit of their strength is enough to sweep across the continent and cause unimaginable destruction. The sound of Dongwang's bell is the best and most realistic proof. Zhuo Changlu's expression was as heavy as water. The Flood Witch said lightly, 365 demon gods are indeed powerful. I can be sure that no one is my opponent. But as long as 3 of them join forces, I'll have to retreat. The icy hell, which hurriedly untied the cloth and took out the ice. He said stiffly, "What retreat? You're really shameless. This is clearly called fleeing." Halfway through his words, he suddenly came to his senses and slapped himself until he saw stars. He quickly tied his mouth again, and his eyes shrank. I didn't say anything." The great flood which snorted and reached out his hand, grabbing the great ice switch over. He rubbed his hands together and turned the tall and straight great ice which into a round, 5-inch man. Then he put the great ice switch on the table in front of him. Only then did he remove the claw from the little guy's mouth and remove the ice cube from his mouth. He said with a pleasant expression, "Among all the brothers, you are the most straightforward and have the gift of the gab. Go on, say whatever you want. I'll let you have your fill." The icy hell which shook his head in fear. The flood which put him in front of her and looked at him. She didn't care about him, and then said, speaking of the 10 powerful figures of the demon clan, "I may be able to fight with a few of them, but I'm definitely not their opponent. For example, Kuan-Pung. Even with my current cultivation, I'm still far behind him. And the 10 princes of the demon clan. Their strength is hard to estimate." The flood which said softly, "So, the situation is not only not optimistic, but also pessimistic." The flood which admitted that she was no match for them. Everyone's expression became even more solemn. The flood which was already the strongest person on the side of the 3 continents. But she admitted that she was no match for the few people on the side of the Demon League. The situation was indeed pessimistic, and the future was bleak. The combat strength of both sides is of the utmost importance, but it's not the most critical problem. At that time, the human clan of the Astral Souls was also struggling to survive. As long as there is room for maneuver, it may not be impossible for the future to be long. The first problem that needs to be considered now is that when the Demon League returns, it will inevitably cause the disaster of the border between the 4 continents. You should know that this kind of shock is disastrous. Zhou Changlu knocked on the table and said, "Everyone here has experienced the disaster of the border. Naturally, you know that every time the border shock occurs, many people will die. And this time, the Demon League returns with great momentum, which is unprecedented. I think the level of shock this time will only be greater than before. At that time, the world will be reversed. Tsunamis, mountain disasters, volcanoes, and ice seas can all be foreseen. What we urgently need to think about is how to reduce this shock." Chapter 748. Zhou Changlu spoke clearly. "This is the first problem that bears the brunt of the problem. You should know that countless experts came from ordinary people. The death of these people will be a huge blow to the strength of the 3 continents. We must avoid it as much as possible." Taoist thunder and the flood which shook their heads at the same time. "There's no other way. How can we avoid it?" The others also shook their heads. When 2 continents collided with each other in order to fuse, it would definitely cause a considerable scale of landslides and tsunamis. This was unavoidable. It was too difficult to reduce the effect of this collision, that in the eyes of the flood, which in Taoist thunder, the only thing they could do was to gather the humans in some plain areas and strengthen the defense. Once the collision happened, all the experts would burst out their strength and build a shield to protect the ordinary people. However, this was only the most ideal plan in their minds. When it came to it, it was difficult to realize. After all, when the time came, there were not many real experts who could stay behind. At that time, all the experts of the 3 continents, whether they were good or evil, would have to rush to the front line to block the first wave of attack of the Demon League. If the 3 continents couldn't even block the first wave of attack of the Demon League, then there would be no need to block in the future. The Demon League would only invade the 3 continents like locusts. When that time came, it would be the real disaster and the end of the 3 races. The first problem is to organize the forces of the officials to protect the civilians. This is not negotiable, whether it's the Umno Alliance, the Dao League, or the Astral Souls. Zhou Changlu made the final decision without any discussion. "Okay, no problem. The second problem is where to build the fortress. I hope that there must be a no-fly zone in the sky above the fortress. And this no-fly zone must be strong and big. It must cover as much area as possible. So Chenglu turned to look at Great Shaman Dan Kong and said lightly, Dan Kong, what do you want to say about my idea? Great Shaman Dan Kong's face turned bitter. Zwa, you think too highly of me. According to your idea, the no-fly zone should cover at least 1,000,000 miles. Think about it yourself. Is it something I can do? Even if we can't do it, we have to think of a way to make it happen. The flood which took over the topic and said calmly, almost everyone in the Demon League knows how to fly. Riding the clouds, riding the mist, and riding the wind are all trivial matters. If we can't ban the air, the so-called defense line is just a joke. That's right. So what Chenglu said, I have an idea about the no-fly zone. What thoughts? Everyone asked. When the time comes, the three of us will send out our highest-level experts to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens. Zwa Chenglu said calmly, borrow the power of the heavenly axiom to construct a no-fly zone. Everyone was speechless. Their faces were bitter. Blood sacrifice to the heavens. Without reaching a certain level, what right did he have to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens? But since he had fought to this level, the blood sacrifice of the heavens would consume his own source energy. This is a necessary sacrifice. Zwa Chenglu said calmly, let's sign up first. He laughed bitterly. Our mortal dust transformation has been interrupted anyway. It's just wishful thinking to go one step further. So, we are naturally duty-bound to bear the brunt of this matter. Hearing this, everyone was silent. They all had different thoughts. But this time, the timing of the mortal dust transformation was really. This matter is settled. Zwa Chenglu concluded directly. Good. The flood which took a deep breath. Let's do it together then. Good. Taoist Thunder also nodded bitterly. Then, the next problem is related to the fortress. Zwa Chenglu said, the higher-ups of the three clans will join forces to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens. The possibility of the heavenly axiom agreeing to borrow power is very high. After all, the Demon League has returned. The power of the heavenly axiom on the other side is much stronger than ours. If we allow it to plunder without any bottom line, we will only be defeated. But how will the fortress be built? Will it be built? Zwa Chenglu asked, this is your problem. We, the astral souls, don't touch the sun-moon pass of the human race. The faces of the 11 great wizards all turned ugly. The problem now was obvious. The fortress of the astral souls and the Tao Alliance was actually one. As long as it was blocked, the demons would not be able to come over. The problem was on the side of the Umno Alliance. For so many years, they had been in an offensive position. How could they have considered defense? They suddenly had to build a fortress. And it was a very long and thick fortress. The few grand shamans felt a headache coming on and were helpless. The fortress must be built. The flood which muttered, we will find a way to complete it. Building an indestructible fortress like the one in the astral souls is a top priority. It must be done. It's not easy, the fire wizard sighed. To build such a fortress, it required the lives of experts to communicate with the heavenly axiom and the power of the stars. But the premise of this was that many high-level cultivators had to be sacrificed. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I have to remind you that the so-called Big Dipper, Southern Dipper, Greedy Wolf, Army Destroyer, and other sects, fundamentally speaking, they all belong to the Demon League. Those constellations, too many of them originated from the ancient celestial court's conferment of titles. Zwa Chenglu said, I won't deny it. The Umno Alliance has always been careless. But this is the only thing you must pay attention to. The 11 great wizards were all shocked when they heard this. They glanced at each other. This guy surnamed Zwa is indeed insidious. He is provoking us so openly, but we can't not be instigated. Other than that, there are the experts of the continent. Zwa Chenglu said, the hidden experts of various races should come out to help. The flood which snorted and said, The Umno Alliance only has 3 people. Taoist Thunder coughed and said, "Let's have more people in the Tao League. A dozen people will come out." The Flood Witch sneered. Zhuo Changlu frowned and said, "There are only humans like us, astral souls. There are almost no hidden experts. They are really useless." Great Witch Dan Kong curled his lips and said, "At that time, so many of you passed the Heaven's Gate. If I remember correctly, there were 7 people who survived." Zhuo Changlu snorted and said, "So what? The survivors are either dead or disabled. How much strength do you think they have left? Except for you two and Yu Xingchen, the other 4 people are disabled, but their foundation is still there. It's one thing to let them come out and let us see how much strength they have left. It's another thing to let them come out and let us have a look. Didn't you all say that you want to cooperate sincerely? I don't see much sincerity from you." The Golden Scale Wizard said sarcastically. And Lei Changtian, the founder of the Devil Path, has been living in seclusion for so many years. He shouldn't be dead yet, right? Isn't he also a top expert of you humans? There are a few more. In these years of fighting, you astral souls have produced the most geniuses. Taoist Feng snorted coldly. So Changlu sneered too. We astral souls have always been fighting in the front line. Each of us is rolling on the road of life and death. Naturally, there are more people who become stronger. What's wrong with this? Are we going to be like you, hiding in the back and accumulating strength silently? Taoist Thunder coughed and said, "When the time comes, let's all deploy together. Don't hide anything." "Ha!" Zhuo Changlu sneered. "Then it's the new generation." Zhuo Changlu said, "I heard that the Flood Witch once proposed a blood sacrifice." The Flood Witch sat up straight and said with a serious face, "A top expert is far more useful than 100,000 mediocre people, especially the upcoming battle against the Demon League. In these years, although there have been many battles, it's still far from cruel. Before coming here, I've already sent an order to the Umno Alliance. From today onwards, all the high martial arts schools in the Umno Alliance are allowed to expand the number of deaths. Students are allowed to have frequent battles of life and death. At the same time, the Umno Alliance will recruit soldiers from all over the territory. Enter the battle." The Flood Witch said coldly, "Using battles to nurture soldiers, eliminating the weak and keeping the strong, using life and death to nurture experts. The mediocre will die, and the strong will live. In 3 months, the Umno Alliance will launch an endless war against the Astral Souls and the Tao League." The Flood Witch said coldly, "If you don't want to fight, we'll fight. If we kill all of you, the Umno Alliance will fight against the Demon League." The expressions of the higher-ups of the Tao League and the Astral Souls changed when they heard this. Even Zhuo Changlu and his wife were no exception. The Flood, which had actually started to implement this extremely crazy plan. Zhuo Changlu's expression turned cold, and he immediately calmed down. His fingers tapped on the table unconsciously. From the bottom of his heart, he agreed with the Flood Witch's plan, even if the consequences would be incomparably tragic. However, the current situation had reached an extreme. There were too many high-level experts of the Demon League that were about to return. Even if all the experts of the 3 continents were added together, it was still less than a third of the experts of the Demon League. Moreover, many of the experts of the Demon Clan could fight to a draw with the Flood Witch. Some of them could even defeat the Flood, or even kill the Flood. For the current peak strength of the 3 continents, this level of existence was almost unbeatable. Someone had to sharpen themselves through life and death. Through one battle after another, they had to break through the shackles and improve their strength. Otherwise, this battle would be lost without a doubt. Once they lost, the 3 continents would be wiped out. There would be no luck. The Umno Alliance and the Tao League might still have a foundation. They might be able to preserve some seeds and survive in the cracks. However, once the humans of the Astral Souls were defeated, they would definitely fall and become food for the Demon Clan again. After a long silence, Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said calmly, "The Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance. High martial arts schools will start cruel education. Everyone will be conscripted. Martial cultivators above the cloud transformation realm, except for those who have official duties, will unconditionally participate in the frontline war. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors to humanity and killed without mercy. Chapter 749. Wait. Yu Xingqian suddenly stood up. Old Zhuo, this order. It's better not to give it out so easily. It's too cruel. Humans are not like the Umno Alliance, the Tao League. The Umno Alliance and the Tao League don't care about blood ties at all. But we, the human race of astral souls, pay special attention to this. Once this order is given, countless children will fall in a pool of blood. At that time, the entire continent of astral souls will be angry and resentful. The families and parents of countless children who will die will not care about the big picture. Old Zhuo, this will be infamy for eternity. Zhuo Chonglu turned his head and said, if we don't bear this infamy, then are we going to prepare for the whole human race to become food for the demons? Or let the Umno Alliance come in and unify the continent? Humans become slaves of the Umno Alliance and then die tragically in the battle with the Demon Alliance? What if we continue to fight as we did in the past and stop at nothing but resistance? Even if we can defend against the Umno Alliance when the Demon Alliance returns, can we prevent the extinction of the whole race? Zhuo Zhonglu took a deep breath and said, I'm a parent now, and I understand this feeling. Our children always hope that they can grow up safely, but the current situation won't give them that chance. They will only have a way to survive if they start fighting. Now, we can only let them walk down the path of cruelty, from a slightly cruel path to an infinitely cruel path. Only by walking out can they ensure their future survival. I also want this gentle situation to continue for a long time. I also want this world to be free of cruelty forever. But is that possible? Yu Xingqian's face was bitter. But once this decision is made, the person who gives this order will be condemned and reviled by the whole world. Even if we win in the end, it will still be hard to reverse. History has never denied merits or mistakes because of victory. Even if your order, in the eyes of the higher-ups, is the most correct way to deal with the current situation, but not all of the humans on this continent are the higher-ups. The majority of the people who don't understand the situation are the ones who do. They will only consider the problem from their own standpoint, saying that this is unfair, that this is too cruel, that this policy is too inhumane. After all, for many parents, their children are their everything. We completely understand your feelings. Old Zhuo, you have to think twice. Zhuo Chonglu said lightly. That's why you and I can't sign it together. Yu Xingqian was stunned. I'll sign this order. Zhuo Chonglu said indifferently. In the future, if we win one day, or if we reach a temporary peace with the Demon Alliance where we don't interfere with each other's business, then I'll leave it to you. This torrential sea of fury, this eternal infamy. Zhuo Chonglu looked at Yu Xingqian calmly. I'll take responsibility. Yu Xingqian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly flew into a rage. Are you saying that I can't take responsibility? Zhuo Chonglu snorted. It's not a question of whether you can take responsibility or not, but between the two of us, one of us has to sign this order and take responsibility for the infamy, while the other has to take responsibility for setting things right. One is the good cop, the other is the bad cop. This is necessary. If we lose in the future and both of us die in battle, then it doesn't matter, and we'll let the future generations judge. But if we win, then someone has to clean up this mess. Zhuo Chonglu said gently, Old Yu, do you understand? Yu Xingqian said firmly, if that's the case, then I'll take responsibility for this infamy. You're the strongest among us humans, the strongest pillar. It's not appropriate for you to bear this infamy. Unfortunately, your character doesn't fit. Zhuo Chonglu narrowed his eyes. I've always been the 1 meter higher, and I do whatever I want. This has to be done by me. Don't argue with me. Suddenly, he pulled a long face. Sit down. Even if you and I want to argue, we should do it when there's no one around. Now, in front of the Alliance and the Tao League, do you want to make a fool of yourself? Yu Xingqian gasped for breath and stared at Zhuo Chonglu's coffin for a long time. Finally, he said dejectedly, "Okay." Then, Yu Xingqian stood up straight and solemnly saluted Zhuo Chonglu. Yu Xingqian knew that he was destined to not be able to take responsibility for this. Zhuo Chonglu said it nicely that they would fight when there was no one around, but that was impossible. After all, in front of Flood, Thunder Dao, and the others, Zhuo Chonglu had already said it and made his attitude clear. If they changed their minds after the meeting, and Yu Xingqian took responsibility for this infamy and issued this order, not to mention others, even Zhuo Chonglu himself couldn't afford to lose face. So now, it was already decided. Great Flood Shaman sat opposite, looking at Zhuo Zhonglu's eyes, full of admiration. She inexplicably felt a little better in her heart. This guy's surname Zhuo is quite a character. That time when I was tricked by him, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Anyway, I still have an eldest son. Our Dao League. Thunder Dao's face was full of struggle. The Dao League, the Astral Souls, and the Alliance were fundamentally different. Over the years, the Alliance and the Astral Souls have been fighting to the death, and it was extremely tragic. On the other hand, the Dao League's mainland, because it was located behind the Astral Souls, was much more peaceful and peaceful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a paradise. The children of the high martial arts schools under the Dao League's jurisdiction basically roamed the world and increased their experience. Although they were known to roam the world, there were very few who encountered life-threatening situations. Unless it was a feud between sects, clans, or a melodramatic plot like stealing someone else's girlfriend or having his girlfriend stolen otherwise, there were basically no deaths. The entire mainland was full of peace, and people lived and worked in peace and contentment. People lived blissfully, and there were often 6 or 8 generations living under the same roof that once such an order was issued, the panic it would cause would only be greater than the current situation with the Astral Souls. Even the social system would collapse because of this order. Our Dao League can only take it step by step and take it slow. We can't be impatient. Thunder Dao sighed softly. Ha. The Flood Witch sneered. Ha. Zhuo Chonglu sneered as well. However, neither of them said anything unpleasant. After all, everyone had their own choices. It's up to you if you choose to live a peaceful life for a few more years. Anyway, once the defense line at Sun Moon Pass is broken, the situation that the Dao League will face will definitely be much worse than the current situation with the Astral Souls. Absolutely. That's the general direction and basic strategy. Zhuo Chonglu smiled faintly. If it's cruel, then it can only be cruel. If it's not cruel and we don't hurry up and nurture the core forces, the only result we can passively wait for is the extermination of our entire race. There's no other way. The Flood Witch's eyes showed sincere admiration. Zhuo, you really see things clearly. You're much better than this old bastard. The Flood Witch chuckled and said, when our Alliance came back, I thought that our only opponent was the Dao League. But after fighting for some time, I've completely changed my mind. The Dao League has never been worthy of being our Alliance's opponent. Taoist thundered and narrowed his eyes. Old Hong, watch your words. The Flood Witch said faintly but solemnly, even in front of the 7 of you, I'll say the same thing. The Dao League has never been worthy of being our Alliance's opponent. Only in a pack of wolves can there be a wolf king. In a pack of rabbits or sheep, there will never be a so-called king. The Flood Witch laughed. A pack of rabbits and sheep, are they worthy of being my opponent? Taoist Thunder said faintly. The Dao League's sword is unstoppable. Flood, one day, you'll see that the Dao League combat power is not inferior to your Alliance's at all. After that, he stopped talking. The Flood Witch snorted. Who are you trying to scare? I'll just let you old bastards guard your little plot of land and live your lives. To be honest, ever since you kicked me when I was down and forced me to push the Astral Souls continent up as cannon fodder, I've looked down on you. Perhaps you didn't expect that there would be people like the Sky Sentinel Throne and the Emperor Zhaixing among the cannon fodder, right? I wonder if this is another form of nurturing a tiger to invite calamity. After so many years, not to mention people like the Sky Sentinel Throne and the Emperor Zhaixing, and not to mention the left and right heavenly kings, just how many of the rising stars at the level of the great commanders of the four directions have appeared in the Tao League? No, it shouldn't be said that there were a few, but none. They've already reached this stage, but they still haven't come to their senses and still can't recognize the situation. They still feel that they're full of confidence, that they're arrogant and invincible. That's really strange. If there wasn't a steady flow of young experts, even if it was a continent, it would only gradually decline. The so-called glory of a clan has always been supported by geniuses, not mediocre people. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman constantly strives to improve himself. How can such a famous saying be just for show? The flood, which was even more disdainful. The anger in Taoist Thunder's eyes was faintly discernible. Zhuo Changlu coughed, and his expression became calmer. He said in a low voice, "The general direction has been set. Let's talk about the spatial relic in the Starry Mountains. You should have more than one purpose for coming here this time. What about the relic?" He cleverly avoided this heavy topic. If he continued to talk about it, he was afraid that Great Witch Flood and Taoist Thunder would have to fight first. If there wasn't a huge threat like the Demon League behind them, Zhuo Changlu would naturally be happy to see it happen and even add fuel to the fire. But now he couldn't. He had to maintain the strongest combat power on his side. This isn't a relic at all. At least, it's not a relic in the ordinary sense. The Flood Witch took a deep breath and said, "This is a good place. Old Zhuo, although your strength is not bad, you're only a few years old. You probably don't know about the Crown Prince Academy, right?" Crown Prince Academy? Zhuo Changlu really didn't know this term. As the Flood Witch said, Zhuo Changlu and Taoist Thunder were the real old monsters. In terms of age, Zhuo Changlu and Yu Xingqian were the younger generation. Taoist Thunder said, "The so-called Crown Prince Academy is the place where His Majesty the Demon King entrusted the Demon Master Kunpeng to train the Crown Princes. It's also the place where the Crown Princes train when they're weak. It's also the real place of life and death." Chapter 750. It said that every time a demon crown prince was born, he would be accompanied by countless demon god descendants who grew up with him. These people were the crown prince's natural subordinates. Among them, the outstanding ones could follow the crown prince into the academy to cultivate and gain experience. They would be the crown prince's wings, bodyguards, and future vassals. In order to increase the effectiveness of the training, countless demons of different levels were brought in. It was the purest form of life and death training. It said that the worst was the 7th crown prince. Due to his weak constitution, he was the last of the 10 princes to enter. He entered with 240 subordinates, but even the 7th crown prince died in there. None of those who followed him survived. Everyone's expression changed. The crown prince's academy was so dangerous. Even the demon crown princes could die in there. Before the 7th crown prince, the 9th crown prince brought 300 subordinates into the academy. In the end, other than the 9th crown prince, only 9 of them came out alive. However, each of the 9 who survived achieved great things in the future and were conferred the title of 9 luminaries by the demon emperor. The 10th crown prince brought in 200 people. Other than the crown prince, 28 of them came out alive. They were the 28 lunar mansions, the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird led the 4 divine beasts. The 28 mansions of the 4 cardinal directions. Taoist Thunder smiled faintly. However, after the 7th crown prince, the demon empress was furious and reprimanded the demon master. From then on, no other demon crown prince went to train. As for the Crown Prince's Academy, after a discussion, the Demon Clan's higher-ups decided to turn it into a training ground. The Demon Clan, Spirit Clan, Wu People, and other races' geniuses were allowed to enter. It was completely turned into a place of life and death. Everyone had different standpoints, and they were all enemies. Once placed inside, there would be no need to provoke them to fight for treasures. It was a matter of life and death. Naturally, it became a whetstone for each other. Although the various factions were aware of the demon clan's evil intentions, they didn't let go of this opportunity. Instead, they used this space to sharpen the swords of their own geniuses and train their soldiers. After all, life and death battles are the best way to train a person. Taoist Thunder explained. So Zhonglu listened in confusion and only understood half of it. The Flood Witch's lips curled into a mocking smile as she said indifferently, "Brother Lei, you've never personally entered the Crown Prince Academy, right? The so-called knowledge is nothing more than hearsay, right?" Taoist Thunder frowned. "What do you mean? Nothing. I just wanted to say that you didn't actually enter Crown Prince Academy to train, did you?" The Flood Witch's mocking expression was becoming more and more undisguised. Taoist Thunder's expression turned ugly. "Have you entered before? Then why didn't you recognize the door before it opened?" The Flood Witch snorted and said, "There was no such door at that time, and too much time has passed. Many things have changed. I only discovered it a long time after I entered. Otherwise, do you think I would have rashly proposed the blood soul sacrifice?" So Changlu said, "Brother Hong, tell us. Crown Prince Academy, rather than calling it a historical remnant, is more like a minor world. Not only are there mountains, rivers, and natural treasures, but there are also simulated suns, moons, and stars. There are also countless demonic beasts, demon kings, grand demon kings, emperor-class demonic beasts, and so on. It can be said to be a place full of opportunities, but also full of dangers." The original Crown Prince Academy was later turned into a training ground for geniuses. In the beginning, it only opened once every 100 years. Inside, there are various training grounds for different cultivation levels. Once one enters, they will be randomly teleported to the appropriate training ground based on their cultivation level. The reason for this miraculous transformation is the power of the Demon Master. In fact, the entire Crown Prince Academy was built by the Demon Master's people. The Flood Witch said indifferently, "Based on the current cultivation levels, there are 4 cultivation levels: nascent transformation, cloud form, reigning god, and nascent manifestation. Cultivators can enter to train. If someone breaks through to the Skysoar realm inside, they will be immediately expelled. The Skysoar realm, regardless of whether it was then or now, has always been the dividing line for a cultivator. But now that I've shattered the Kuan Peng's primordial spirit, the Crown Prince Academy has lost its origin energy and can only exist for 3 more months. After 3 months, this space will completely turn into nothingness." Everyone had a look of pity on their faces. For such a wonderful place to only exist for 3 more months. It was truly a pity. The Flood Witch said, "In fact, the inside is already starting to collapse. Although we've tried our best to stabilize it, we'll have to wait for 7 more days to see the results. If it can't be used, we'll send all our experts to enter and move all the resources out. We'll divide them equally among the 3 families." At this point, the Flood Witch suddenly snorted angrily and slammed her hand on the table. The curled-up deep ice shaman on the table was flattened by the slap. He cried out miserably, "I'm not the only one who lost. They all lost." Inferno Dankong lowered his head, his face ashen. "If we're sure it can be used, we'll take out 2 months and send 2,000 geniuses from each family to train inside. Inside, there's no distinction between friend and foe, only superiority and inferiority. There'll be no grudges, no regrets." Lightning said, 2,000 geniuses? You." The Flood Witch ignored him and said, "That way, after 2 months, we'll still have 10 days left. We'll send all our experts to scavenge for the remaining resources, and then immediately withdraw. But no matter what, in 3 months, the Crown Prince Academy will collapse and vanish into nothingness." The flood which was truly regretting her actions now. Back then, Meng Hao had gone all out to kill the Kuan Peng's nascent divinity with a single blow. Based on the situation back then, he had done nothing wrong. However, that had also led to the destruction of Crown Prince Academia. If she had kept the Kuan Peng's primordial spirit and merely sealed it, the Crown Prince Academy wouldn't have collapsed. But if she had kept the Kuan Peng's primordial spirit, it would have caused endless trouble in the future. Now, such a good place for training had been reduced to only 3 months of lifespan by her hammer. So Changlu was sensitive and asked, then, what about the treasures and resources that the geniuses who entered the academy? Naturally, they belong to the individual. The flood which said naturally, since ancient times, this has been the rule. I wonder what's inside? Zhuchanglu was very interested in this and naturally wanted to confirm it. The flood which was silent for a moment and said, there are all kinds of treasures that you can imagine. In addition to spirit treasures, there are also the best forging materials, such as Fate's soul cake. Ha. What happens if someone dies inside? Zhuchanglu asked. There would certainly be deaths. This was unavoidable. Death is death. Once you enter, you're responsible for your own life and death. The flood which said indifferently, even if it's the son of a grand shaman, the son of a minister, or the son or disciple of a Taoist. If someone dies inside, it's fate. It has nothing to do with anyone. No one is allowed to seek revenge. Since ancient times, the Crown Prince Academy has another name, the isolated world of gratitude and grudges. Changlu nodded. A family of 2,000 people, 500 nascent soul, 500 cloud transformation, 500 imperial spirit, 500 profound restoration. If the Crown Prince Academy was in good condition, it would naturally be able to bear it. But now, too many profound restoration cultivators have exceeded the limits of this realm. The flood which calculated and said, if it's used to the maximum, 700 nascent soul, 700 cloud transformation, for 100 imperial spirit, and 200 profound restoration. No more. After saying this, the flood which frowned and pondered for a long time. Finally, she said, that's about the limit, right? However, her voice was still somewhat uncertain. It couldn't be helped. The flood witch's mathematics wasn't very good. Changlu was stunned. You calculated for a long time, and you gave me a question mark? How do I know that it's not the limit? Saying that it's about the same doesn't fit the current situation. Great Magus flood coughed, and there was some awkwardness on his face. He said to Yu Xingqian, why don't you calculate it again? Is it this number? Yu Xingqian rolled his eyes and said, it's not at all okay. Brother Lei wanted to say something when you said 2,000 people per family, but you kept talking. What 2,000 people per family? How did you calculate? Originally, it could withstand the Crown Prince's people and the geniuses of various races. There's a single world inside. You also said that once you enter, there will be tens of thousands of people. Now, even if it can't withstand it, it should be more than 2,000 people, right? The flood which dipped her finger in water again and calculated again. She frowned and said, I miscalculated by half. Yu Xingqian was speechless to the extreme. Your mathematics level. You miscalculated by 5 times. The flood which coughed and was a little embarrassed. Really? Taoist Thunder calculated and said, it's true. You miscalculated by 5 times. 10,000 people can enter each continent. Of course, the number of God reigning and mysterious returning will be strictly limited, but it won't be as small as you said. The flood witch's face was like water. After a long time, she said gloomily, what I hate the most in my life is mathematics. She was displeased and snorted. So what if you can calculate accurately? The ice abyss which finally recovered a little. She had been listening to this mathematical argument. Several times, she wanted to interrupt, but couldn't find a chance. Now that she heard the flood witch say this, she finally couldn't help it. Suddenly, she let out an uncontrollable laugh. Ha 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 ha. I'm not good at mathematics. What's wrong? Am I proud? Am I proud? Chapter 751. Slap. A slap. Bing Ming started to spin like a top on the table. The flood, which was a little angry, and said, I miscalculated. So what? Can't I? It's not enough for one of you to come out and say it. You actually calculated several people at once. What do you mean? Thunder Taoist and Yu Xingqian were flabbergasted. What do you mean? You miscalculated, but you don't let me say it? You don't let me correct you? This is only here. If you miscalculated this kind of question in school, you would be punished to stand on the platform. Okay? Thunder Taoist ignored him. The upper limit of each family is 10,000 people, but the space is unstable. To be safe, each family has an upper limit of 8,000 people. Among them, 3,000 are nascent soul, 3,000 are transforming cloud, 1,200 are royal god, and 800 are returning mystery. The flood which muttered, Why is the difference so big? I've lost a lot of face this time. On the table, the deep ice which couldn't stand it anymore. Even though he had been twisted into a ball by his boss, even though he was still spinning like a top, he couldn't stop his gloating mood from coming up. He felt that if he didn't speak now, he would definitely suffocate to death. When he finally stopped spinning, his head was still a little dizzy, but he couldn't wait anymore. He shook his head and stood on the table, saying sarcastically, Tisk, TSK, TSK, this level of calculation is indeed the best in the world. Ha, last place. The flood which said gloomily, So you're so eloquent. It's really an eye-opener. She grabbed Bing Ming and squeezed hard. Bing Ming Sr. made a squeaking sound and felt that his original strength was almost squeezed out. He wailed loudly, Boss, please spare my life. I won't dare anymore. When Flood let go, Bing Ming Sr.'s waist had become as thick as a little finger. His belly almost reached his ankles, and his neck was 4 or 5 times thicker than his head. Lying on the table, he gasped for breath and said, If I had shit out of me just now, I think it would have spat in Boss's mouth. Fortunately, I held it in. Boss owes me a favor. With a slap, the flood directly hit Lai Hua's face. The flood, which was unable to restrain her anger. Lai Hua, the next time you let your brother-in-law appear in front of me, I will hammer your entire family to death, one by one. The great Inferno Magus was scared out of his wits. Boss, please calm down. He hurriedly put his brother-in-law's grotesquely shaped body into his pocket. Then, he heard a voice coming from his pocket. The voice was faint, but it was still sarcastic. TSK, TSK, TSK. You can't catch the rabbit and eat the dog. Boss, this is all you can do. Raging Inferno's face turned green. He took out his pocket, tore off a few pieces of his robe, and wrapped them tightly around Zhao's body. Then, he stuffed a hemp seed into Zhao's mouth. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was not safe, so he simply covered Zhao's eyes and ears before putting it back into his pocket. However, after a few movements, he was already sweating profusely. The Flood Witch's cold eyes kept moving around the great Inferno Magus's face, full of malice. Obviously, your brother-in-law, have had enough. Lai Hua, why don't you blow me up? The great Inferno Magus's face was pale. He shrank his body and sat in the chair, lowering his head deeply, trying his best to reduce his presence. There was a whining sound of struggling in his pocket. Obviously, the great Inferno Magus still had something to say, but in this situation, he couldn't say it. Everyone present had a strange expression. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Each and every one of them had a hard time holding it in. 3,000 nascent soul transformation, 3,000 cloud transformation, 1,200 imperial spirit, 800 profound returning. Zhuo Changlu softly read this number and couldn't help but exhale softly. The military could have fewer nascent soul transformation cultivators. Instead, they could choose talented youths from various major martial arts to enter and gain experience. However, there would be more cultivators from the 3 realms above cloud transformation in the military. After all, the survival ability of cultivators in the military was stronger, and they were more valuable for the future. This number, has it been decided? Zhuo Changlu asked. It has been decided. Taoist Thunder said. Now, the flood, which in Great Magus Dankong need to check the situation of the Crown Prince's school in 7 days. After confirming that it has stabilized, they can enter. I don't think there will be a big problem. So we can start to choose now. He paused and said, the Tao League has already started to prepare for the follow-up. As for the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, they haven't started yet. Zhuo Changlu nodded and said, if that's the case, Xiao, the king of Zhuolu, and Yin Zhonghu immediately stepped forward and said, Master, after this banquet, ask the 4 great marshals, all the ministers, and the ministers of the cabinet to discuss this matter. We have to decide as soon as possible. This matter has a lot to do with the follow-up and can't be delayed. Those political tricks are not appropriate at this time. Zhuo Changlu said, yes, I understand. The king of Zhuolu hesitated for a moment and said, Nan Zhengxian, Chief Nan. What's wrong? Chief Nan has always wanted to return to the Southern Army. He has already found someone to take over the Ministry of Finance. However, you didn't agree to this matter, and Old Master Nan strongly opposed it. The king of Zhuolu coughed. Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but ponder. Wu Yuting asked, Old Master Nan's health hasn't improved. I don't know if his internal injuries have gotten better over the years. The king of Zhuolu said in a low voice, I'm afraid Old Master Nan doesn't have many years left. Just a few days ago, he called me and said he was going to the front line. Zhuo Changlu and the others fell silent. The grand shamans of the Umno Alliance on the opposite side also looked serious and solemn. If Old Master Nan, who didn't have many years left to live, went to the front line, there was only one purpose. That was to find a high-ranking member of the Umno Alliance to be buried with him, or to find the elite troops of the Umno Alliance to be buried with him. Even though these old masters' lifespans were exhausted and their vitality was at the end of their lives, their combat strength was still not to be underestimated. At the last moment, they let go of all their internal injuries and burst out to the limit. Dragging a master of the Umno Alliance to be buried with them was already the most conservative estimate. It was a good idea to take a group of old friends to the underworld with him. For the astral souls of the human race, especially for the military, this was not uncommon. Because of this, the Umno Alliance deeply hated this kind of thing, but at the same time, they also admired it and gasped in amazement. Only people like this could be called heroes. So Changlu sighed deeply and said, please bear with it for a few more years. Give him a crisis reversal pill. Old Master Nan has already taken 1 crisis reversal pill. He refused to take another one, saying it would be a waste. The king of Zhuolu said, now, the crisis reversal pill can only provide Old Master Nan with less than 2 years of life. So Changlu said decisively, tell him it's my order and he must take it. At most, in 4 years, I will let him die in glory. It won't be a problem for him to go down in history. Yes, the king of Zhuolu agreed. So Zhonglu let out a sigh and said slowly, many of these old fogies, who had been through hundreds of battles and risked their lives, even after leaving the army, were still unwilling to bring their cultivation base to the yellow soil before they died. They are not willing to die on the sickbed. Most of them have chosen to go to the front line again and put an end to their lives with a brilliant explosion. This is also the last contribution they have made to the world they have fought for all their lives. Of course, it is also the last glory they have added to their families and their descendants. We have to take care of both public and private interests. We can't ignore their private interests because of the public interest, but we can't ignore their sacrifice and righteousness because of our private interests. We have to give them the favor they deserve. So Changlu sighed softly. Little you, what do you think? The heavenly king of the right was in charge of the battle. Almost all the commanders of the 4 sides were controlled by him. Yu Dantian understood what Zhuo Changlu was asking. He said in a low voice, I think that Nan Zhengxian's return to the Southern Army is imperative. The Demon Alliance's return is imminent. I'm afraid that it will be a life and death battle as soon as they return. The Southern Army doesn't have a backbone now. Even with the command of the Southern Army, it is still the weakest link among the 4 sides. If we let Nan Zhengxian return when the battle is about to start, there will be no buffer time. it will be difficult for our combat strength to reach its peak. It is very likely that it will cause a gap in the battle line and collapse thousands of miles away. Moreover, the Umno Alliance is about to march on a large scale and train their flesh and blood. Yu Dongtian said, if Nan Zhengxian is not there, I'm afraid that the Umno Alliance will really swallow the Southern Army. On the other side, Great Shaman Dan Kong said, that's right. The Southern Army has no commander. We have been coveting it for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss has always had some misgivings about the future situation, I'm afraid that he would have already taken action to eliminate your Southern Army. You have always had some misgivings about the future situation. Zhua Changlu looked at the flood, which, you have always had misgivings about the future situation? When? The flood which said deeply, when the Umno Alliance just returned. Everyone was a little surprised. Even Zhua Changlu and the others never expected that the Flood Witch's plan was so long-term. The Flood Witch said, since the Tao Alliance and the Umno Alliance can return, then the Demon Alliance and the others will definitely return. Therefore, the Umno Alliance's initial strategic target was never you. It was the demon race. The Flood Witch's face was full of confidence, and she said lightly, otherwise, in the first few years after I returned from the Umno Alliance, how could the Tao Alliance and the astral souls of the human race, who have been crippled by the Tao Alliance, stop the Umno Alliance's army? I only needed to take 11 brothers to the front line and completely suppress the masters of the Tao Alliance. At that time, we could have already unified the continent. But at that time, unification had no meaning. Because after unification, the Umno Alliance's management ability was not good enough. It could only make people angry, and even the Umno Alliance itself would be corroded. The reason why we tried so hard to return from the Starry Sky was because, for so many years, even though we were drifting outside, the pressure was not great. The new generation of the Umno Alliance had a serious gap, and there were almost no geniuses. Without the crisis of life and death, how could there be a breakthrough? Even until now, this gap has not been patched up. In the new generation, there were no masters who could match the 12 of us. Chapter 752. Ever since we came back, we've been watching you guys get stronger and stronger. We've deliberately proposed the genius cultivation plan and the ridiculous rule that those below the sky realm can't fight. All we want is for these forces to become stronger. Only when you guys hurt us can more geniuses stand out. The Flood Witch said, my initial goal was the Demon Alliance. However, after so many years of hard work, we're still far behind the Demon Alliance. But at least we've increased the number of experts on your side. The Flood Witch said coldly, in our eyes, there's no hatred. But we have a blood feud with the Demon Clan. Since ancient times, the Shaman and Demon Clan couldn't exist side by side. And you and the Demon Clan can't exist side by side. The Flood Witch looked at Taoist Lei with disdain and said lightly, like the Tao League, we can't wait to divide the whole continent into our backyard as soon as we come back. We won't do it. Of course, we won't be merciful in any battle. What we want is eternity. What we want is never the present. The Flood Witch looked a little lonely. Maybe you don't understand, but one day, you'll understand. Zhua Changlu nodded silently. The Flood Witch's words made everyone, including some of the 11 great shamans, come to a realization. Back then, during the war between the 3 continents, the establishment of the alliance was unexpectedly easy. But after all, it was achieved with great sacrifices. So they didn't think much of it. But now that they thought about it at that time, the Umno Alliance did have the intention to go easy on them. I admire you, Brother Hong. Zhua Changlu's admiration came from the bottom of his heart. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. Of course, we won't be merciful in our battle, especially the warriors of the whole continent under us. So, there's no favor and no debt. We have our goals, and you have yours. Our goal is eternity, and your goal is survival. Zhua Changlu sighed. The leader of the 12 great shamans was indeed worthy of his reputation. The Flood Witch looked at Zhua Changlu and said, that was before. we can control it. However, once the meat grinder mode is activated, we won't be able to control how we fight. So, it's not impossible for us to devour the entire Southern Army. So Chenglu pondered for a moment and said, since that's the case, let Nan Zhengxian officially return to the Southern Army after the festival. Cough, cough. The king of Zulu said, Nan Zhengxian has a favor to ask of me. So Chenglu rolled his eyes and said, all right, I'll release him from the blacklist later. Pucci, Wu Yuting laughed. On the other side, Yu Dongtian's face turned green. This, Auntie, when will our family banquet begin? Wu Yuting snorted and said, family banquet. Duo and Yin Cat aren't strong enough to eat those things yet. What's the point of starting so early? Why can't you wait? Yu Dongtian coughed. That's not what I meant. It's just that the ingredients I've collected. Should I hand them over to you first? Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and said, you've collected enough ingredients? I didn't expect you to be so capable. On the other side, the upper echelons of the Dao League and the Umno Alliance glared at each other. Wu Yuting snorted and slapped Yu Xingqian's head. Why did you hit me? The Emperor Zhai Xing was baffled. He didn't do anything, and he didn't even say a word. Why did he get slapped? You still want to ask why? Didn't you see your son using me as a shield? Wu Yuting snorted and said, my cultivation hasn't returned, so I can't beat him. So I can only hit you. Go back and educate your son yourself. Let him know how to be educated. What kind of upbringing is this? If the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I'm a jerk. Wu Yuting scolded. You're pushing the blame to me. Yu Dongtian's face turned ashen. Yu Xingqian said angrily, I'm not taking the blame. He's so promising because you taught him well, sister-in-law. My son's bad behavior, which one of them wasn't caused by you? You threw him into the pool to swim when he was only half a year old, and he actually knew how to swim. So you named him Little Fishrow. After his mother died, you raised him and spoiled him until he became unruly. Now you want me to discipline my son? He's a jerk because of some people. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Yuting was furious. She slapped the Emperor Zhai Xing's head again and again. Your son made a mistake. What's wrong with me asking you to be his father? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why are you the scapegoat? Tell me, tell me, tell me. 3 slaps in a row. The Emperor Zhai Xing swallowed his anger and looked at his son as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth and panted. Son of a bitch. You just wait and see. He got himself into so much trouble and was beaten bald in front of the entire continent's upper echelons. It seemed that he really needed to strengthen this upbringing. Yu Dongtian's face was full of despair. He had snatched things from the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance, and the higher-ups of the 2 continents were furious with him. They wanted to cause trouble for him all the time, and that was why they had an idea. They used their innate ability to shift the blame and made him ask about Wu Yuting's family banquet. He said, look, this wasn't my idea, right? You can't blame me, right? I was also instructed by someone else. I had no choice, sure enough. After Wu Yuting's reply, the anger of the upper echelons of the 2 continents was reduced by half. However, although this scapegoat was successfully thrown out, another bigger scapegoat was firmly placed on his head. Moreover, the person who was holding him down was his father. He didn't even dare to escape or move. What should he do? Yu Dongtian's legs trembled as he faced his father's gaze, which seemed to want to send him back to the furnace. This time, he had really dug his own grave. That how could he be so stupid to actually dare to throw the scapegoat on that ancestor? Sure enough, the evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. Wise words, the ancients didn't lie to me. As Yu Dongtian trembled, after the ice underworld, which was directly trampled into a little toad, this high-level meeting ended in a very happy state. This meeting was successful, and the results were what everyone was happy to see. Naturally, everyone was in high spirits. Under the chairmanship of the upper echelons, the Sky Patrol Minister, the Flood Witch, and the Tao of Thunder cordially discussed issues related to the ruins. They also made their own initial arrangements regarding the ruins and exchanged their views on the impending return of the Demon Alliance. The three parties all felt that the issue of the Demon Alliance's return this time must attract the attention of all parties. Therefore, the three leaders started a cordial and friendly discussion on the issue of the Demon Alliance's return. They also made further arrangements for the follow-up. At the end of the meeting, the Sky Patrol Minister had warmly invited him in private. The Great Flood, which had happily accepted one of the minister's ardent invitations. He had also kindly expressed that he must see the hammer of the minister's son. This was an unprecedented meeting. This was a meeting of great significance. It was precisely because this meeting was related to the front lines, the future of mankind, and, in short, a lot of things that the God of creation expressed that he couldn't continue on this topic. Therefore, he announced the end of the meeting. Space distorted for a moment, and everything returned to normal. Well, it should be said that it returned to normal. Everyone except them sat upright and still, watching the show intently. After all, this was the focus of everyone's attention. It was the main show, the Ice Underworld, which was also released from the pocket and returned to her seat. Zhuo subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why did the clothes on the white-robed man become so wrinkled? Moreover, he looked very weak, so pitiful. It was as if he had been heavily ravaged and crushed by dozens of large hands. Well, the crushed here was not an adjective. But how could it be? It was clearly such a short time. How could it be so fast? How could he have known that what he was seeing was the truth? Someone had really been trampled and crushed by several pairs of giant hands. On the stage, sonorous music sounded. Another show had begun, and Zhuo suddenly realized that the people at the tables around him had all left. In the end, only 3 people were left. One was dressed in red, one was dressed in green, and the last one was the tallest person with a head of messy hair. The others all left in the blink of an eye. They all left without a trace. The following process was either lackluster or too ordinary. Everyone was focused on the show. The last show was actually Gu Lian's blood raining from the sky. Although Gu Luoyan didn't come, her song was still the finale. Someone nearby whispered, I heard that Gu Luoyan went to the front line for a charity performance. Otherwise, she would have come this time. It was too rushed this time. Sigh, I don't have the luck to watch it. I heard that Gu Luoyan will release a new song this time. I envy her. So that was it. The song ended. The other people on the stands also began to leave. After a long time, Zhuo and his family were on their way home. It was already nighttime. As they walked, Zhuo suddenly realized that something was wrong with the surroundings. There was thick fog everywhere. The tall buildings that were supposed to be around suddenly disappeared without a trace. As the thick fog continued to rise, they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. And this was no longer just not quite right. Rather, it was far too wrong. Zhuo suddenly woke up. I've been set up. He didn't know when the change happened. Just now, the surroundings were still bright with neon lights. How did they enter this strange area in an instant? This was clearly a space that was covered by a powerful figure. It was even a battle space. Zhuo Xiaoyan reacted quickly. With a clang, she unsheathed the Spirit Snatcher. The two of them stood on the left and right, fully alert of the surroundings. Dad, Mom, don't wander around. Zhuo whispered. If there are enemies later, we will observe the situation. If necessary, Sister Nian and I will hold the enemies back. You can go first. Don't worry about us. Zhuo Changlu's face was solemn. Okay. Hee hee hee. A strange laughter suddenly appeared in the thick fog in front of him. A majestic figure appeared from the thick fog and said lightly, So, you didn't expect this, did you? Chapter 753. Zhuo Changlu said nervously, It's you. You finally found us. The man laughed. Since I've found you, today will be the day you die. Zhuo Changlu said, Let the children go first. We'll settle our grudges ourselves. Don't even think about leaving. 2 figures shot out from the thick fog and attacked Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding respectively. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan attacked at the same time. On one side, the sun was blazing, and on the other, the sky was covered with frost. You want to hurt my parents? Who do you think you are? With a boom, the thick fog expanded. Zhou Xiaoyan's soul-snatching sword flashed, and a bone-piercing cold wind blew. She had used all her strength, and the endless cold almost froze the space around her. Her white clothes and long hair fluttered, and her face was filled with extreme cold, murderous intent. Suddenly, the space in front of her distorted, and a voice said, "Ice attribute? Not bad, but it's not enough." Zhou Xiaoyan only felt a blur in front of her, and she was already dragged into another thick fog by another enemy. On the ground, the tiles cracked. The cold from before had caused the floor tiles to be frozen and cracked. They could only hear the sounds of battle ringing out unceasingly. The sound of swords whistling could be heard. Zhou Xiaoyan's anxious voice could be heard. "Xiao Duo, take Mom and Dad away." So Xiao Duo waved the civet cat's sword and faced another tall enemy opposite him. He instantly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and immediately locked onto the life gate. He roared, "Mom and Dad, you go first. Go back the way you came. Go quickly. Let's get rid of these two little things first." The tall and strong figure sneered. The thick fog rolled again, and the space was distorted. "Little thing, come in." So Xiao Duo could no longer hear the movements outside. He did not know, see, or hear how Zhou Xiaoyan was doing. He had no idea how Mom and Dad were doing that in front of him. There was only this terrifying enemy left. A single battle space. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it! The sword in Zhou Xiaoduo's hand instantly went crazy. Soft water sword, river sword, river sea sword, drizzle sword, and rainstorm sword poured out crazily. Child's play. The tall and strong figure opposite him did not say a word. With just a wave of his hand, he easily broke through Zhou Xiaoduo's swordsmanship. He broke through it effortlessly, as if it was at his fingertips. Die. Zhou Xiaoduo gathered all the strength in his body and stabbed out. His body and sword became one, and light radiated in all directions. The long dragon-like sword light took shape in the air, like a fire dragon overturning the seas and rivers. This sword's attack was the sword was the sword's. Is that it? Just as he was about to exert his strength to break the move, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo let go of his hand. This was not the time to let go and give up on a move. He had clearly become one with the sword, but he let go when the power was at its strongest. Whining sounds suddenly filled the world. A whirlwind suddenly rolled up. With a loud rumble, two shockingly large hammers appeared in the air. It was a 99 kitty hammer that Zhou Xiaoduo rarely used. One hammer fiercely pointed to the sky, the other resolutely pointed to the ground. The twin hammers suddenly separated from each other, and a humming sound was heard. It was as if this posture had already torn apart space. The heavenly finger hammer smashed down. The sky finger hammer and earth finger hammer repulsed each other like two magnets. As the sky finger hammer fell, the earth finger hammer was being driven away by the sky finger hammer. As for the earth finger hammer, it followed the sky finger hammer and also urged it to move. In an instant, a whirlwind formed. His first attack was the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Come die. Along with the twin hammer's whirlwind, Zhou Xiaoduo roared and spun his body. His slender figure suddenly turned black in the fog. The vague figure spun his body, and a huge hammer with earth-shattering power smashed down violently. The tall figure opposite him was hidden in the thick fog. Only a blurry figure could be seen, and his face could not be seen. If Zhou Xiaoduo could see him, he would definitely see that his opponent's eyes were shining with surprise. Yes, surprise. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer's first attack had already caused such power. The destructive whirlwind had already begun to take shape. This kind of situation had greatly exceeded his expectations. "Good lad," the man shouted coldly. "Okay, behind me." Duo had already turned into a violent whirlwind. Eat my hammer. This time, in this instant, he unleashed his full strength, which he had suppressed 17 times in the primal core realm. He unleashed all of his strength without holding back. He even used all the strength he had left in him. In an instant, the 9-9 Kitty Hammer had already turned into a thunderbolt. The void rumbled and shook. A powerful whirlwind that could destroy the heaven and earth rolled up like a world-destroying storm. So Duo madly rushed towards the blurry figure. Good. The majestic figure bellowed. Then he cursed in his heart. Who the hell are you? Motherfucker. The man flipped his hands, and a pair of hammers appeared in his hands. These hammers were actually not smaller than Duo's. His right hand moved, and the hammers blocked the incoming 9-9 Kitty Hammer whirlwind. The two hammers collided violently. At this moment, the void collapsed. Lightning flashed in all directions, and thunder roared faintly. Boom! The surroundings shook violently, and thick fog rolled out. Hammers too. Duo was shocked. Damn, I met someone of the same profession. Huh? Duo roared. His body moved along with the vibration. He twisted his waist, and the hammer in his left hand retracted with the vibration. He spun back to increase the rotation force. As his body spun, he twisted his waist, and the hammer in his left hand fell like lightning. Its power was even stronger than the previous hammer. It was a strong attack. Good hammers, the tall figure opposite him shouted. He was even more surprised. The first hammer was blocked by him directly. This lad actually knew how to use the second hammer. So fast. This was a big surprise. He was afraid that even if he taught him personally, he would only be able to reach this level in such a short time. See you. The man still did not retreat. This time, he used the hammer in his left hand to block. Once again, he blocked without any fancy moves. Another earth-shattering boom rang out. The two hammers collided violently. Lightning flashed in all directions. The void beside the hammers cracked like a spider web. Awesome. Then, Duo roared. The 1,000 Souls nightmare hammers were fully unleashed. The sky was filled with the shadows of the hammers. It was as dense as a rainstorm. Boom, 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 dot. The two hammers of the figure opposite him flew up and down. Every hammer hit hard. The crazy sound of collision and the crazy sparks made the space look like the fireworks of the Lantern Festival. If there were spectators here, they would have been shocked to death by the sound alone. No matter how Duo danced around like a whirlwind and attacked consecutively, each hammer was stronger than the previous one. The opponent's pair of hammers were always able to perfectly block and intercept Cat's hammer's landing point. Every hammer strike was tit for tat, and there was no difference. It was clearly the simplest and most simple swing, but he seemed to know exactly where Duo's hammer would land without the slightest bit of error. In just a few seconds, the four hammers had collided hundreds of times. Good hammers. Duo roared. His fighting spirit became unprecedentedly fierce. Then, with the help of the vibration and the accumulated strength of hundreds of collisions, he flew up into the sky. The hammers in his hands suddenly hit each other in the air. With a loud boom, they bounced off each other. Then, he flipped rapidly in the air. His whole body seemed to have turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. Hammers, 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 hammers. Several hammer skills merged together. At this moment, there was no need to care about the moves. It was all about instinct. Smash you to death. Smash you to death. I will definitely smash you to death. Duo showed an unprecedented desperation. He would either succeed or die trying. Through the exchange of blows just now, Duo knew that his opponent's strength was far above his own from the beginning to the end of the fight. But at this moment, he could not afford to take a step back. He could only give it his all and fight with his life. I, Master Zwa, have always defeated the strong as the weak. Duo was focused on attacking and hoping for a fluke. Naturally, he did not know that the tall figure opposite him was getting more and more surprised. In the face of Duo's continuous attacks, although he was still calm, the two hammers started to move up and down. They became closer and closer, and their strength gradually increased. However, he had increased his strength 4 or 5 times, but Zhuo was still energetic. He shouted loudly and fought fiercely. The power of the hammers in his hands was like the river and the sea. Each wave was higher than the last. Both of their hammers had collided thousands of times, but they were not at a disadvantage. Zhuo's aura also increased as his opponent's battle prowess continued to increase. Every strike of the hammers carried thousands of kilograms of force. The vibration became more and more violent, but Zhuo's momentum was getting fiercer and fiercer. Well, at least from the looks of it, they were evenly matched, and there was no clear winner. Can you get stronger? The tall and strong figure suddenly gave a cold snort and suddenly increased his strength. The hammer spun, and ripples appeared in the void like the sea. The hammer smashed out with black light. The increase in strength this time was a little too big, a little too sudden, to the extent that Zhuo only felt a surge of energy rushing towards him. His own 9-9 cat hammer was unable to withstand it and was sent flying backwards. His body also spun backwards, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This was already Zhuo's godly reaction speed. One must know that the biggest taboo when swinging a sledgehammer was not to miss, but to be counterattacked by the opponent. Especially now that the opponent had rushed back, it had almost instantly broken Zhuo's sledgehammer momentum. It was already very commendable that he was able to retreat without suffering a backlash from his sledgehammer counterattack. Zhuo's eyes flashed with desperation. His eyes were bloodshot. He was no match for his opponent. This person was simply too strong. He was too strong to be shaken. Who was this person? He was so strong. Chapter 754. His opponent wanted to end the battle with one blow, but he didn't expect the kid to become even more excited despite the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He didn't look like he was hit by a hammer, but rather a shot of adrenaline. What a freak. Your father is a freak, and you're a freak too. The man muttered in his heart and sighed. Your godfather is also. Zhuo roared and spun his hammers with even more force. The surface of the hammers flickered with the same destructive black light as his opponent's hammers. The faint black light wasn't as bright as his opponent's, but it was already fully formed. He fell from the sky. At this moment, his hair fluttered in the wind, as if a demon had descended. The hammer swung at a profound angle, smashing down madly like the horns of an antelope. Watch out for my hammers. The majestic figure on the other side was pleasantly surprised, and he almost blurted out praises. This destructive black light was a death ray that would only appear when 1,000 souls' nightmare hammers were trained to a certain level. This kid had only been training for a few days, but he had already produced such a death ray. The man didn't hold back as the black light swirled around him. The two hammers came crashing down like a tidal wave. At the same time, he did a somersault, smashed his hammers, turned around, swung his hammers, and leaned back at the same time. Boom, 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 hundreds of consecutive booms. A blazing aura suddenly rose. Zhuo's flaming sun manual reached its peak in an instant. The flaming sun manual and the 99 kitty hammer were Zhuo's trump cards. After fighting with ordinary elemental energy for so long, his opponent thought that he had no other trump cards that he suddenly attacked. The heat at this moment was enough to melt gold and iron. In the thick fog, the sun rose, the fire dragon rolled, and the heat wave rolled. A sea of fire burned the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The muscular man's eyes flashed with extreme shock and surprise. He didn't retreat, but instead attacked fiercely. Kid, I want to see how many trump cards you have. Zhuo was surprised to find that his opponent had increased his strength again. The high temperature that could melt gold and iron, as well as the kitty hammer that was like a furnace, had no effect on his opponent. He couldn't help but be completely shocked. What kind of monster is this? I'm strong, and he's strong too. What the hell are you playing with me? Raging flames soared into the sky as he smashed the hammer 400 times in a row. The ground was scorched red, and the fog in the air was set ablaze. However, the other party's figure remained hidden within the thick fog, and he was not injured at all. Motherfucker, I'm going all out. Zhuo suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With the help of the recoil, his body floated backward like a fallen leaf. With a wave of his hands, the sledgehammers rotated and his body retreated more than 10 meters like a whirlwind. The two sledgehammers once again turned into black light. Just when the black light was at its most dazzling, it suddenly flew out of his hand as he was retreating. Watch your left, my flying sky hammer. The sledgehammer was mixed with an abundant power that seemed to be able to destroy the world. It was extremely fast, and it overtook the flowing light. It created a black passage in the air and the fog, and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man's eyes were dignified. He turned his head and dodged. The sledgehammer whooshed past his ear, and the hair on his head fluttered. The other sledgehammer also flew over with a sharp whistling sound. For the first time, a hint of anger flashed in the man's eyes. Not only did Zhuo call himself daddy in front of him. How could a sledgehammer be used like this? You threw the sledgehammer. What are you going to use to attack the enemy and protect yourself? Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt the wind behind him. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. That person was also someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. Although he was surprised, his hands did not slow down in the slightest. He swung his sledgehammer backwards to meet the 9-9 cat hammer that was flying backwards. However, the result of the collision of the two hammers this time was far beyond that person's expectations. That man was a powerful cultivator who was much stronger than Zhuo. His control of strength was also at the peak. The previous few times he increased his strength, it was all because of Zhuo's strength and power. He maintained the edge of winning by a little, but not by much. And just now, the strength that he used was still based on his previous evaluation, but it caused him to stumble, and he was actually hit to the point of stumbling. Fuck. The majestic man suddenly felt a little confused. What kind of sledgehammers are these? They actually flew back. Then, the two sledgehammers that were not in Zhuo's hands actually swung themselves in the air, as if they were automatic attacks, and smashed toward that man in an extremely crazy manner. Although this person had been through hundreds of battles and had seen many things, he had never seen such a fighting style before. He was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. For a moment, he was thrown into a fluster. Well, this was mainly because the sledgehammers had no pattern in their movements, but they were full of strength. After 7 or 8 sledgehammers in a row, the man realized that there was actually a rope connected to the sledgehammers, which created the effect of remote control. He actually changed my 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer into a Meteor Hammer. That man was an expert in using sledgehammers. He was speechless for a while. He secretly praised Zhuo's nimble mind, but he also instantly came up with a plan to break the move. His body moved, and the momentum of his hammer was like a white steed flashing through a crack, knocking on the rope connected to the hammerhead. On the other side, Zhuo suddenly felt a boundless force coming toward him. His hands went numb, and he hurriedly turned them into soft strength, activating the mental cultivation method of lightness and heaviness. He held the dragon tendon whip firmly, and the other sledgehammer turned and smashed out. Then, he shook his hands again, and the two sledgehammers flew back like swallows returning to their nest. He spun in the air and grabbed the handles again. As if he didn't have much time to react, he took advantage of this rotation and attacked again like a hurricane. The majestic man did not say a word, and the sledgehammers in his hands flew out. With a loud bang, the 4 sledgehammers collided again. Once again, the majestic man was unhappy with Zhuo's choice. The two of them had exchanged blows repeatedly, and Zhuo knew that his true strength was far above his. To him, such an extreme confrontation was not only impossible to win, but it would also lead to his defeat. It was the worst choice at the moment. However, at the moment when the 4 sledgehammers collided, another unforeseen event occurred. Puff! Puff! 2 cold lights suddenly appeared, and shot out rapidly. It was a hair's breadth away from the opponent's eyes. Damn it, he blurted it out without thinking. This attack was too sudden. Even if the majestic man was experienced in hundreds of battles, he still could not react in time. However, this so-called reaction was still limited to the current situation. The majestic man, who seemed to be about to be hit by the two cold lights, actually spat out a mouthful of saliva. He actually used a mouthful of thick phlegm to hit away the two needles hidden on the sledgehammers. That's what Xiao Duo suddenly shot out. He said angrily, "What kind of fighting method is this? It's a mess." Although he scolded angrily, in his heart, he took a deep breath. That was close. This kid actually had a trap on his sledgehammers. Damn it, he really took after his father, so cunning. He even installed a hidden weapon on the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. This is simply fucking dogshit. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was far higher than this brat's, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the two hidden weapons that this brat had thrown at him earlier if he was only a person with the strength that he had just displayed. Needless to say, it would penetrate his eyes, and it would even penetrate his brain. Moreover, this was calculated based on the fact that he was only at the peak of nascent soul. If he was really at the peak of nascent soul, he would definitely die, and the battle would end in an instant. No, not only nascent soul, but even spirit control cultivators would not be able to escape the fate of losing their lives. This move was really too dangerous, too cunning. Among 100 hammer control cultivators, at least 90 of them would use a bold and powerful style of fighting. As for the remaining 10, of course, they would be even bolder, attacking with all their might. For someone like Xiao Duo, who was able to use hidden weapons and execute such a precise and insidious fighting style, it was more than 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, it was simply 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million, 1 in a million. This old man used what I thought was at the peak of the origin core realm to fight with him, but I was actually suppressed. No wonder Bang Ming suffered a loss in the hands of this kid. All the way to nascent soul, middle nascent soul, and finally peak nascent soul. I was actually almost killed. The shock in this person's heart was already overwhelming. This is what I thought was at the peak of nascent soul. Why isn't this kid my biological son? First, he used a sword. Then, he used a hammer. When he used a hammer, he hid the flaming sun scripture. When he revealed the flaming sun scripture, he revealed a meteor hammer. Then, he revealed a hidden weapon. If it was someone else, they would have been killed long ago. Not only was the tall and strong figure shocked, Xiao Duo was even more frightened, and his entire body turned cold. The hidden weapon that he had been preparing for a long time, and had always thought of as his final trump card, was actually sent flying by this kid with a spit. A spit, two of his most powerful hidden weapons, the heavenly witchcraft copper all needles, were sent flying. What level of strength was this kid at? The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. His body spun again, and the 99 kitty hammer was still powerful and heavy. So Xiao Duo's eyes narrowed. I admit that I can't beat you. But even if I can't beat you, I will fight until the last moment so that my parents can go further away. The 99 kitty hammer spun again. Its power did not decrease. More than 10,000 collisions that the tall and strong figure was already inexplicably shocked. This kid actually still has strength. He believed that no one in the world knew better than him what kind of strength was needed to support this kind of hammer technique. According to common sense, this kid should have no strength after a few hundred collisions. If he forced himself to continue, his arm would only be damaged because it was unable to bear the load. It might even lead to irreparable damage, because this kind of shock was the most difficult to treat for the human body's muscles and veins. But this kid in front of him had collided with him more than 10,000 times, and he was actually fine. How do you do it? Chapter 755. Even the muscular figure could not understand what was going on, not to mention the origin core realm. Even a cloud transformation realm, or god-reigning realm cultivator might not be able to achieve such a feat. Ah! On the other side, Zhuo suddenly let out a hysterical roar. The muscular figure could clearly hear the desperation in Zhuo's roar. He could not help but be shocked. This is bad. I forced this brat too much. What is this brat trying to do? Zhuo continued to spin and swing his hammer. He was using one of the trump cards of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, the world-shattering hammer. At this moment, the muscular figure was no longer just shocked. He was completely shocked. How could he use this move now? It was a move that utilized all of his strength. All of the strength here, including the strength of his soul, origin energy, mental energy, and life force, were all concentrated in this move. If one's cultivation was not of the sky realm, the result of using this move could only be described in one word: death. Whether or not he could kill his opponent, he would definitely die. He had to die. It was an extreme move that would harm himself before injuring the enemy. It was a move that would definitely kill him. Fuck, this little bastard is going to fight me to the death. No, he's going to fight me to the death. He doesn't care about the other consequences. I can't continue fighting. If this continues, this brat will play himself to death before I even do anything. The muscular figure retreated with a whoosh. He retreated dozens of meters, and his entire body disappeared into the fog. His retreat was so fast that it felt like he was tearing space apart. Zhuo actually has such a son. Very good. Truly amazing. You're still very young and inexperienced. You're not my opponent at all. I'll remember this grudge for now. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, I'll come and find you again. It's rare for someone like me to be able to use hammers so well. It's a pity to kill you. For the sake of the genius of the generation, I'll let your father go this time. Zhuo snorted. With the hammers in his hands, his aura surged. Let's fight again. In the fog, the muscular figure asked, what's the name of this pair of hammers? Could it be called the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer as well? He probably wouldn't dare. He would probably avoid it. However, to be able to train the hammer to such a level, it was already enough for him to have a bold and powerful name. Zhuo swung the sledgehammer in an awe-inspiring manner. This hammer is called the 99 Cat Hammer. 99 Cat Hammer. On the other side, the majestic figure suddenly swayed, as if he had been smashed on the head by a cat hammer. For a moment, he was seeing stars. Fuck, I beat you up like a toy, but in the end, I was defeated by your name. Good name. The majestic figure gritted his teeth. She felt her chest tighten, the kind of chest tightness that made him want to kill someone. His thoughts weren't so clear for a moment. Damn it, if I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll die of anger here. See you in the Jianghu. A mumbling voice followed behind, as if he was cursing something. His mouth was foul. So Zhuo watched as the other party's body drifted further and further away until it disappeared into thin air. This terrifying enemy had mysteriously disappeared into the thick fog. When the other party had disappeared, so Zhuo roared, "Don't run. I can still fight for another 3,000 rounds." However, he immediately retracted the sledgehammer and continuously spun for another 100 or 200 rounds before he finally withdrew all the strength that he had exerted to the limit. He still felt that all the meridians in his body were about to burst, and he didn't have the least bit of strength left in his body. He slumped to the ground like mud that had been poured with boiling water. For a moment, he was sweating profusely, and his body was as soft as noodles that had just been put into a pot. His heart was still in shock. After panting for a while, he still couldn't get up with his own strength. Just now, he had overdrawn too much. He couldn't hold the sledgehammer anymore, sitting on the ground. He felt the cool feeling of his butt touching the cement floor. He couldn't help but feel relieved. I'm still in the city. I just don't know what kind of formation this is. The ground is too cold. I don't know if I'll have diarrhea if I sit for too long. Even though he didn't have the least bit of strength left, it didn't stop Zhuo from letting his imagination run wild. After a long while, he was sure that the enemy was really gone. Then he spat, "Idiot, you actually gave the enemy a chance to grow." You're definitely an idiot. The last person who did this is now so lush that you can't even find a grave mound. Just based on the cultivation that you showed tonight. Humph, I can smash you to death with my sledgehammer in less than a year. Cherishing a genius. Ha ha ha. A genius like me is someone that you can cherish? Idiot. The next time we meet, I'll smash you with my sledgehammer. After a long time, a certain genius finally felt that his strength had recovered a little. Only then did he put the 9x9 cat hammer into his ring. He staggered out of the room. Zhuo Changlu and his wife were leaning against a lamppost by the roadside, waiting leisurely in the midst of chaos. After a while, a tall and strong figure appeared. The smile on his face, the happiness, the gratification that came from the bottom of his heart, and the excitement of suddenly picking up a treasure couldn't be concealed and couldn't be concealed. Even from a distance, one could feel the joy on this person's body. With an extremely majestic figure, messy hair, and a height of 5 meters, it was the invincible Flood Witch. Zhuo Changlu and his wife dared to bet. In their lives, ever since they met the Flood Witch, they had never seen this guy so happy. Well, no, it should be that they had never seen this guy smile before. But now this guy was so happy that he looked like a 200-pound idiot. His mouth was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Ha 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 ha. The Flood Witch had just appeared, and she had already let out a long and happy laugh. Her heart was full of joy, almost overflowing. Not bad, really not bad. The Flood Witch strode in front of Zhuo Changlu. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. Unexpectedly, she reached out and patted Zhuo Changlu's shoulder. She spoke in an unprecedentedly affectionate tone, as if she was about to laugh out loud. Not bad, not bad. Our son is not bad. Not bad, not bad. I really want him. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting were stunned. Was this really the Flood? The invincible Flood? Wasn't this too unnatural? The Flood Witch laughed heartily and breathed heavily. Not bad. For so many years, I have never found a successor who could barely meet my expectations. I didn't expect that today you would send me a perfect successor beyond my imagination. Old Zhuo, you old man, you really know how to give birth to a son. The Flood Witch laughed and gave a thumbs up. Not bad. Today, we finally acknowledge this son of ours. Wu Yuting was speechless. Only he's not bad. Wu Yuting said angrily. Let him give birth to a son himself. Let's see if he can give birth to a son. The Flood Witch stopped talking. She scratched her head, coughed, and said, Sister-in-law, this matter. It must be your contribution. Sister-in-law, you are not bad. Our son is not bad. The couple looked at the sky, speechlessly. If Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting hadn't known about the Great Witch's character, they would have known that the Great Witch wouldn't have used such a method of verbal advantage. Otherwise, they would have fallen out with each other on the spot. This guy who has been fighting with us for so many years can't be such a fool, right? It is said that since ancient times, fools can only produce masters. It seems that this sentence is also reasonable. Zhuo Changlu coughed and said, That hammer, is it okay? It is more than okay. The Flood Witch gave a thumbs up. When I was his age and in this realm, I didn't even have 30% of his combat power. He thought for a while and said, At most, it is about 20%, and in terms of endurance, it is less than 20%. He sighed. Without my personal guidance, you still have to hide and act like a rat in front of your own son. It's just that our son has groped by himself. To be able to cultivate to such a level, it's really a surprise beyond our greatest expectations. The Flood Witch sighed. I'm very gratified to have a son like this. Wu Yuting snorted and finally couldn't help retorting. Stop right there. Don't keep saying our son. That's my son. You're just his godfather. Also, in terms of position, we are still enemies. Why are you so gratified? The Flood Witch said lightly. So what if we are enemies? Even if I die in the hands of our son in the future, he is still my godson and my successor. Is there anything wrong with this? Zhuo Changlu snorted and said, Bah, you are dreaming. You actually want to die in the hands of your godson. Aren't you afraid that his luck will backfire? The Flood Witch laughed and didn't feel offended at all. Instead, she was even happier. This was certain. If the Flood Witch wanted to die, he could die in anyone's hands, but he could not die in Xiaoduo's hands. Okay. This trip is not in vain. I will go back now. You should also quickly deploy on your side. In the future, the Sun-Moon Pass will be the flesh and blood grinder of our two families. If you don't deploy well, we won't get much improvement on our side. The Flood Witch threw out a jade pendant. This is my experience of hammering. It is all in there. I have erased all traces of my identity that you gave to our son. Thank you, Brother Hong, is what Changlu said solemnly. Wasn't this the reason why he put in so much effort to set up this game? It is nothing. The Flood Witch waved her hand and said freely, "Our son is good, so he is worth cultivating. Cultivate him with the greatest effort." He sighed inexplicably in his heart and said, "After I went back this time, I understood the matter of taking in a godson. At that time, I was very angry. I don't need to hide this part. This matter, it was clearly you, old cunning bastard, who tricked me. But now I'm very gratified, really gratified." The Flood Witch looked at Zhua Changlu solemnly. "Although at that time, you set me up and schemed against me. But in the long run, you might be the one who helped me the most." Chapter 756. So, let's leave the matter of right and wrong for another day. The Flood Witch laughed and strode away. "I'm going back to the Starry Mountains. If possible, find a way to let our son enter the Crown Prince's Academy. This is a good opportunity for him." "Wait." Zhuo Changlu hurriedly stopped her. "I still have something to ask you. You want to leave? Is it that easy? You haven't done anything yet. It's not easy to get a long-term job. How can I let you leave just like that?" "What's the matter?" Flood stopped and frowned. "Our son has the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower. I want you to transform the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower into a treasure that can recognize its owner," so Changlu said. Wu Yuding covered her mouth and laughed. "You're the godfather. It's not right for you to not do anything. Today, you could do a long-term job." As for who to find to do this, the couple could be said to have racked their brains. Since the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower was not unique, no matter who they found, it would be dangerous. They wanted to find Yu Xingqian, but Yu Xingqian's son, Yu Dongtian, also had a Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower. If they insisted on getting to the bottom of it, they would expose all their son's trump cards. The Flood Witch was the most suitable candidate. They were enemies and the biggest enemies. But this guy was Zhuo Xiaoduo's godfather. Most importantly, the Flood Witch was a person of her word. She was very trustworthy. When it came to doing things, she was the person that Zhuo Changlu and his wife could trust the most. The couple was speechless about this result. The most trustworthy person was actually his greatest enemy. This was something that had never happened before. The Flood Witch's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? The Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower can recognize its owner? If you weren't the only one who could do this, I wouldn't tell you. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. It's great that he has such a treasure with him. I'll just hide and wait. The Flood, which was very straightforward. She immediately hid her figure, and after a wave of mental energy, the thick fog quickly disappeared on the left, so Xiaonian ran out, sweating profusely. "Dad! Mother! Where are you?" "On the right." So Xiaoduo stumbled out. "Dad! Mom!" Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and felt a warm feeling in their hearts. A filial son and a filial daughter, two geniuses. At this point in life, what more could he ask for? "We're fine," Zhuo Changlu said loudly. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian rushed over when they heard the commotion. They were only relieved when they saw that their parents were safe and sound. Both of their faces were pale, almost devoid of color. This battle was extremely thrilling and difficult for Zhuo Xiaoduo, and for Zhuo Xiaonian, it was also extremely dangerous. They were no match for the opponent at all. Even if they used all their trump cards and risked their lives, they were still no match for the opponent. This was the first time that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian felt so powerless since they started practicing martial arts. In the past, they could still feel the gap between them, but this time, they couldn't even tell where the opponent's limit was. It's good that you're fine. So Xiao Duo bent over and held his knees with both hands, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I beat that guy away. That guy is really strong, but he's a little stupid. Like a fool, he actually let his enemy grow. The Flood Witch, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. She really wanted to jump out and hit him with a hammer. Zhuo Changlu coughed and said, "He's an old friend of mine. Even if he's an enemy and we're on opposite sides, he's still an elder after all. You can fight and kill, but you can't be rude." "Yes, Dad." Zhuo Changlu supported Zhuo Xiaoduo, and Wu Yuding supported Zhuo Xiaoyan. After walking for dozens of meters, they slowly recovered some strength. Zhuo Changlu seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "By the way, Xiao Duo, where's your Tower of Annihilation? Let me see if I can hide in it if anything happens in the future." Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the Tower of Annihilation from the space ring and said, "It's here. Take a look." Zhuo Changlu put it in his pocket and said with a smile, "I'm too careless. You just went through a big battle and are exhausted. How can you care about this? Go back and rest. I'll take a look when I get back." Out in the void, the Flood Witch got Zhuo Xiaoduo's Tower of Annihilation. She looked at it for a moment and felt its texture. Then, she began to modify it. A strong force of origin suddenly diffused. "Boss, what are you doing?" The Fire Witch was shocked. "Nothing." The Great Flood Witch carefully modified it, then waved his hand and threw it into the pocket of Zhuo Changlu, who was already miles away from him. It was silent. Moreover, a gentle force supported Zhuo Zhonglu as he walked for a dozen steps. Only then did Zhuo Zhonglu's pocket drop heavily. Zhuo Changlu didn't look back. He put his hands behind his back and waved gently. Then he went with his family. From beginning to end, the Flood, which didn't even open it to take a look except for the modification. "Let's go back to the Starry Mountains." "Okay." On the way, the Great Fire Shaman praised, "Boss, your goddaughter is really amazing. She's only at the Cloud Transformation Realm, but I've already used the power of the Peak of the Return Profound Realm to suppress her. I even almost couldn't control the situation and failed miserably." The Flood Witch frowned. "Really?" But there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The Great Wizard of Fire walked for a while and finally said, "Boss, I have to say something. Although these two are your adopted son and daughter, but the growth of these two little guys is too fast. Once they grow up, they will definitely be a strong enemy of our Wizard Alliance, a big problem." The Flood walked with his hands behind his back. He was carefree and didn't say anything. The Fire Witch said, "Last time, Bing Ming lost the Ice Spirit. We thought it would be okay to give it to Zhuo Xiaoduo, but we didn't expect that Zhuo Xiaoduo had a daughter whose ice property is not inferior to Bing Ming's. And it seems that she is stronger than Bing Ming, because she obviously hasn't absorbed the Ice Spirit." "I can feel it," Yi Zichen said. "That's too scary. We made a mistake. If we knew earlier, we wouldn't have given it to them." The Fire Witch felt a little depressed. "Boss, these two grew up together, one yin and one yang. They're both at the peak, and they're engaged. Once they reach the Skysoar realm, the convergence of yin and yang, they will become a strong enemy almost immediately, with their innate ability to fight above their level. Once they reach that realm, with the help of the Ice Soul, the Flaming Sun Scripture, and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, the two of them working together would be able to suppress our secret shaman experts." "Boss, this is a little scary." The Flood Witch still didn't say anything. The Fire Witch cautiously looked at the Flood Witch's face and said softly, "In the future, even existences like us might lose our lives in their hands. The potential of this young man and woman is really terrifying." The Flood Witch walked with her hands behind her back. "You mean they have the potential to reach the level of Zhu Wu, or the level of the Demon Emperor?" The Fire Witch was silent for a moment. In his heart, he carefully measured Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan again. He compared them with the 11 brothers one by one in his heart. Finally, he compared them with the Flood Witch when she was young. After half an hour, he finally said with certainty, "Yes, I think they are." The Flood Witch smiled faintly and said, "Fire, you think too much." The Fire Witch said, "It's not too much, but it's very likely." The Flood Witch walked with her hands behind her back and said, "There is an old saying in the human race. Talented people come out of every generation, and they will lead the world for tens of thousands of years. In the past, if His Majesty the Demon Emperor didn't have magnanimity, there would be no Zhu Wu in the future. And if the witches and demons didn't have magnanimity, there would be no Dao League or demon race. In our era, if the predecessors didn't have magnanimity, there would be no opportunity for us to rise. And if we didn't have magnanimity, there would be no rise of the Sky Patrol and the Star Plucker. Maybe you don't understand, but you have to see that with the return of the Demon Alliance, the Umno Alliance and the human race will cooperate with each other for survival. And the magnanimity in the past gave the Sky Patrol and the Star Plucker the opportunity to rise. But it also provided us with help. It's because of the rise of these people that the human race's current combat power doesn't fall behind the Umno Alliance infinitely. The number of human experts who rose in these years is much more than the Wu people and the Dao League. Now, there are geniuses like Zhuo who can suppress the world in the future. Of course, they may be our enemies, but they may also be our help. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. There will be no eternal enemies. Even if we in the demon race are eternal enemies, it's not necessarily true. The Flood said, "The so-called enemy depends on how far your vision can see. If you can see further, you will cherish these enemies because these people are the best whetstones on our path forward. Cultivating alone in a secret room for 100 years is not as good as walking and fighting in the martial world for 10 years. And when you reach a certain level of cultivation, cultivating in seclusion alone for 100,000 years is not as good as fighting at the same level. This is vision. In the eyes of the higher-ups, what they see is never revenge, but the future. The stars are chess pieces, and the sky is the board. Only those who can play chess with the chess pieces are awesome. Even if we can't play chess with the chess pieces, as chess pieces, we can also kill our own world. If we are chess pieces, then our final goal is to jump out of the chessboard." The Flood Witch's voice was very slow. "Exterminate the astral souls? Unify the continent? What is that? What is that? It's just a game. Lihua, you guys have to improve your realm, especially the realm of vision. If your vision can't reach it, your state of mind will never reach it. If your state of mind can't reach it, your achievements will never reach it. Then you can only struggle in the mortal world. You can't stand at the highest point and watch the mortal world turn upside down." The Great Witch of Fire listened carefully and seriously. Every word was deeply engraved in his heart. He only felt that his soul was being shaken again and again. It turned out that the boss had already seen so far. "We are too far behind." The Flood Witch rarely spoke so much. Even as one of the 12 great witches, the Fire Witch and the others rarely saw the Flood Witch talk endlessly. And today, the Flood Witch was obviously in an extremely good mood. This was a rare moment in thousands of years. Therefore, the Fire Witch cherished it very much. These words pointed straight to the great Tao. Chapter 757. The Flood Witch's words were like the opening of a new world for the Inferno Witch. After you go back, you can pass on these words to the other brothers. The Flood Witch gave a rare smile. Although we brothers may not be able to walk side by side to the end, but to be able to walk a bit more, to be able to travel a bit more, to have a few more possibilities is also quite good. "Yes, boss." "Thank you, boss." The Inferno, which was sincerely convinced. As for things like killing geniuses, of course you can do it, but those who can be killed are all ordinary geniuses. And the real geniuses who can dominate a generation. Hee. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. And the geniuses who can dominate a generation like Zui Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. The Flood Witch smiled and said, "Why don't you try killing them? Not to mention that there are so many people who won't let you do it, I can be sure of that. Even if you personally kill them when they are weak, they may not die. If they don't die, there will definitely be relatives who will die for them. Once this kind of thing happens from then on, it will be a real blood feud that will not end until death. When I came back, I also heard about the matter of Zhua, Xiaonin's Phoenix Pulse spirit. Did it succeed?" The Flood Witch laughed mockingly. It is said that at that time, Dan Kong was so anxious that he was on fire. It is simply ridiculous. On the surface, it seems that a group of low-level cultivators in the Phoenix Pole spirit is in imminent danger. However, there's a person surnamed Zhua over there who is transformed into a mortal with complete memories. Their daughter can't be protected? Do you know how many backup plans that person surnamed Zhua has arranged? A cloud transformation realm cultivator can protect the Phoenix Pulse spirit and fight so fiercely. Any random spirit regaining Mysterious can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. And how many spirit regaining Mysterious can that person surnames will mobilize? They just want their daughter to experience all of this for real, and also to see if their daughter has the kind of heavenly luck to break through by herself. If she can break through by herself, then her future will be limitless and heavenly luck. But when their daughter can't break through by herself, will they really watch their daughter die? The Flood Witch snorted and scolded. "You guys were so stupid." The Raging Fire Witch stamped his feet and complained, "How do we know that you and the one surnamed Zhua are in that small town? The one with the surname Zhua has his memories, but you don't. You won't be able to send any news back. You'll be played like a fool. Zhua won't tell us anything either." The Flood Witch looked at the Fire Witch. There was a strange look in his eyes. This bastard, is this Ice Nether? Could it be that his personality was contagious? "Boss, I was wrong." Lihua lowered his head and admitted his mistake. The Flood Witch looked him up and down 7 or 8 times. She really wasn't angry. Or perhaps the strange feeling overpowered the feeling of anger. Could it be that this brother-in-law and little brother-in-law had switched bodies? Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. At that time, I might as well have done them a favor. Now, the situation is that Zhou Xiaonin's Phoenix Pulse spirit has succeeded, and Sha Palang is destined to be destroyed, because they have offended the owner of the Phoenix Vein. If they can't kill the owner of the Phoenix Vein, they will definitely suffer from the backlash. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. This kind of genius who can suppress the world is just like the Destiny in the legend. He has his own team, and when this kind of person grows, his team will also grow with him. Once he grows up, he will be a behemoth who can suppress the world. This sense of destiny is based on the legend of the Water Margin's 100 Devil Stars, the team of the founding emperors of the past dynasties. I'm not making it up. And this is the luck of the heavens. The Flood Witch looked at the Raging Fire Witch with deep eyes. Do you understand? Understand. The Raging Fire Witch took a deep breath, cold sweat dripping down. He could hear the unprecedented chill in his boss's voice. Even when they returned to the villa, Xiao Duo and Zhou Xiaonin still had lingering fears. Although they were extraordinarily talented, endowed by nature, and had far more life experience than their peers, their real-age experience was only slightly better than their peers. When encountering this kind of event that was beyond their control, they might not be able to deal with it well. Just like the current situation, they would also be scared and fearful. After the event, they would still be scared and would wake up from their dreams in the middle of the night. Since the other party has left, they won't come back. They are also people of high status. If they don't succeed in the first attack, they won't pester us anymore. Zhou Changlu comforted, basically, it's all right. After experiencing today's incident, you too should understand that there is always someone better than you. Seize the time to improve your cultivation. Well, Xiao Duo, my friend is coming soon. In half an hour, come to me and take back the Tower of Annihilation. You just need to drip your blood on it, and it's done. Okay. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo really felt that his whole body was hollowed out. The battle just now had not only exhausted him mentally, but also physically. He had almost overdrawn himself to the limit. Right now, he really needed a rest urgently. Ever since he started cultivating, He had never felt so tired. Thank you, Dad. I'll go back to my room to rest. Zhuo turned around and hugged Zhuo waist. He said bitterly, Sister Nian Nian, come and look at my lower back. I was hit by the other party during the battle just now. I think my bones are broken. It was a fierce battle. Although I heard a crack, I couldn't care less about it. I could only focus on fighting for my life. Now that I've relaxed, why does it hurt so much? It hurts so much. Zhuo was shocked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't move. I'll take you to treat your injuries now. Without another word, she carried Zhuo in a princess carry. She used her vital energy to completely protect Zhuo's waist and abdomen. Then, she left in a hurry. Zhuo groaned in Zhuo arms. His face, which was hidden in her arms, was carried away comfortably. Behind them, Zhuo and Wu Yuding were speechless. Wu Yuding complained helplessly. Did you see the trick your son used? It's exactly the same trick you used to trick me back then. You didn't secretly teach him that, did you? Zhuo was also speechless. Can you not associate everything with me? Why don't you talk about Nian Er's princess carry? Isn't it exactly the same as yours back then? Haha. Anyway, like father, like son. Neither father nor son is good. The two of us are destined to be eaten by the two of you. Wu Yuding's face was full of disdain. She turned and entered the bedroom. Zhuo followed her in. Why is it only the two of us are bad? Do you think I'm the only one who gave birth to this? Could it not be that like mother, like son? Your double standards are too obvious. You get all the good things. Zhuo, you're very arrogant today. The door slammed shut with a bang. They came to Zhuo's bedroom. Zhuo face was full of anxiety. He gently put Zhuo down. Where are you hurt? Quickly let me see. Zhuo twisted his waist in pain. Why did you hug me just now? When you hugged me just now, I think I hurt myself. Now it hurts even more. Zhuo was getting more and more anxious. He said, why didn't you say so earlier? You could have said so earlier. Hurry up and show it to me. Zhuo casually waved his hand and hugged Zhuo's slender waist. His whole body was almost hanging on Zhuo's body. He moved step by step to the bed and said in a painful voice, it hurts, it hurts. Zhuo held him carefully. Don't move if it hurts. Let me see. Let me see. Unknowingly, they were at the bedside. Zhuo hugged Zhuo's waist and said softly, Nian Nian cat. Zhuo was stunned. Question mark. As soon as she raised her head, her lips were covered, and she felt her body sway. She was pressed down on the bed by Zhuo. Bad, bad, dog, duh, duh. At this time, Zhuo knew that she had fallen into a trap, but she didn't have any intention to resist. Xiao said that it was normal for fiancés to kiss and hug as long as they didn't do the last step. I looked it up on the internet. It's normal for couples to do this. As long as they don't do the last step, it's really okay. After a long time, Xiaoyan blushed and pushed him away. Why aren't you getting the Annihilation Tower? You need to hurry up and cultivate. You're not strong enough now. Haven't you tasted the feeling of losing control? So Xiao was not satisfied. He begged, there's no rush. It's right to strike a balance between work and rest. Let me touch you again. No, just one more time. No. Zhuo gathered her energy and floated away. She covered her chest and blushed. Dad, don't force me. I'll give it to you sooner or later. But not now. Zhuo pouted and said coquettishly, Sister Nian Nian. Zhuo couldn't bear to see him like this. Her heart softened instinctively. She controlled herself and flew away from the window. There's no rush for love. Think about the strong enemy tonight. If we don't become strong as soon as possible, how can we protect mom and dad? How can we protect each other? Zhuo couldn't help but sigh. All right. He got up and went to his parents' room to get the Annihilation Tower. Zhuo sighed again and again. He took out the cat's spirit sword and pricked his finger gently. It was not much bigger than a mosquito bite, but blood was already flowing out. It's still a little painful to do it myself. Xiaoduo sighed and dripped his blood on the Annihilation Tower, who said that it won't hurt when you become a master. That guy should be spanked. Drops of blood were squeezed out by him. Xiaoyan had returned at some point and was watching curiously. She watched as the blood dripped onto the Tower of Annihilation and was immediately absorbed. As the drops of blood dripped down, they were absorbed one by one, leaving no trace behind. Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had been too gentle just now, and the wound was too small. Now that Xiaoyan was beside him, if he had been so careful, the first thing he felt was embarrassment. So he said, "Nian Yin cat, come and help me prick it." Xiaoyan took out a small dagger and pricked the original wound again. Finally, there was more blood. From start to finish, half a teacup's worth of blood had dripped onto the tower. However, the Annihilation Tower was still not done absorbing. It absorbed as much blood as it came. It was like a bottomless pit. Chapter 758. Both of them panicked. Why did it take so much blood to bind the pagoda to him? At Xiaoduo's level of cultivation, his body's regenerative ability was too strong. He had already cut himself 7 or 8 times. How could it not be enough? Xiaoduo grimaced. This was real pain. It was a completely different kind of pain compared to when the thorny road compressed his vital essence. Finally, the pagoda of emptiness suddenly emitted a faint red light. Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He slapped himself hard on the hand again. His face twisted as he screamed. Blood gushed out again like a small stream, flowing into the pagoda of emptiness. In an instant, the red light became even more intense. After a long while, the red light suddenly intensified. The entire pagoda of emptiness spun in the void and turned into a ray of red light. It quietly flew to Xiaoduo's right wrist and merged into it. How magical! Xiaoyan grabbed Xiaoduo's right hand and looked at it carefully. She saw a tattoo of a small pagoda on his wrist. She could not help but click her tongue in amazement. Xiaoduo's mind moved, and a space suddenly appeared in front of them. The way to enter was different from before. Xiaoduo instinctively held Xiaoyan's hand and walked in. It was easy for both of them to enter, but when Xiaoyan wanted to come out, she found that she could not. After several attempts, both of them found that only when Xiaoduo agreed to let Xiaoyan out could Xiaoyan go out. Once she went out, she could not enter by herself. All of this showed that the pagoda of emptiness had become Xiaoduo's possession. No one else could get a share of it. That's great. Xiaoyan looked envious. When I have the chance, I'll get you one too. Xiaoduo laughed. Why do we need so many? This one is enough for both of us. Xiaoyan said, let's start practicing. All right. One night in the outside world was almost 13 days in the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaoduo had absorbed all the dragon blood flying daggers in one round of cultivation. Even the jade of top-grade astral souls had been consumed a lot. In the end, half of the cultivation room that was built with high-grade star soul jade collapsed with a crash. With the sudden turn of events, the two of them could not help but escape in a sorry state. Looking at the other party's dusty face, they found it amusing. They looked at each other and smiled. How is it? 21 suppression. Xiaoduo took a deep breath. He should be reaching his limits soon. Can we use the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring now? I should be able to wait for a few more rounds. I think the limit should be 29 or 30 times. Xiaoduo calculated in his mind. All right, I still have to wait for a long time. I have just reached the peak of Transformation Cloud and have yet to start my first compression. It's okay. Take it slow. With the help of the space-destroying pagoda, we have plenty of time. Oh, whoa. A childish roar suddenly sounded. Xiaoduo turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw 2 mini tigers on the ground of the space-destroying pagoda. As far as the eye could see, they were covered in fluffy yellow fur. They looked very cute. One of them had a little black fur on its ear. Wow, you guys are out. Xiaoduo was delighted. This pair of mini tigers was the pair of saber-winged tigers. The saber-winged tigers that originally weighed thousands of pounds are now only 4 or 5 pounds at most. They look very cute. At this moment, the tiger couple was looking at Zhou Xiaoduo with fear in their eyes. What happened? Why did we suddenly become small? The two sword-winged tigers were panic-stricken and inexplicably terrified. What happened? Didn't we just eat that strange thing that attracted tigers? Then suddenly, from an adult man and woman, and the kind of adult man and woman with a group of children. We turned into two kawais. The male tiger looked at himself and his wife. He had an urge to cry. Now, both of us added together are not even as big as my second brother. What should we do? Moreover, that kind of urge, he couldn't bring it up at all. The greatest joy of a tiger's life was gone just like that. Oh God, oh Earth, I won't be greedy anymore. Don't let me lose the joy of a tiger's life. So cute. Zhou Xiaoyan liked it at first sight. Girls all like small and cute things, especially this kind of tiger that was not even as big as a kitten. It was really cute. The kind that had no resistance at all. Oh, woo. The male tiger was furious. Compared to her husband, the tigress was calmer. Especially after seeing Zhou Xiaoduo, she felt more relieved. There was a good person here. That was equivalent to nothing. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan each held a tiger cub that looked like a cat and walked out of the space of the Tower of Annihilation side by side. They went to Zhou Chonglu's room immediately. Dad, the tiger cub hatched. Zhou Xiaoduo reported happily. Duh. Zhou Chonglu and his wife were speechless. How did your tiger cub hatch? Not bad. Zhou Chonglu looked at the two saber-winged tigers in front of him. The sharp, sword-like wings that they were born with had disappeared. Now they were just two cute little kittens that were acting cute. They have completely shed the blood of ordinary tigers. Their future is promising. Zhou Zhonglu nodded and said, You two can choose one each. First, you can establish a spirit beast contract. When your mother and I leave, we will take these two little things with us. Then, we will help you train them carefully. I want the tigress. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his hand. No. Zhou Xiaoyan stared at him with her beautiful eyes. What do you mean? I want the tigress. Zhou Xiaoduo changed his mind immediately and followed the good advice. Being a coward is a kind of attitude. Being a coward is a kind of wisdom. Being a coward is a kind of retreat in order to advance. Yes, it was like this. Wu Yuding was speechless for a while. Therefore, it was decided that the tigress would belong to Zhou Xiaoyan, and the tigress would belong to Zhou Xiaoduo. So Xiaoduo directly took out a knife and drew a contract on the foreheads of the two tigers, ignoring the objection of the two little tigers. As a top student who had repeated 5 years, so Xiaoduo knew the basics very well. Two illusory lights and shadows appeared as expected. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan both cut their fingers and squeezed a drop of blood into the center of the light circle. In an instant, the light circle shrank abruptly. More than half of it entered the bodies of the little tigers, and the other half entered the bodies of Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan. The moment the light circle disappeared, the two of them seemed to have sensed something. It was as if they had some kind of connection with the tigers in front of them. They seemed to have a clear feeling that they only needed to give orders with their minds, and their tigers would obey them. The tigress whimpered and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with its teeth bared. Obviously, it was not reconciled and was not convinced. Its heart was not convinced, and its mouth was not convinced. The tigress, on the other hand, was much more obedient. At this moment, she was already acting cute in Zhou Xiaoyan's arms. She was very discerning. Zhou Xiaoyan felt a great sense of accomplishment. Damn, why is your tiger so disobedient? Disobedient? That's easy. Zhou Xiaoduo kicked the male tiger 7 to 8 meters away and hit the wall with a duong sound. Are you obedient? The tigress whimpered. No matter what, I used to be the king of tigers. How can I be intimidated by you? I'll let you know that I'm unyielding. Oh, whoa. So, Xiaoduo kicked again and again and again, like kicking a rubber ball. He kicked the tigress until it rolled all over the ground. But the tigress was really unyielding. You took advantage of my weakness to sign a contract. What kind of ability is that? So Xiaoduo snorted, took out the civet sword, and picked up the tigress. Since you don't listen to me no matter how I teach you, it's useless to feed you. Anyway, one of Sister Nian is enough. I don't need such an eyesore. Let's kill it and eat its meat. After saying that, he mercilessly stabbed the male tiger's neck with his sword. Blood spurted out from the wound. This sword strike was extremely sudden. None of the people present had thought that it would happen. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The tigress struggled desperately. Awoo, it surrendered. This guy really wants to kill me. This killing intent is real. This guy has already entered my flesh. If I don't submit, I'm finished. It surrendered. So what Changlu said, no need to kill it. So Xiaoduo snorted and pointed his finger at the male tiger's head, causing it to tilt backwards. You lowly wretch. Don't you think you're a bastard? Can't you cooperate with us nicely? Must you beat it half to death? The tigress squatted on the ground and whimpered. I don't want to. I just want to get some benefits. When you humans sign contracts with spirit beasts, which one of you doesn't try to appease them? How can you be so barbaric? You actually want to kill it and cook it. The tigress didn't feel wrong. So Xiaoduo didn't have any feelings for it, nor was he interested in it. It was only because Father Zhua had asked him to raise a spiritual pet to assist him in battle that he had taken in the male tiger. In his heart, it would have been better for him to just slaughter it and eat its meat. To put it bluntly, if the tigress had been 2 seconds late, it would have become a meal on the plate. Xiaoduo ate meat. No matter if it was hungry or not, it could be killed. Okay, go to school. Wu Yuding said, your school has issued a notice. All students must be at school today. There's an important announcement. You can't be late. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaonian. Sister Nian, what about you? Zhuo Xiaonian said without hesitation. I'll enter the Tower of Destruction to continue my cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that his eyes narrowed. Doesn't that mean I can bring you along with me? I can go in and harass you whenever I want. Okay. Wu Yuding saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo was beaming with joy. She pursed her lips and said, the Tower of Destruction recognizes a spirit as its master. It's not that extreme. You can give her special permission. Anyway, you don't need in school. Why do you still want to take it with you? You can give your sister the permission to go in and out freely. Then you can put the Tower of Destruction at home. It'll be convenient for both of you. If something happens to your sister, she won't have to contact you. It won't delay her business. Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes lit up. Can we do that? I asked him last night, and he said no. Chapter 759. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yuding with an aggrieved expression. Mom, you are really my real mom, and you are also Sister Nian's real mom. The two mothers each had their own meaning, and it went without saying, what's the point of practicing if I let you two continue to be lovey-dovey? Wu Yuding said unhappily, don't waste time. Your priority now is to go to class. It doesn't make a difference whether you bring the Annihilation Tower or not. No, you will be distracted if you bring the Annihilation Tower. You should let Sister Nian practice at home. For one day of your class, she can cultivate wholeheartedly in there for 20 days. How could you relate such a great fate to the love between a man and a woman? What a waste of such a rare treasure. Wu Yuding sighed. If she and Zhuo Chonglu had such a thing when they were young, they would have practiced in it every day. They wouldn't even want to waste a second. How could they care about anything else? This kid didn't cherish it at all. He treated it as a private love room. He only thought about his wife every day. All right. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave Zhuo Xiaonian permission. He didn't put the two little tigers into the Annihilation Tower. Instead, he gave them to Mr. and Mrs. Zhuo. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes at Zhuo Xiaoduo. I will deal with you when you come back. After saying that, he entered the Tower of Annihilation and concentrated on cultivating. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was taught a lesson, hurried to school. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo left, Zhuo Chonglu sent a message to the group. Come, in less than 3 minutes. The study on the second floor of the Zwa family's villa was full of people. The ministers and generals were all present. It was like the military of the astral souls had gathered. I order that the entire astral souls will enter a state of special combat readiness. Zwa Changlu's first sentence made everyone's hair stand on end. They couldn't help but sit up straight. Department of Martial Arts, Minister Ding. Yes, from today onwards, all high and beginner martial arts schools and academies across the continent will begin a cruel education. Minister, what is the extent of the so-called cruel education? The most extreme. This is an order. Why are you hesitating? Yes, give me the Inspect Heavens token. Those who disobey will be killed. Yes, Star Shield Division. Yes, everyone attack. Search for spies. You know my standards. Yes, the most extreme. I don't care about the number. I only care about one thing. Cleanliness. Yes, clean. The Department of Security. The Department of Justice. Yes, here. Cooperate with the Star Shield Division. Also use the law of chaos. Anyone who caused trouble would be dealt with in an extreme manner. Better waste than indulgence. As for those who take advantage of the chaos to harm the civilians, regardless of the severity of their crimes, they will all be sentenced to death. Yes, Ministry of Finance. Yes, Nan Zhengxian, you will be reinstated as the commander of the Southern Army. After the Spring Festival, the Southern Army will take over. Yes, thank you, Minister. Tell your father that there will be a chance for him to be glorious. Don't worry. Save his life and his glory for when it is of use. Try to live a little longer. Yes. Have you chosen the next Minister of Finance? Yes. How much wealth have you amassed as the Minister of Finance? More than 100 trillion. Not enough. It's not enough to deal with the upcoming war. Tell the new minister that taxes will be increased according to the wartime tax rate. This is a war of survival. If the Ministry of Finance hinders us in the slightest, everyone will commit suicide as an apology. Yes. Do you hear me, Minister of Taxation? Yes. If you can't collect taxes, there's no need to bring your heads to me. You can all report to hell. Yes. Military. Yes. Special combat readiness. Do you understand? Understood. Issue the Inspect Heavens token. Everyone is conscripting. Yes, any martial artist above Transformation Cloud, except for those with public office, will be considered a traitor if they don't go to the front lines. Kill without mercy. Yes. How many soldiers are there in the second echelon? 157 billion. How many can be pulled out to fight? 157 billion. Good. If there's one less, I'll take your head. General M.O. guarantees. If you can't complete the military order, bring your head to me and pass it on to the world. Cabinet. Yes. Demand that the entire nation follow the government order. No objections are allowed. Yes. High-level officials will be silenced if they have objections. If there's a second time, remove them from office and go to jail for investigation. Their punishment will be severe. Their crimes will be increased by 3 levels. Yes, Discipline Inspection Department. Yes, from now on, all powers will be granted. However, those who are corrupt and break the law will be executed immediately. Yes, Spy Department. Yes, activate all spies. Yes. After a series of orders were given, the entire Astral Soul's upper echelon started to move as if they were on steroids. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. The Astral Souls has reached a critical moment of life and death. Zwa Changlu said calmly. I hope that everyone will do their jobs to the best of their ability. Don't slack off. Yes, all the bloodline descendants of the major clans will be selected to join the war. All the warriors of the major clans who are above the Transformation Cloud realm will be reorganized into the army. The military formation must be formed within 2 months. Those who disobey will be exterminated. Those who slack off will be punished according to military law. Yes, all the major clans and local forces will be treated the same as the major clans. Those who disobey will be exterminated. There's no room for negotiation. Yes, you Don Tion. Yes, you just recruited Hades' palace. Yes, issue an assassination mission to kill all the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance. Give me clear instructions. This is my order. Those who succeed can use their heads to clear their names. Yes, those who disobey, exterminate Hades' palace. Those who disobey, exterminate them. Yes, the order was passed down. Next is another important matter. It's related to the training in the Starlight Mountain Range. As what Changlu said, he didn't mention anything about Crown Prince Academy. These words might have been recorded in ancient records. If someone knew about it, it would cause a lot of trouble. The current situation was chaotic enough. Naturally, they had to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Astral Souls has 8,000 spots, 3,000 nascent transformation, 3,000 cloud transformation, 1,200 divine convergence. There are 4 zones. They are the nascent transformation zone, cloud transformation zone, divine convergence zone, and divine convergence zone. Everyone who enters to train must be guaranteed to be absolute geniuses. The 4 armies and the military will have 400 nascent transformation, 1,500 cloud transformation, 800 divine convergence, and 600 divine convergence. You will distribute the spots equally. Yes, draw up the list within 2 days. Gather in the Starlight Mountain Range within 5 days. Yes, divide into 4 groups according to your cultivation. Find a good leader. Yes, Martial Arts Department. I'll give you 2,200 nascent transformation, 1,000 cloud transformation, and 200 divine convergence spots. Yes. Minister Ding received the order and left. For the 4 armies and the military, divine convergence and divine convergence occupied most of the spots. For the martial arts department, there were only 200 divine convergence spots. There were none for divine convergence. This was because it was reserved for the academics. Among the students in the academy, there was no one who had reached divine convergence. The 9 Heavens Pavilion will join this training. Yes. Next, Zhuo Changlu distributed the remaining spots. This time, there's a risk of life and death. Our side has obtained 8,000 people, but I estimate that the number of people who will make it out alive in the end should not exceed 3,000. This is a cruel training. It's also an opportunity to select the geniuses among the geniuses. It's also an opportunity for the geniuses to stand out. Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath. Not only is the risk of the ruins high, but there are also many monsters and traps. There are also 8,000 geniuses belonging to the Dao League and the 8,000 geniuses belonging to the Umno Alliance. Once they enter, it will be a life-and-death situation. Opportunities are opportunities, and dangers coexist. Every opportunity and treasure trove inside is a huge trap. The geniuses may soar in there, but they may also fall. In this section, each of you will do the work of the participants. In addition, each of your clans must also be informed. Yes, everyone. Do you have anything else to say? No. What I said just now. Do you have any objections? What are your thoughts? Now, you can put forward as much as possible. After today's meeting, there won't be another chance. Only look at the results, not the process. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered. They were all thinking about their own tasks, difficulties, obstacles, pressure, etc. After a long time, no one uttered a word. No one has any objections? I'll ask one last time. Is there any problem? No problem. All right. Zhuo Changlu immediately announced the end of the meeting. Move out immediately. Yes. The space rippled. The upper echelons of the continent instantly dispersed. At the same time, the entire continent of astral souls suddenly shook like a pot of boiling water. The inspect heavenly token that had disappeared for many years had reappeared. Almost instantly, it spread throughout the entire continent of astral souls. All the television stations, radio stations, and all the internet were covered by the same image at this moment. Whether it was turning on the television, the computer, or wandering on the streets, all the images were the same. Minister inspect heavenly token. A snow-white image with blood-red words. Everyone who saw it, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or martial artists, felt their hearts beating wildly at the same time. All the blood in their bodies was rushing upwards. Something big had happened. The war of the races, the war of survival, has erupted. From today onwards, everyone is to prepare for war. Minister inspect heavenly token. Everyone is to conscript. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, wartime tax rates. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, martial arts schools will be cruel. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, cultivators above the cloud transformation realm. In a few minutes, the entire continent was in an unprecedented uproar. Chapter 760. As soon as Xiaoduo entered the school, he was shocked to find that the atmosphere was very different from usual. The big screen in front of the school had not been turned on for a long time. Now it was lit up by itself. Light radiated in all directions. The content on the screen was very simple. It was just a snow-white background with big blood-red words. Sky Inspecting Minister Token. This was the highest command that could command the entire astral souls. The first reaction of all the students after seeing these words was to salute and pay their respects at the first moment. Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, and the other students who had just entered the school also bowed at the same time. It's actually the Sky Inspecting Minister token. Li Chenglong was so excited that his face turned red. Big brothers, the minister hasn't issued an order for many years. But he has finally reappeared in this world. It seems that the current situation is very dangerous, and he has finally come out to preside over the overall situation. That's right. Under the leadership of the Sky Inspecting Minister, the continent will be invincible and advance bravely. Li Chenglong raised his arms and roared. Why are you so excited? Zhou Xiaoduo asked in surprise. The minister is my idol in this life. Li Chenglong was so excited that his face was red. He said, my lifelong wish is to be able to fight under the minister's command. In fact, it was not only Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo also looked at the word Sky Inspecting Minister token and couldn't help but feel emotional. Sky Inspecting Minister. What kind of lofty title was this? It was so noble that even if there was nothing going on, as long as this name was mentioned, everyone would feel reverence and respect from the bottom of their hearts. This was a true legend in the astral souls. A living miracle, a living legend. Life is short. If I can reach the level of the Sky Inspecting Minister, then my life will not be in vain. Zhou Xiaoduo was fascinated. Yes, this is what it means to be at the peak of one's life. It's magnificent. Li Chenglong was fascinated. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long sigh. How good would it be if this heaven-inspecting minister was my father? Li Chenglong was stunned. He really did not expect Zhou Xiaoduo to say such a thing at this moment. Moreover, he wasn't going to become a subordinate of the minister, or even the minister himself, but the minister's son. Zhou's train of thought always surprised me. It was too strange. But why would he want to be the minister's son? The minister's son isn't an ordinary second-generation cultivator. He has to bear a lot of pressure. You can't afford to be called a hero while your son is a bastard. How much effort did he have to put in to not be looked down upon by others? With Boss's personality, he shouldn't have such goals and ideals in life, right? Then, Li Chenglong heard Zhou Xiaoduo's answer. If that's the case, my life. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. It'll be perfect. It'll be the peak of one's life. I'll just eat and wait for death. I can even make it to the Umno Alliance continent. Who dares to provoke me? I'll win my life by lying down, setting foot on the 3 continents, walking crab steps. My father is the Sky Inspecting Minister. Do you admit defeat? Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was in turmoil. He was in the mood for poetry. He actually recited a few poems on the spot. At the sun-moon pass, I'll be the first. When I meet a strong enemy, I'll shout. My father is the Sky Inspecting Minister. Do you dare to make a move on me? Duo let his imagination run wild. Inner core, cultivation, heavenly king guts, military achievements in battle. Tyrannical at the Sun-Moon Pass. Little Nyin Yin in my arms. So cool. Duo was fascinated. It had to be said that this dream and these words were really Duo. Stop dreaming. Li Chenglong angrily slapped the back of Xiao's head. You are really something. Why don't you think about how old the sky inspecting minister is? At your age, even if you become the great Swa, do you know that you're blaspheming him? I won't say anything on a normal day, but that's the minister. The minister, you understand? What kind of noble status is that? How can you blaspheme it? You're right. It's really impossible. Duo was disappointed. By the way, you're familiar with the history of the continent. Do you know the surname of the Sky Sentinel Minister? Duo asked suddenly. I heard that. Her surname is Zwa. Li Qinglong looked at Duo as if he had just discovered a new continent. I have the same surname as you. They all have the extremely rare surname of Zwa. Duo immediately became spirited again. Swollen, do you think I'm the great? Even if the effect is different, it's almost the same. Maybe, back then, the sky inspecting minister spared mercy everywhere and left our bloodline in Phoenix City. You don't know, but even though my parents didn't have any cultivation, they were blessed with great fortune. They were blessed by the heavens and looked down on their peers. Duo's eyes were dreamy as he let his imagination run wild. The surname is Zwa. That's a good surname. Maybe it's the real Zwa. While Duo was indulging in his imagination, he kept running his mouth, attracting the attention of many students. Li Chenglong, who was walking with him, was both embarrassed and angry. He slapped Duo's head again and dragged him away. Sigh, Zwa. Although I also hope that you can have some connections. That way, I can also get some benefits. Unfortunately, this dream is too beautiful. Even if you're good-looking, you can't dream so beautifully. The two of them enter the classroom, when Xingtian's gaze suddenly turned and looked at the two of them. After a long time, he turned his head and spoke with some disappointment. How many people in our class have broken through to the nascent soul stage? Or rather, how many people are confident of breaking through to the nascent soul stage in a few days? When Xingtian said, I can. Me too. I'm already at the nascent soul stage. More than 20 people raised their hands, including Xiang Chong, Meng Zhongjun, Zhen Piapiao, and Hao Han. They were all at the nascent soul stage. As for Xiang Bing and the others, they were on the verge of breaking through. Some were just a hair's breadth away, while others were trying their best to suppress their true essence. When Xingtian's eyes were even more worried. Li Chenglong, what about you? When Xingtian turned his head and asked, I'm now. Swollen calculated. He had suppressed his true essence 10 times now. He was almost at his limit. If he suppressed it one more time, he would have to break through to the nascent soul stage. I estimate I will break through to the nascent soul stage in 2 days. Duo, what about you? When Xingtian's eyes were filled with eager expectation and anxiety. This was a great opportunity. If Zhuo Xiaoduo missed it because of suppressing his true essence, it would be a pity. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a breath and said, "Give me 3 days of vacation. I will definitely break through the current realm and reach the nascent soul stage." 3 days of vacation was equivalent to 120 days in the Tower of Annihilation. It was enough. Even if the side effects of taking the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring were added, it was still enough to recover. Good. When Xingtian's eyes lit up. At this moment, his eyes became resplendent and dazzling, flickering with light. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong said that they could break through in a short time, when Xingtian felt his whole body relax. He knew very well that the geniuses of the 3 continents would enter the Mystery Land. If Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong did not lead the team, perhaps less than half of the 20 students in his class would come out alive. It was even possible that they would all be wiped out. Although they were all geniuses, they did not have any advantage over their peers. At least, they did not have the overwhelming strength advantage like Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Once they were besieged by several enemies, one of them would be killed almost instantly. Especially the actual combat experience of life and death. Even if they were not extremely lacking, it was still not optimistic. However, with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong leading the team, the situation was completely different. These 2 guys, one was smart and the other was steady. One was invincible among his peers in martial arts, and the other was wise and smart. With the 2 of them as the core, they were a perfect pair and were bound to be invincible. This way, our class can enter the Mystery Land. 25 people. Is there anyone else? When Xingtian looked at the remaining people and said, "This may be the biggest growth opportunity in your life. If you can break through in a short time, even if you can suppress your true origin 1 or 2 times, it is worth a try." Pai Bao raised his hand and said, "I can." Good, then add Pai Bao. Is there anyone else? When Xingtian looked at the others, his eyes full of eagerness. This will be a turning point that will determine your future. But there is also a possibility that you will die in the middle of the road. Students, you must consider this carefully in your hearts. I hope that there will be as many as possible. When Xingtian said, "Children, I don't know the details, but I can say that this is definitely a training exercise for the 3 continents. It is also the birth of the 3 continents' true seeds. This kind of experience is something that you will only encounter once in your life. However, those of the inner core realm who have not suppressed 6 times should not think about entering. It is meaningless to force yourself to enter." When Xingtian said, "Those of you who have suppressed more than 7 times, raise your hand." Walala. More than 10 hands were raised. Good. When Xingtian took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "What resources do you lack for a breakthrough? I will be your guarantor. Borrow from the school first. Try to make your breakthrough as stable and reliable as possible. There is no harm in borrowing more." When Xingtian was cutting off all means of retreat, if the students could make it out alive, then everything would be fine. But for those who died, the borrowed resources would be repaid by him as the guarantor. But when Xingtian felt that even if he could repay this debt, it would be worth it to teach in the Hidden Dragon School for the rest of his life. If possible, I am willing to mortgage my next life as well. I only hope that they can go further and not miss this opportunity. Chapter 761, Class 1, 42 people. When Xingtian recorded the data and hurried out. 10 minutes later, he came back. Those who lack resources to break through, stay back. Those who have suppressed less than 6 times, go to the field or the gravity room to train on your own. Those who have the confidence to break through, go home immediately and prepare for it. After you break through, report to the school as soon as possible. It doesn't matter, even if it's the middle of the night. Remember, it's the first time. Zhua Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong. Both of you report to the principal's office. Yes. Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong walked out. The two of them looked at each other and felt an irrepressible excitement in their hearts. Big news. The two of them walked to the principal's office in a rare silence. They could vaguely feel that the unique opportunity of a lifetime was about to arrive. When they were about to reach the principal's office, Li Chenglong suddenly slowed down his footsteps. He spoke slowly and solemnly to Zhua Xiaoduo. Zhua, I can clearly feel that a brand new life for me is about to begin from this moment. Zhua Xiaoduo grinned. I feel the same. We're about to start a brand new life together. We're still going to hold hands and move forward together. Li Chenglong was not the only one who felt this way. Even Zhua Xiaoduo had a similar feeling. That feeling was even more real than Li Chenglong's. It was as if he could reach out and touch it. It was a very mysterious, but very real feeling. It was as if the road of destiny was right in front of him. The door had been opened for him, and Li Chenglong to step into it. However, the two of them had different personalities. Li Chenglong was calm, cautious, and serious. Zhua Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had the mentality of fuck you. If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to come, then don't come. If you want to come, then I'll take you. If you don't want to come, then it's fine. Therefore, to a certain extent, Zhua Xiaoduo was purely being urged and forced to move forward by one thing after another. It was like a whip, lashing him forward. He had no choice but to leave. However, Li Chenglong was different. Li Chenglong knew what he wanted to do from the very beginning. He had always had a clear goal and walked toward his own path, moving forward steadily. But at the same time, he understood very well that he lacked the temperament of a leader, the temperament of a desperado, and the courage to face problems. There was always a little bit of overcautious thinking and overall consideration. This kind of thinking was not bad, and could even be said to be more beneficial for the survival of the team. However, with this kind of character, no matter how high his martial arts cultivation was, he could only be a support in some matters. Li Chenglong had understood his own heart. Therefore, he had looked for Zhua Xiaoduo and had set Zhua Xiaoduo as his goal. He had made a bet in his life. If he was right, then he would be right. If he was wrong, then he would return to Phoenix City and become a teacher. The reason why Li Chenglong had made such a bet was because he had found that Zhua Xiaoduo would always encounter some strange and dangerous things. And these things were like whips, lashing Zhua Xiaoduo to move forward. Li Chenglong had positioned himself as Zhua Xiaoduo's support. Therefore, Zhua Xiaoduo was lashed to move forward, and Li Chenglong himself was naturally forced to move forward. He had walked and walked all the way to where he was now. Li Chenglong felt that the road in front of him had suddenly become clear. This was probably the feeling he had. Perhaps this is the beginning of a brand new life. Li Chenglong silently said to himself. Then, he and Zhua Xiaoduo knocked on the door of the principal's office. On the other side, Shangjingyan High School. Long Yusheng, Wanli Xiao, Zhou Yinqing, and the others were also called to the principal's office. All of you have a part in this experiential learning. The task of leading the nascent Soul Stage team will be given to the three of you. Principal, Wanli Xiao, and I are not candidates to lead the team. We are only suitable to be led. We understand our own characters. We're used to accepting and completing tasks. Not only are we not used to leading others, but we also lack the ability to lead others. So, Zhou Yinqing will be the team leader. That's good. The principal of Yunwan High School couldn't help but look at Long Yusheng and Wanli Xiao. At this age, it was rare to have such a clear understanding of one's own character. It was commendable. Most of the peers of this age had been regarded as geniuses for too long. Everyone felt that they were the best in the world. The arrogance of the world's protagonists, who despised the world, dissipated from their bodies. Even the principal didn't expect that these two little guys were the kind of people who didn't need to be beaten up by society to recognize themselves. How rare! In addition, after entering the ruins, we may be dissociated from our school's basic sequence. Long Yusheng reported. Wanli Xiao nodded vigorously. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Dissociated? Why is that? The principal frowned. The scope of this activity is so wide that it covers the entire continent of astral souls. That means that our boss will also go. Long Yuxing's eyes lit up as he replied, I miss you guys so much. Yes, our boss will also go. We will be reunited. Wanli Xiao nodded. The principal was silent for a moment. You are allowed to dissociate. However, if possible, you must assist Captain Zhou. Of course. Thank you, Principal. Dragon Soul High School. Li Zhongming arrived at the principal's office with sleepy eyes. Experiential learning in the Starlight Mountain Range? Okay. Captain? No. I'm a person who sleeps every day. How can I be a captain? I don't want to be unable to help you if you have any problems. Umo Yin silently followed Luo Yinling out of the cave and walked towards the dormitory. Behind him, the bloody footprints became fainter and fainter as he walked. First, treat the wounds on your body. Take some pills to recover your inner yuan. Then, go to the nutrition cabin and lie down for a while. Luo Yinling's heart ached. It's okay. Umo Yan's care for Luo Yinling was a little unnatural, especially the warm feeling in his heart. It made him feel very uncomfortable. The school also prepared a lot of resources for you. Mo Yin, in this trial, there are less than 30 people in our entire school, including the seniors. And among the freshmen, you're the only one who has reached the nascent soul stage. Then can I leave the school team? Umo Yin was silent for a while. This time, I want to fight side by side with them. It's been a long time. Chapter 762. Our school doesn't have a team order, since the number of people joining is so small. So when you join, you'll naturally be separated into other teams. Luo Yinling said, Which team do you want to join? You just need to apply, and you should be able to get in. I know. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Umo Yan's stiff face showed a trace of happiness. Also, your sword, it's time to change. Luo Yinling said, This is the sword that the principal gave you. This sword is called Demon Soul. It's an ancient sword. Use it well. Umo Yin took the Demon Soul, took it out, and looked at it. The cold light was dazzling and threatening. On the sword, there was a faint blood color. It was obviously a sword of killing. Who knows how many people's blood it had already drunk. He silently put the sword back into the sheath and picked up his own sword. It was the sword that Zhou Xiaoduo had given to Yu Moyan in Phoenix City. At this moment, it was full of holes like a deformed saw blade. Umo Yin silently looked at it for a long time, then put the sword and the scabbard back into his space ring, then held the demon soul in his hand. He faintly felt a little uncomfortable. It's not as good as my own sword. But this sword is better. I'll see if I can find a craftsman to fix this sword. What you need now is rest. Luo Yinling said, You have 1 day to rest. After 1 day, you'll be leaving with the team. This time the vice principal will be leading the team. Okay. Umo Yin took 2 steps back, then suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you, Teacher Luo. In this life, I will never forget you. Luo Yinling's eyes reddened. She knew deeply this trial may be the beginning of Umo Yan's rise. In the future, whether or not he will return to Jade Sun High School, it's hard to say. About Yin Luo Yinling hesitated. During the competition, Luo Yinling once said that she would introduce her daughter to Umo Yin. Although at that time, it was just a joke, no one took it seriously. But when Umo Yin really came to Jade Sun High School, Luo Yinling found more and more that this Umo Yin was really a piece of unpolished gold jade. Such a talent. It's the dream son-in-law candidate of all parents. Naturally, he was really tempted by the idea. Most importantly, his daughter was also a rare genius. She was definitely worthy of Umo Yin. Her daughter had interacted with Umo Yin a few times. Although there was no progress between them, Umo Yan's personality was cold and indifferent. His daughter, on the other hand, seemed to have fallen into the trap. Luo Yinling wanted to fight for her daughter and see what Mo Yan's attitude was. Speaking of this topic, Mo Yan's somewhat dark face blushed a rare shade of red. At this moment, in Luo Yinling's eyes, this was clearly a bashful feeling. Luo Yinling almost suspected that she had seen wrongly. This kid actually had such a side to him. Big Sister Yan. She's very good. Yu Moyan licked his lips and said dryly, if the world is peaceful in the future, and Sister Yan is still interested, I will marry her. Luo Yinling sighed helplessly in her heart. She smiled and said, okay. However, he sighed in his heart. The world was at peace. Things had changed since then. The minister had started conscripting soldiers from all over the country. The war of survival had begun. Would the world be at peace? She was the teacher of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. Naturally, she knew the truth behind this training. Regarding the future, it was hard to be too optimistic. Teacher Luo, you must take care of yourself too. Mo Yin was dressed in black, as usual. He quietly walked out of the infirmary. The wounds on his body were simply bandaged. He didn't enter the nutrition cabin. Yu Moyan actually hated entering the nutrition cabin to heal his body. The most direct reason was that the nutrition cabin would remove all the scars on his body. He sat alone in the corner of the field, amidst the tall weeds, and carefully recalled every wound on his body. This wound, what was the situation at that time? Actually, I can treat it in another way. Can it be gentler? Or can it be avoided? The other wound was that kind of situation. I was not calm at that time. Maybe I can treat it that way. But however, I was in the middle of a battle and did not have time to think. I just relied on my instincts. Or my instincts. Did I train in the wrong direction? Until he thought about all the wounds on his body and corrected them all. Mo Yin took out a bottle of living holy water and drank it. Then, he continued to sit in the thick weeds. All these years, I've been alone. The wind has passed. The rain has gone. Mo Yin sang in a low voice. This was the only song he knew. Every time he sang this song, he sang it as if he was very lonely, very lonely. But this time, he sang a little joyfully. I'm going to meet my brothers soon. Mo Yin. A girl's crisp and soft voice suddenly sounded. Sister Yin? Mo Yin was stunned. He looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a slim figure walking over on the weeds. Her beautiful face was full of determination. I'm going to the training this time. I'm in a nascent soul realm like you. We're both in the nascent soul group. The girl said. Mo Yin nodded woodenly. Sister Yin was in the 2nd grade. She was 1 grade higher than him. She was also the chief of the 2nd grade. It was normal for them to participate in the training together. Why did he feel a little happy? Mo Yin, when the time comes, which team do you want to join? Let's go together, okay? Okay, so it's settled then? Yes. Then, I'm leaving? The girl's eyes flashed with hope. Yes. Idiot. The girl pouted. She turned around and walked a few steps. She couldn't help but stomp her feet angrily. Suddenly, she couldn't help but turn around. Mo Yin, when the world is peaceful, you said you'll marry me. Are you serious? The girl asked shyly. Mo Yin was stunned. After a while, he said, yes. The girl laughed cheerfully. Then I'll wait for you. But what if you marry someone else in the future? After all, the world is peaceful. I don't know how many years it will take. Mo Yin was silent for a while. He said in a low voice, if you wait for me. He was silent for a while, just when the girl thought he wouldn't say anything else and was about to leave in disappointment. She heard Mo Yin say softly, if you wait for me. If I can't marry you, I won't marry for the rest of my life. Idiot. The girl's eyes curved like a crescent moon. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong entered the principal's office. Yi Chongqing laughed loudly. Our team leader and vice leader are here. What team leader? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. The Hidden Dragon Academy has sent 400 soul transformation cultivators to the ruins. The 2 of you are the team leader and vice leader that I personally appointed. Zhou Xiaoduo, Team leader. Li Chenglong, vice leader. Yi Changqing laughed. I'm the team leader? I could be the team leader? Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. He really didn't have the confidence. You're just a spiritual leader. Yi Changqing said. You're invincible among your peers. If you don't become the team leader, who will? Who will be convinced if someone else did it? Principal, you're right. What you said makes a lot of sense. Wah! Xiaoduo laughed complacently. Of course, the other important thing for you to be the team leader is to suppress the entire team. Yi Changqing said. Other than that, the vice leader will be in charge of the other matters. What do you mean? I mean, you're just a figurehead. If you encounter someone who doesn't agree with you, you'll suppress them. As for other matters, you don't have to worry about how to lead the team, how to move, how to plan. No command authority? What command authority do you want? Don't you have a vice leader? Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind turned. Suddenly, he looked like a Spartan. Then, am I not a puppet? Yi Changqing glared at him. Why don't you just take charge? You'll be justified? No. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and said, I'll just be an awesome team leader. Just like the Sky Patrol Minister, I'll be the spiritual leader. As for other matters, I'll just be a puppet. You dare to compare yourself with the minister. Yi Changqing said, but he was thinking about many things in his heart. Surname Zhuo. Surname Zhuo. This kid's surname is Zhuo. This surname is really good. Principal, Zhuo Xiaoduo excitedly said. Sir Minister Inspecting Heaven is also surnamed Zhuo. Do you think that Sir Minister Inspecting Heaven is an ancestor of my family? Yi Changqing choked for a moment. Then he was furious. Get out. Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned and took Li Chenglong out of the office building. He saw Gao Xiao standing in front of the door with a few nascent soul transformation stage used from the Gao family. Captain's Vice Leader Li, please take care of us. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. You're going to? Of course. Then it'll be easy this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. It turned out that there were so many people helping him. Our trial this time will be an unprecedentedly high level of danger. Gao Xiao's face was very solemn. The Umno Alliance and the Dao League will also have their own geniuses entering, and they have the same number of people as us. I believe that their quality will not be inferior to ours. But how can the opportunities inside provide for 24,000 geniuses? It's impossible to distribute them evenly. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and assume that the resources are abundant and can be evenly distributed, the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance will definitely want to take more. Of course, we also have the same thought. Chapter 763. Good. That's not a problem. Li Chenglong nodded. He could hear that Gao Xiao didn't have the slightest intention of mocking him this time. She wasn't even considering him. She was really doing something. It was impossible for 400 nascent soul students to enter this relic without a unified command and clear orders. If they fought separately, they would only be defeated by the enemy one by one, and all of them would die. Gao Xiao had extraordinary schemes and means, but she didn't have the ability to convince the masses. At this time, the ability to convince the masses was the most important part. It was the prerequisite for everything. Even if you had heaven-defying wisdom and peerless wisdom, if everyone didn't listen to you, you would be blind and unable to do anything. But this problem could be solved perfectly by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even without Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong could solve it perfectly. Everyone was in the nascent soul realm. You're not convinced, right? Come out. I'll beat you until you're convinced. You're not convinced, right? Come out. I'll beat you until you're convinced. Force might not be the most effective means, but in special circumstances, it was the fastest and most immediate means. Okay. Li Chenglong agreed. Gao Xiao said, when the time comes, Zhuo only needs to appear and control the situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits. Do you need me to make a move to intimidate them? Hearing this, Gao Xiao couldn't help but be embarrassed by this guy. She was speechless for a long time. Ever since the battle between Yu and Bing Xiaobing in the arena, The whole school was directly convinced by you. Now, do you still need to make a move? This guy clearly wanted to show off his prowess. Ahem. You guys go back first. I still have to report some things to Zwa. Gao Xiaoer secretly rolled her eyes and drove the other way. This is the progress of the material processing. Gao Xiaoer took out a piece of paper from the space ring. Give me what I should. The process isn't important. Zwa Xiaoduo waved his hand and said generously. He looked like a big boss who didn't need to look at it. I'm not worried about the Gao clan. Gao Xiao rolled her eyes again. You sent such a wretched guy who values money as much as his life to supervise by the side. Of course you're worried. By the way, how's your cooperation with Mr. Fong going? Are you happy with each other? Zwa Xiaoduo asked. Director Fong is indeed a talent. Although she didn't have a good impression of that wretched guy, Gao Xiaoer didn't deny Fong Yinua's ability to do things. He was indeed very strong. Mr. Fong is managing the company on his own now, so there's no problem. The business under his jurisdiction has also expanded to a certain extent. Although his methods are slightly harsh, the results are excellent. In particular, President Fong is a smooth and slick person who is always smiling. He also gets along well with the people of the Gao family, so there are few grudges between us. Gao Xiaoer sighed faintly. How could they not be harmonious? Not only was that guy slick and slick, but he was also very good at dealing with people. Every day, he would bring his uncles out to look for female martial artists. However, the source of this matter was the uncles who wanted to corrupt President Fong. However, they never expected that President Fong had already corrupted himself to such an extent that after doing this a few times, Director Fong actually became very successful in this industry. He even turned around and introduced his uncles to people they liked. That this result and operation was really too embarrassing. What was even more embarrassing was that all the food, drinks, entertainment, and all the expenses were all paid by President Fong himself. He didn't use a single cent of the company's money and took advantage of them at all. They didn't know where this guy got the money. Boss, I've succeeded in seizing the power of the class. You can rest assured. Now, our company is full of security. So Xiao Duo didn't know what to say. He just let it be and let it be. After receiving 15,000 high-quality jade of astral souls, Zwa Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong returned to the first class and stayed for a few minutes before going home. They quickly went home to cultivate and break through. It seems that the high-quality jade of astral souls in Fenghai is really out of stock. Zwa Xiaoduo sighed faintly. The resources that he had given Gao Xiaoer were worth at least a few 100,000 high-grade star soul jades, not to mention a lot. Moreover, Fong Yinua and Gao Xiaoer had been so busy. After such a long time, they only managed to collect so few high-quality jade of astral souls. Although they still had tens of billions of Star Origin coins, what was the use of having so many Star Origin coins now? When they had too much money, it would not only be a number, but it would also depreciate. They would not be able to buy it anymore. Li Chenglong was called over by Wen Xingtian. He didn't know what to do. So Xiao Duo went home first and stored the space-destroying pagoda in order to absorb the heat from the heart of the ardent sun in the pagoda. As Xiao Duo continued to absorb the heat emitted by the heart of the ardent sun was much less than before. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could get his hands on it to cultivate. So Xiao Duo was quite obedient this time. Although he entered the space-destroying pagoda, he didn't disturb Zwa Xiaoyan, who was cultivating. After he came out, he immediately called Fong Yinua and told her to continue preparing the Star Bee storage and recharge the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger. Although the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger's auxiliary effect continued to decrease, it was still a considerable help. It could at least be maintained until he broke through to the nascent soul transformation stage, or even the cloud transformation stage. After informing Fong Yinua, he made a trip to Boss Sun's place, intending to take away the Star Soul Jade powder he had received during this period of time. Then, holding on to the slightest bit of hope, he made another trip outside the city, to the place where the white-robed lady had dumped the Star Soul Jade powder. Maybe there was more? When he went over to take a look, Xiaoduo was really shocked. He was just hoping that there would be more. But in the end, it was more than that. There were simply too many. Not only was the underground space completely filled, but a small mountain had also been piled up on the surface. However, a lot of it had been scattered in all directions by the meteorites, and a lot of it had been wasted. After all, the Astral Soul's jade powder that was mixed with impurities could not be used out as stingy as Xiaoduo was. He could not help but feel heartache. Damned meteorite. Sigh. Hurry up and start packing. The harvest this time was almost twice as much as the previous time, and there was still a surplus. It could be said that they were returning from a rewarding journey. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Since he was going to start his closed-door cultivation, he had to collect as many of these things as possible. Xiaoduo would never give up anything that he deserved. Only when he got his hands on it would it belong to him. It didn't matter if it was useful or not. If it was useless, at most, President Fong would sell it again. In the Void Extermination Tower, Xiao Long was working hard to move the items. He was also grinning from ear to ear. So it was really too awesome now. The amount of Astral Soul's jade powder that he had collected during this period of time had shocked me. I could not control myself. No, I have to go out tonight to move another half of my meridian in. Poor Xiao Long. Sigh. When will come in? I want to eat. With Didi. Sob sob. When Xiaoduo returned home, Changlu and Wu Yuding were lying on the deck chairs on the terrace, rocking back and forth, looking very comfortable. Xiaoduo's eyes were full of envy as he looked at them. My parents are so happy and carefree. This is the life I have always dreamed of. However, the most important thing now was to quickly break through to the nascent soul stage. Everything else could be left for later. Time was too tight. After a few words with his parents, Xiaoduo plunged into the Void Extermination Tower and worked hard to cultivate. The resource reserves were basically in place. After 5 days in the Void Extermination Tower, Xiaoduo and Xianyan, who had been in seclusion for half a month, came out for dinner. Mom and Dad were leaving. We will go back tomorrow. Wu Yuding's eyes were full of reluctance to part with her son and daughter. She gazed at them for a long time. When they went back this time, it might be a few years before they could meet again. Also, they might not be able to meet face to face. After all, they had to prepare for their return this time. Okay, Xiaoduo ate in big mouthfuls, just like when they were home. His mother's cooking was really delicious. This time, we will probably have to go back. Both of you have to be well. Wu Yuding stroked the hair of her son and daughter with both hands and smiled. Both of you must be healthy and stable. How happy would that be? Our family could really be the great-grandson of the sky, inspecting minister's great-grandson. For a moment, Xiaoduo's imagination was running wild. Maybe it's the direct bloodline. Dad, the issue of your background is worth paying attention to. Changlu was speechless. Nonsense. He swallowed that mouthful of tea with great difficulty. I'm not joking. It's really possible, Dad. Xiaoduo said anxiously. It's really possible that the sky inspecting minister left behind an erotic love story in Phoenix City. Then, there was our family. After many years, there was you, and then you had me. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Wu Yuding coughed until she was almost out of breath. She patted her chest and took a deep breath, but she still could not hold it in. Ha 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 ha. Changlu's face was dark. How can the sky inspecting minister be such a despicable person? Don't talk nonsense. Changlu's palms stretched and retracted. He had the urge to hit someone. Xiaoduo disagreed. Dad, don't be intimidated by the reputation of those big shots. Which one of these big shots is not lustful? Look at those TV dramas. They're all lustful. Maybe the sky inspecting minister is an old hooligan in his bones. Who knows how rotten his private life is? Who can say for sure? At such an old age, how many women have he had? Maybe he can't even remember. Shut up. You shut up for me, Zhuo Changlu said fiercely. How can you talk about the great heroic leader behind his back like that? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yuting choked again. She rolled her eyes and said, You don't say. Maybe Doggy is right. Maybe the Sky Patrol minister is really a womanizer. Maybe he has blossomed in Phoenix City and left behind his bloodline. Is it really impossible? Besides, he's so old. It's normal for him to have a lot of women, right? What do you say, Dad? What do I say? What do I say? Zhuo Changlu could not hold it in anymore. He suddenly stood up. We're leaving tomorrow. Let's look at the stars in Fenghai City tonight. His face was red as dates. He hurried upstairs and occupied a recliner. He left in a somewhat sorry state. Mom, is there really no hope? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yuting and said anxiously, This is the bloodline. This is a great opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. This is a great opportunity to be a salted fish. My lifelong wish, to be a salted fish. My biggest regret is that I am not the second generation. Sigh, I really don't know if your dad has the bloodline of the Sky Inspecting Minister, but it's hard to say. After all, they are both surnames Hua. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and said, When I go back this time, I will look through our family's genealogy. Mom, then you must look through it carefully. Zhuo Xiaoduo said attentively, Don't miss any important clues. Even the slightest clue is good. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and left her seat without saying a word. As she walked, she laughed nonstop. Originally, he had been filled with sorrow of parting, but this brat had made it all disappear, and he had almost burst his belly from laughing. But this kid guessed right. There was no mistake at all. Didn't the Sky Inspecting Minister bear fruit in Phoenix City and leave behind his bloodline? How could this be fake? It couldn't be any more real. He was definitely the direct descendant. The only seedling in 30 million miles. Zhuo Xiaoduo cleaned up the dishes while Zhuo Xiaoyan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. When Zhuo Xiaoduo finished cleaning up the table, he walked quickly to the kitchen and hugged her slender waist naturally. He said, Nian Nian Mao. Call me sister. Okay, Sister Nian Mao. Sister Nian Mao, about Dad and Mom. Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged her slender waist and began to talk about business. He took advantage of her and talked about business without delay. Zhuo Xiaoyan also became serious when she heard this. She said as she washed the dishes, Although I don't think it's fake, I'm still afraid. Me too. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Do you think Dad and Mom will go overboard? I don't think so. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. It's a pity that we're too weak and can't help at all. It's fine as long as it's not fake. It'll take about 3 months. After that, everything will be clear. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart calmed down. His intuition told him that this was definitely true, but as a son, he couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen, and Zhuo Xiaoyan had the same thoughts as him. This was definitely true, but his heart was in a mess. It was always hanging in the air, and he couldn't calm down. Sister Nian Mao. Sigh. Zhuo Xiaoyan sighed and turned to look at him helplessly. You'd better be called Nian Mao. The words Nian Nian Sister Cat sounded weird no matter how he heard it. If others heard it, they might misunderstand. Okay, Nian Mao. Zhuo Xiaoduo revealed a wretched smile behind Zhuo Xiaoyan. It seems that from now on, Nian Mao will be my exclusive name. It won't be restricted anymore. Ha ha, Nian Mao was indeed dumb. She didn't even correct him to call her little Nian Mao. It seems that my hypnosis is good. It's like a fish in water. It's so easy. Nian Mao kept switching between Nian Mao and Nian Mao, making her subconsciously think that she could only choose one of the two names. Naturally, she chose Nian Mao, which she was most used to. Wahaha! I'm indeed brilliant, talented, and full of wisdom. Who can compare with me when I have such extraordinary wisdom? Who else? When it comes to wooing Nian Mao, I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, call myself the best in the world. Who doesn't agree? Even if they don't agree, they're not allowed to compete. Those who compete will be beaten to death. It's better to be wrong than wrong. Why did you call me? Zhuo Xiaoyan finished washing the dishes and wiped her hands. Only then did she realize that this guy was holding her waist in a daze. It was obvious that he still had something to say. Chapter 765. You're only at the primordial elixir level now, okay? How can you be a nascent soul captain? Zhuo Xiaoyan mocked him. I'm going to be a nascent soul captain soon. Why can't I be one? Nian cat, when you were at the embryonic breathing stage, I was nothing. When you were at the soul awakening stage, I was at the Xiantian level. When you were at the nascent soul stage, I was at the embryonic breathing stage. Now you're at the pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage, and I'm at the pinnacle of the primordial elixir realm. I can break through to the nascent soul stage at any time. So Xiaoduo was very satisfied and said, I feel that I'm getting closer and closer to you. I believe that soon you'll be singing Conquer in front of me and doing the cat ear dance for me. Why don't I find a video for you to watch first? You don't have to cram for it at the last minute. Zhuo Xiaoyan's forehead was filled with black lines. Earlier, when she heard him talk about the past, she was still gratified by his progress. In the end, he suddenly took a turn and almost hurt her. It turned out that it was all a trick. He had been scheming against her step by step. This was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. Get lost. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't get lost. Instead, he carried Zhuo Xiaoyan to the sofa. Then, he took out his phone and started to look for videos. Look at this young lady. She's dancing well. Look at her cat ears. Look at her butt. Look. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw Zhuo Xiaoyan's frosty face. Hey, dog. Are these all your followers? Zhuo Xiaoyan grabbed the phone and opened My Followers. She saw that there were at least 100 female streamers. They were all good at dancing and were more. Flirtatious. She clicked on a few to take a look. Her face was pale and cold, and a chill was coming out of her. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that something was wrong. For a moment, he didn't even dare to hug her waist. He curled up at the side and explained dryly in a low voice. I'm also for the sake of. In the future, we'll have more fun as husband and wife, so that we can make plans early. For you. Zhuo Xiaoyan almost crushed her phone. These steel pipes. Electric buttocks. Why you? You're really obscene. Before he could finish his sentence, he tossed his phone onto the sofa. Zhuo Xiaoyan stood up with a cold face and stomped back to his room. He was angry. Oh no. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked dejected and disheartened. Zhuo Xiaoyan went back to her room and sat down angrily for a while. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Puppy, you disappoint me too much. This was simply despicable. After pondering for a long time, he finally took out his phone, opened up a video streaming website, searched for a few videos based on his memory, and began watching them. But the more she read, the redder her face became. She hurriedly followed a few of them and decided to criticize them when she had time in the future. She didn't have the time for that now. He hurriedly put away his phone and put it into his spatial ring. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was still as red as a ripe apple. She didn't go out for now and looked at herself in the mirror. She said angrily, those women. There's no need to talk about their color. They can't compare to me. Even their figures are far inferior to mine. When I have time, I'll play with him casually. I'll definitely charm this puppy who asked him to wander around and look around. He really deserves a beating. If Wu Yuding were to hear this argument, she would definitely sigh and lament. Girl, what kind of mentality is this? You're not thinking in the right way. If you do this, won't that little puppy be the only one to benefit? Sigh, girl, you're really hopeless. After a full hour. Zhuo Xiaoyan came out of her room with a cold face. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at her with a pitiful face, waiting for the punishment to come. Practice martial arts. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was cold. Okay. So Xiaoduo hurriedly opened the Tower of Annihilation and humbly said, Nian, cat, let's go in. His flattering face, coupled with his handsome face, was extremely out of place. The magic of creation was evident. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted coldly and took the lead to enter with her head held high. Zhuo Xiaoduo was relieved. It seemed that her temper had passed. She didn't get angry when I called Nian just now. She escaped a disaster. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Wait for me. Xiaoduo called out from behind and eagerly followed her in. Prince Zhongyuan's mansion. Prince Zhongyuan was wearing a royal robe and feeding the fish in the back garden. At this moment, Prince Zhongyuan's mansion looked cold and cheerless, without any signs of life. The princess consort had already been executed, and all the guards in the family had been captured. All the leaders of the secret organizations had already gone to hell to report. Most of the female martial artists who were secretly searching for concubines had been beheaded. The rest had been forcibly dismissed. In short, no one was left in the mansion. In the entire Prince Zhongyuan's mansion, other than a few maids and a few guards, only the butler and servants were left. The prince's mansion of the Central Plains, which had once flourished for a period of time, was now left with only a few people. Dressed in a bright yellow robe, Prince Zhongyuan stood by the pond with one hand behind his back. The three-clawed golden dragon on his body reflected in the water, swaying back and forth as if it was about to devour someone. The butler served him from a distance with his back hunched. Looking at Prince Zhongyuan's figure, he felt bleak, no longer as composed as before. The butler didn't know whether it was an illusion or reality. "Your Highness," the butler said softly, "where's the heir now?" Prince Zhongyuan threw out a handful of pearls and asked calmly. "He's still on his way back from Shanjing." The butler said, "Your Highness, do you want me to pick him up?" There was a sad look in the butler's eyes. He knew about all the Prince Zhongyuan's heirs, including his illegitimate children. But what the butler also knew was that, except for the heir who was officially registered as an emperor, the other bloodlines were all gone. There were all sorts of ways to die, and there were all sorts of strange ways to die. They drowned, burned, fell, got caught in the wind, drank too much, got scalded by hot pot. Their cell phones exploded, and the building they lived in suddenly collapsed. That, in short, there were only ways to die that one couldn't think of. The wide range of deaths was breathtaking and marvelous. The 100 to 200 descendants of His Highness had all gathered together in the underworld. Hundreds of the prince's women were also meeting in the underworld. Other than that, the prince's 10,000 old subordinates, 3,000 secret assassins, 8 gangs, and 12 aristocratic families, all kinds of forces and layers of foundation were waiting in the underworld. And now, the prince only had 2 secret masters left in his hands that he didn't know about. These 2 people were probably the only ones who hadn't been caught. "There's no need to pick them up," Prince Zhongyuan said lightly. "Those who deserve to die will die. Those who don't deserve to die will definitely live." He waved his hand. "Olma, come here. There's only the 2 of us in this mansion." "Yes, Your Highness." The butler walked over obediently and stood next to Prince Zhongyuan with his back hunched. At this moment, the fish in the pond suddenly started rolling violently. A fish was spitting out blue bubbles with all its might. In the entire pool, all the fish that came into contact with these blue bubbles began to roll around crazily. Then, they also began to spit out bubbles continuously. The same blue bubbles in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of big fish in the entire pond started rolling. Regardless of species, big or small, all of them were spitting bubbles. As the water with bubbles flowed past, the other fish ponds connected to it also started rolling and spitting bubbles. It was like a chain reaction. Usually, a prince's mansion had several gardens. But when one reached a certain status, there would be a layout of 5 lakes and 4 seas. In other words, there were 9 fish ponds, which symbolized the imperial family's wealth. And the Prince Zhongyuan's family had such a layout. But now all the fish in the 9 ponds were rolling and spitting out blue bubbles. Some of the fish with weaker vitality had already started to show their white bellies. "Your Highness, this is..." The butler, Old Ma, looked at the fish pond in front of him in shock. "What? What are you doing?" Looking at the big fish rolling in the pond with his hands behind his back, the Prince Zhongyuan sighed softly. He said dispassionately, "Old Ma, how many years have you been with me?" Old Ma was confused. He said, "Since I entered the mansion, I've been serving you, Your Highness. Until this year, it's been a total of 121 years. It's been more than 120 years, more than 60 years." Old Ma, You're a participant in all my plans, and also the executor of all my deployments. Old Ma, you're my most trusted aide. The Prince Zhongyuan sighed softly. Old Ma, look at the fish in the pond. They're divided into 9 places and seem to be connected, but their range of movement is still limited to the Prince Zhongyuan's mansion. Everyone is connected, breathing the same air, drinking the same water. They're of the same origin. Yes. Old Ma was puzzled. What did this mean? The wind and rain outside never affected them. To them, the perilous situation outside was nothing more than a legend. They were originally safe. The Prince Zhongyuan said slowly, this was originally very good. This was originally excellent. But look at the situation now. Originally, only one fish was poisoned. But as this fish began to spit out bubbles crazily, the poison spread. Because this one fish was poisoned, it implicated all the fish in the 9 ponds. All of them suffered misfortune, and none of them were spared. The Prince Zhongyuan stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was cold and calm as he looked at the fish in the pond. This is my mansion, but I can only watch them die one by one. There's nothing I can do. But at the end of the day, the root of the disaster is because of this one fish. Old Ma, don't you think so? The Prince Zhongyuan turned around slowly and looked at the butler, Old Ma. Old Ma looked perplexed. He said, if your highness says so, then it must be so. So, regardless of whether it's a group, the most terrifying thing is not the raging storms outside. It's the internal ones. The disaster caused by one poisonous fish is enough to bring disaster to the entire pond. The Prince Zhongyuan smiled faintly. His gaze gradually became as sharp as a blade as he stared at Old Ma's face. Requesting monthly votes. Please provide support. This is too funny. This is too funny. The king of Zhong laughed maniacally, not caring about his manners at all. Old Ma, since you're so loyal to me, please tell me honestly. Can I still see my son? Can I still see the crown prince and his family? See them for the last time? The king of Zhongyuan bit his lip so hard that it bled. The butler panicked. Your Highness, what's wrong? I just received news that the crown prince's carriage is about to enter Fenghai. You'll be able to see them soon. I'll be able to see them soon. Ha ha, I've already seen them. The king of Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. His entire body was trembling. He took out his phone from his bosom. There were dozens of pictures in it. The butler's gaze was fixed on the name of the caller. Inyan guessed. Take a good look, my loyal butler. The king of Zhongyuan did not care about what the butler was looking at. Now, he no longer cared about anything. He was still laughing maniacally. Take a look. Take a look. I've seen it. You take a look too. The butler trembled incessantly. Your Highness, Your Highness. I'll show you. Yes. The butler picked up the phone and flipped through the pictures one by one. The pictures were all of corpses. There were men, women, and young children. There were even a few pictures of families who had died neatly together. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the weeping willow in the mansion. Its bare branches were swaying in the breeze. Occasionally, there would be a soft sound, and a branch would break off and fall. It would fall into the dust. The crown prince and his family were found dead on the road at Xiaomong Mountain Pass this afternoon. Everyone, including the accompanying guards, men, women, old, and young, were all killed, including my grandsons and granddaughters. The king of Zhongyuan took a deep breath. The crown prince kept a few mistresses in Shanjing. Around the same time, their entire families, including the young children, all died an unnatural death. Now, at this very moment, do you know how many people are left in the king of Zhongyuan's bloodline? The king of Zhongyuan smiled faintly. I'm the only one left. I'm the only one left. I'm the only one who hasn't died yet. Everyone who is related to me, my bloodline, my... The king of Zhongyuan clenched his teeth. With a cracking sound, He actually crushed one of his teeth. Family. Family, my bloodline. None of them are alive in this world anymore. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the butler's pale face and trembling body. He slowly approached him, his gaze dark and oppressive. Is this what you meant when you said that I'm about to be reunited with my son? The butler explained in a panic. Your Highness, even if the crown prince met with an accident, it has nothing to do with me. What a great nothing to do with you. At that time, you were the one who suggested that I bring the crown prince back from Shangjing, because I'm afraid that something bad will happen if he stays there. After all, with the matter of the Chung family's daughter, there's already a blood feud with the crown prince. It's better to let the crown prince and his family return to Fenghai. It's still our territory, and it's more secure. So I listened to you and let them come back. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes were bloodshot. He said, do you know? At that time, I knew it was you. But I mistakenly thought that it was the higher-up's intention to let our family gather in one place. As long as we don't stir up trouble, I'll keep my bloodline. But I never thought that you would be so vicious. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes looked like they were dripping blood, but the corners of his mouth were really dripping blood. He suddenly laughed loudly. Funny. It's really fucking funny. I thought that I had everything under control, that I was invulnerable, but I didn't expect that the biggest traitor was actually my mastermind. He was the one who understood everything about me, arranged everything for me, and knew all the secrets of my bloodline. The first mastermind. How ridiculous. Jun Taifeng, if you don't lose, then the heavens are blind. The king of Zhongyuan raised his hand and slapped himself 4 times. He slapped himself so hard that his face swelled up instantly, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But he didn't stop. He wasn't satisfied. After thinking for a while, he slapped himself a dozen more times. You're stupid. You're so stupid. So stupid. The mastermind is a traitor. Jun Taifeng, how fucking blind are your eyes? The king of Zhongyuan gasped for breath. After a long time, he finally let out an earth-shattering roar. Who are you? Old Ma. Who the fuck are you? The butler, Old Ma, stared at the king of Zhongyuan. His eyes were originally trembling, respectful, sorrowful, understanding, and empathetic. But slowly, the look in his eyes suddenly changed. No longer trembling, no longer panicking. His originally stooped waist actually slowly straightened. His pale face was still pale, but the usual humble and submissive look on his face had completely disappeared. He straightened his body and stood in front of the king of Zhongyuan, presenting an indescribable sense of dignity. Then, he actually smiled faintly at the king of Zhongyuan. He said clearly, hello. The king of Zhongyuan glared at him fiercely, gritting his teeth and praising. Not bad, not bad. This is your true face. You're really outstanding. The butler smiled and coughed. He slowly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, carefully opened the packaging, and put one in his mouth. Then, he took out a lighter and lit it calmly. He took a deep breath and said emotionally, I've quit smoking for more than 100 years. Now that I suddenly smoke, I'm a little dizzy and not used to it. This is the last time. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes were bloodshot. Very soon, you won't faint anymore. That's right. Once a person is dead, how can he still faint? The butler puffed on his cigarette. The smoke curled up and almost covered his face. Who are you? The king of Zhongyuan held back his temper that was about to explode and asked through gritted teeth. You're from the royal family? The crown prince? Or the 9 heavens pavilion? Or the left and right heavenly kings? Or the minister and the emperor? When he mentioned the last 2 people, the king of Zhongyuan's voice also trembled. He. The butler, Old Ma, laughed mockingly. He bit the cigarette and took a puff. You really think highly of yourself. Do you think you're worthy of the minister and the emperor to specially deploy people to deal with you? The butler laughed mockingly. Suddenly, he coughed violently, tilted his head, and spat with a disgusted expression. Tui, He actually pointed at the king of Zhong Yuan with the hand holding the cigarette and scolded with infinite disdain. Can you have some self-awareness? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of so many big shots scheming against you? Can you be more shameless? You've already lost your family, and you're still acting like an idiot? Where does your confidence come from? But no matter how unbearable it is to be associated with them, when we're on the battlefield, we'll still leave our backs to each other and save each other's lives no less than a dozen times. I don't want to meet them, and I don't want to face that battlefield again. My left and right faces are already ruined, so I might as well reconstruct a new face. I'll use a new face and a new name to start a new life. Stirring up wind and rain is already the greatest pleasure of my life. Old Ma chuckled and said, "You're an ambitious person. Following you will not only not bring disgrace to me, but will also allow me to unleash my talents. I've really put in the greatest effort to follow you in the rebellion. I also really want to meet the wind and clouds once. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. I don't care about right or wrong. I don't care about justice or evil. I only want to live a happy life. I only want to live a happy life for the rest of my life." Old Ma said, "When I entered the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence, I did everything you asked me to do properly. I became your confidant bit by bit, and even participated in some important matters later on. I've been loyal to you for decades. It's all because I've done my best for you. I've treated myself as your dog. It's because this feeling of stirring up trouble in the dark is too satisfying. So, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll bite whoever you want me to bite." The Prince of Zhongyuan nodded. Old Ma's words were not wrong at all. During those years, Old Ma's loyalty to him was to the extreme. It was really to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. The Prince of Zhongyuan didn't know how many shady things he had done for him. In fact, it was also at that time that the Prince of Zhongyuan found out that this guy was a jack of all trades. He could do anything and dare to do anything. In the end, he completed everything extremely well. How could such a talent not be entrusted with heavy responsibilities and treated as a confidant? After more than 100 years of interaction, the two of them could be said to have an excellent tacit understanding. Just from the perspective of companionship and trust, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were best friends in the world. That was why the Prince of Zhongyuan found out so late that the mole was actually Old Ma. The Prince of Zhongyuan even thought that even if his wife betrayed him, Old Ma wouldn't betray him. Even if he changed his mind and betrayed his own people, Old Ma wouldn't betray him. But now it just had to be this absolutely impossible person. I used to think that I'd never betray you in my life, until I suddenly found out that you've actually laid your hands on a martial artist. A martial artist? The Prince of Zhongyuan was stunned. That's right. Old Ma's face was blood red. It doesn't matter who you've laid your hands on. Even if you've laid your hands on the minister and the emperor, even if I know that I'm no match for them, I'll still help you plan. At most, I'll die with you. It doesn't matter. But why did you lay your hands on Shi Yunfeng? Why did you lay your hands on Yi Changqing? You instigated people to plot against Yi Changqing first. But as long as he's not dead, I won't do anything even if I feel uncomfortable for a while. You instigated people to frame Xiang Quangren. That's still fine. As long as he's not dead, you can hide at home for a while. I'll even be happy to see that happen. After that, you set up a trap and pulled in the major families of the capital. For your hegemony, you made Yi Changqing and the others sacrifice their status. I can still accept it. As long as he's not dead, everything else is insignificant. However, I never expected that you would lay your hands on Shi Yunfeng and Cheng Gaing so viciously and ruthlessly. Fine, since you've done it once, I'll do it 15 times. What I'm more concerned about is when did you fall in love with Yu Jiaren? Old Ma asked fiercely. Until now, there's still a portrait of Yu Jiaren hanging in your study. Do you still remember the day of Shi Yunfeng's wedding after he returned to the Hidden Dragon Kingdom and found a wife? I didn't do anything. I just hid in my room and drank myself to death. Surely you have some impression of that, right? Ever since I came to the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence, I've only gotten drunk once in all these years. Old Ma asked fiercely. The Prince of Zhongyuan was in a trance. He vaguely remembered that there was a time when he asked the butler to do something, only to be told that the butler was so drunk that he didn't even know who he was. He kept shouting that he was a marshal and wanted to lead the troops in a battle at that time. The Prince of Zhongyuan found it funny that this viper-like guy had such a naive side. He didn't expect it to be because of this. His brother got married and he got drunk happily. There's nothing wrong with you liking Yu Jiren. But why didn't you pursue her before she got married? Old Ma asked fiercely. Even if you wanted to snatch her before she got married, as long as you said so, even if you wanted me to snatch her for you personally, it would be fine. What's the big deal about snatching and playing with a woman? You could have said so earlier. Why didn't you? You played with so many women. Why did you start to pretend to be pure when it came to Yu Jiren? Fuck you. Do you think you're Casanova? You're a fucking stallion. Even stallions don't have as many mares as you do. The Prince of Zhongyuan snorted and said angrily, Yu Jiren usually dressed like a country bumpkin. How could I have noticed it? The only time I saw her real face was on the day of her wedding with Shi Yunfeng. I was there as a guest. And then you fell in love at first sight? Aren't you fucking cheap? Old Ma was obviously going all out this time. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today, no matter what. Chapter 768. By the time I found out about Shi Yunfeng, you'd already done it. Shi Yunfeng had already secretly gone to the front line. Since then, you wanted to lay your hands on Beauty Yu, but you never succeeded. Do you know why? The king of Zhongyuan snorted coldly. With my butler helping over there, I naturally couldn't succeed. You're the only one who can understand all of my arrangements. You're the only one who can use most of my power. You're also the only one who can erase all traces after the event without me noticing. Ha ha, Beauty Yu is already my brother's wife. What do you think you are? It's one thing for me to be your dog, but in my heart, you, Jun Taifeng, have never been a human. I can be your dog, but you can't lay your hands on my brother's wife. My brother is dead, and I can't save him. I've already let him down. If I let you defile his wife, then what's the use of me? Old Ma twisted his neck. Originally, Shi Yunfeng wanted to die. After I protected Beauty Yu, I wanted to leave. Because if I continued to work for you, I'd let Shi Yunfeng down. But you killed Cheng Gaiying's 2 granddaughters, and you even used such a despicable method. The blood on old Ma's face was flashing as he gritted his teeth. For the past 100 years, no matter what bad things you do, you're used to discussing it with me first. Why didn't you discuss it with me only that time? Is it because it's related to the royal family's secret, and you don't want me to know? The king of Zhongyuan was in a daze. At that time, he didn't deliberately hide it from old Ma. It was because old Ma was sent out to do something. He forgot. Besides, targeting those 2 girls was indeed related to the royal family's secret. It was a rare opportunity, and it was fleeting, so he arranged it conveniently. Just these few people. You'll never contact these few people in your life. Are they worth betraying me? The king of Zhongyuan was confused. I don't have a father, a mother, a wife, or children. I don't even have brothers or sisters. Old Ma howled to the sky. The 17 of them who survived that year, are the only warmth in my heart. The only warmth in my heart. You know, son of a bitch. Do you know why I chose the king's mansion of Zhongyuan? It's because the hidden dragon is in Fenghai. And your king's mansion of Zhongyuan is also in Fenghai. Because they are all here. With them here, as long as they are still alive, I won't be lonely. In this life, I don't even care about my own life. I don't know how many evil and heartless things I've done. But what's funny is, I care about these brothers who crawled out from the pile of corpses with me. I don't want to see them, not because I look down on them, and not because I feel inferior. I don't feel inferior when I do bad things, because I like to do bad things. I don't feel inferior or proud. It's just that they are annoying. Fuck, this is so annoying. Old Ma grabbed his hair and said crazily, the moment we met, they talked about all sorts of things and persuaded me to do things with them, to turn over a new leaf. Fuck, if I really wanted to do it, would I need their advice? Is it so fun to go to a martial arts school and teach a bunch of idiots who don't know shit every day? Looking at those ignorant and naive idiots who always think that society is fair, I want to strangle them to death one by one. You still want to teach? Teach. I'd rather change my face and identity to be a dog than do that kind of thing. There was a time when I read the Hidden Dragon Daily and the Hidden Dragonheim Martial Arts School website every day. What do you think I was doing? You must have thought that I was deliberately looking for the flaws of the people from the Hidden Dragonheim Martial Arts School. In fact, I missed them and looked at those messages to comfort myself. Old Ma seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. The king of Zhongyuan suddenly understood. I see, I really thought that you knew that I wanted to deal with the Hidden Dragonheim Martial Arts School and thought of ways for me every day. When Yi Changqing got into trouble, I tolerated it. When Xiang Quangren got into trouble, I also tolerated it. After all, they were still alive. But when Shi Yunfeng died, I couldn't tolerate it anymore. But since you and I have known each other for 100 years, although I was determined to deal with you, I would only target you and not your family. But not long after, Cheng Gaing's incident happened. I made up my mind. How can I leave before I completely destroy you? They can't take revenge, but I can. Old Ma laughed miserably. At that time, I swore that I would make your Zhongyuan imperial residents extinct. Kill them all. Exterminate them all. I will make your Zhongyuan imperial residents, and not a single blade of grass in your imperial residence survive. I will let you have a good taste of your family being exterminated and your family being exterminated. I will avenge my brother. Old Ma roared to the sky, tears of blood flowing down his face. He laughed loudly. Shi Yunfeng, brother, do you see that? You fucking beat me every day in the army, but now I am avenging you. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Are you fucking satisfied? Fucking Shi Yunfeng, fucking Shi Yunfeng. I saved your life 7 times, but you still scolded me every day like a son of a bitch. You fucking died, and I am the one who avenged you. Are you satisfied? Those who hurt you have been uprooted by me. Ha ha. Their entire family, old and young, will be exterminated. Old Ma roared with laughter, looking extremely crazy. Ha ha ha. I'm not with you every day, but I have not forgotten. I'm a bastard. I do not do good things. I follow good people to do good things, and bad people to do bad things. Chapter 769. Boom. Bastard. The king of Zhongyuan finally made his move. He was completely enraged. Completely enraged. A thunderous punch landed on Old Ma's face. Old Ma didn't resist at all. He knew that his martial arts were far inferior to the king of Zhongyuan's. Since he had been discovered, since he was face to face, there was no point in resisting. His thin body was sent flying by the king of Zhongyuan's punch. He fell like a broken sack, bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, Old Ma was laughing happily. How is it? Is it fun? Ha ha. Do you feel humiliated? Ha ha. Your daughter. I'm afraid she's already been fucked. Ha ha. I destroyed their martial arts foundation with my own hands. I'm afraid ordinary men can't do anything to them. I even broke a few of their meridians. Old Ma lay on the ground and vomited blood. I guess they're having fun now. June Typhone, do you want to go over and take a look? I can tell you where they are. HM? Ha ha. Didn't you bombard Shi Yunfeng with prostitutes in the past? Are you having fun now? Are you having fun now? Let me tell you, if Shi Yunfeng is still alive, I'll definitely send him to prostitutes. Ha ha. The king of Zhongyuan's face was livid. He flew over and punched him repeatedly. Old Ma kept vomiting blood, but he was still laughing. Don't worry, I know you want to have fun, but I won't tell you. Ha ha. You call me a bastard? Ha ha ha. If your daughter can give birth in the future, she'll give birth too. Smack! The king of Zhongyuan's punch landed on his mouth. All his teeth fell to the ground. Even half of his tongue was smashed in an instant. However, Hua Qinshu was still mumbling incoherently. He tried his best to say, "You're a bastard." Ha ha. Shut up. The king of Zhongyuan was furious. He grabbed Old Ma's hair and lifted him up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Old Ma smiled happily. Suddenly, he winked. Your Highness, if those prostitutes know that they're having fun with the king of Zhongyuan's precious daughter, how excited would they be? Bastard. Shut up, shut up. The king of Zhongyuan struck Old Horse's body crazily, his bones cracking. Old Horse laughed maniacally as he kept spewing blood. However, his words became more and more vicious. You are ruthless. The king of Zhongyuan stopped abruptly and said fiercely, Do you want to die? Are you trying to provoke me so that I'll kill you? Old bastard, how can it be so cheap? Hua Qinshu laughed. I've hurt you to this extent, and you still don't want to kill me? Do you have such deep feelings for me? Ha! Come, let me recover. I will continue to be your butler. I want your heart to fly away. This king wants to crush your bones inch by inch. I'll cut you into pieces bit by bit, but I won't let you die so easily. Hua Qinshu laughed mockingly. Jun Taifeng, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm from the Eastern Army. Have you never heard of the Eastern Army? Come at me. Don't even mention begging for mercy. My face will change color, and my smile will fade a little. I will say that you, Jun Taifeng, have guts. The king of Zhongyuan was stunned for a moment, because he knew it was the truth. This bunch of fugitives from the Eastern Army were really tough. In this aspect, they were number one in the 3 continents. This was recognized by everyone. In other words, torture was meaningless to Hua Qinshu, especially when he had already achieved his final goal, but he still wanted to stay here and watch him die. In fact, this person no longer cared about his own life. Torture of life and death was nothing to this kind of person. The king of Zhongyuan grabbed him by the chest. Tell me your name. Let me know who defeated me, and I will send you on your way. Old Ma looked at him suspiciously and said, Do you mean what you say? This king is the king of Zhongyuan. King of Zhongyuan? What are you? Old Ma spat out a mouthful of pus and blood in disdain. He said disdainfully, The title king of the Central Plains doesn't even have a credit limit to me. The king of Zhongyuan was furious. Seems like you were just stubborn. You don't dare to tell me your name? Old Ma laughed. I'm so scared of you. Why wouldn't I dare? Why would I be scared of a loner like you? He laughed wildly and said, I am the Eastern Army's snake gentleman. I am Hua Qinshu. Hua Qinshu. Snake gentleman. Hua Qinshu. The king of Zhongyuan nodded fiercely. Good Hua Qinshu. Good Hua Qinshu. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. His many years of planning had been ruined in the hands of such a person he had long recognized as one of his own, a person he trusted, a person he was close to. Moreover, it was for such a baffling reason that he found hard to believe and even more incomprehensible that after thinking about it, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Who did it? The king of Zhongyuan asked fiercely. If it was just Hua Qinshu alone, he could not have done so many things. He could not do it even if he was tired to death. Besides, he did not have the time. Who's the one who did it? Your question is so naive and stupid. Hua Qinshu laughed wildly. You think you can get the answer? Ha ha. Stupid, stupid. The king of Zhongyuan looked up to the sky and roared. Hua Qinshu, your brothers don't even know what you have done, do they? Hua Qinshu laughed strangely. Why? You want to make a name for me? You want to tell them that I have done so many things for them in secret? Then I will thank you. Ha ha. I was worried that I could not let them know that I have done so much for them. Ha ha. As you wish. The king of Zhongyuan let out a thunderous roar. As you wish. Suddenly, he grabbed Hua Qinshu and flew away. Now that the king of Zhongyuan had lost his last bit of consolation, he had gone completely crazy. Years of hard work had been ruined. All his subordinates were destroyed. All his forces were gone. All his children were gone. All his women were gone. Everything that was gone. Everything was gone. The king of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qinshu, who had been beaten to a pulp, and flew into the sky. Hua Qinshu had been tortured by him until he was like a pile of mud, but he was still conscious. He was still cursing and muttering that his vicious cursing did not stop all the way. And he was still laughing. Good. Good. I'm so awesome. I'm so awesome. Ha ha. He was still feeling proud that he had managed to bring the renowned king of the Central Plains to such a state. What incredible achievement this was. How dare you kill my brother? How dare you hurt my brother? Damn it. I want to see how many people in this world dare to hurt my brother after I am gone. Ha ha ha. Hua Qinshu laughed wildly. He knew that he was about to die, but the joy in his heart was sweet and refreshing. He was still extremely happy. This is what it means to repay kindness and revenge. This is what it means to repay kindness and revenge. I'm so awesome. I'm so awesome. Hua Qinshu laughed and cursed all the way. But the king of Zhongyuan ignored him. The king of Zhongyuan's spiritual world had collapsed at this moment. The cold wind blew on the king of Zhongyuan's face. His body was shaking. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and were blown away by the wind. Gone that everything was gone, that his beautiful wife and concubines, his plan of having 100 children, his wealth and glory, his ambition, his power, and his ability to command hundreds of people, that his child, from a small meatball, grew up bit by bit, learning how to speak. All the way today, all of them were destroyed. No one survived. They had all turned into piles of rotten flesh. On the snowy ground, the crown prince's eyes, which were still open, were looking at his wife's naked body. Not far away was his grandson, whose brain had been smashed. Ahihi! The king of Zhongyuan howled in pain. He did not even know what he was screaming for, that he only felt that his heart was constantly exploding and hurting. I had already stopped. I was already disheartened. I had already accepted my fate. I only wanted to live the rest of my life in peace. The 4 great commanders had already agreed to let me live on and protect my family for the rest of my life. The left and right heavenly kings had already let me go and stopped pursuing the matter. Even Yi Changqing and the rest could only look for opportunities in secret. They might not even have a chance. I will not give them a chance. Whenever they came, they would die. I have already accepted my fate. But you, Hua Qinshu, did not let me go. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? At this moment, the king of Zhongyuan only felt that he had already broken down. Even in his dreams, he did not expect that when he had already accepted his fate, such a person would jump out. Hua Qinshu, that you have done so many things to avenge your brothers. You are so cruel, so vicious. Tonight, I will let you see with your own eyes how your brothers will die in my hands. You have done so many things. You are so cruel and vicious. Tonight, I will let you see with your own eyes how your brothers will die in my hands. One by one, they will die in my hands. I want you to see with your own eyes how your brothers will be tortured to death one by one in front of you. I will kill all your brothers. Then, I will directly kill that shit-stir Xiaoduo who suddenly appeared. Then, I will rush into the Hidden Dragon High School and start massacre. I will let your group of geniuses be buried with me. This prince's life is already ruined. Then, let millions of people experience this kind of pain that makes them wish they were dead. Your Highness, 2 figures flew over and landed in front of the king of Zhongyuan. They were his only 2 subordinates. It could be said that they were the only ones left. Get out of the way. Your Highness, think thrice. Think thrice. One of them urged anxiously. Think thrice. Chapter 770. The king of Zhongyuan howled and laughed bitterly. Inyan guessed, Netherworld, how can I calm down? How can I think twice? My entire family was destroyed by this son of a bitch. They're all dead. They're all dead. Now I have nothing. Now I have nothing. I really have nothing left. The king of Zhongyuan howled. If I don't take revenge, how can I, June Typhoon, continue to breathe? Your Highness, no need to persuade me. I'm going to kill tonight. If you want to come with me, then we'll kill until the world is turned upside down. If you don't, I won't blame you. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. The king of Zhongyin stood in the air, carrying Hua Qinshu with a sorrowful expression. Farewell, both of you. Then, he carried Hua Qinshu and flew toward the direction of Hidden Dragon High School. Behind him, the two looked at each other. At the same time, they stopped in the air. Inyan guessed, what do you say? The eyes of the Netherworld assassin behind the mask were like Willow the Wisps. Netherworld assassin, what do you plan to do? Inyan guest's voice was indifferent. It's just a mortal world. The king of the Central Plains has done me a great favor. Since he has decided to turn the world upside down tonight to get rid of his hindrance, I'll sacrifice my life to give him the last bit of prestige. No matter what, he's still a king. Even if he's at the end of his rope, he should still have some dignity. The Netherworld assassin, who had never taken off his mask in his entire life, slowly pulled off his mask, revealing a chiseled face. What about you? The Netherworld assassin looked at Inyan guest with bright eyes. My situation is different from yours. I can watch from the sidelines, but at most, I can't help either side, Inyan guest said indifferently. Watch from the sidelines? Help neither side? The Netherworld assassin was furious. Inyan guest, I didn't expect you. Inyan guest said indifferently. I'm a subordinate of the king of the right. I only successfully entered the king of Zhongyuan's group 3 years ago, but I've never been trusted. Helping neither side is the limit. And the reason I don't want to help the king of the right is because I'm afraid of causing criticism, not because of any other reason. After all, the king has already let the king of Zhongyuan go. The Netherworld assassin was instantly at a loss for words. He actually didn't know what to say. I'm from the heavenly king of the right. This sentence was really straightforward to the extreme. This reason was too sufficient and indisputable. Yu Ming, you should actually leave. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this mess. Inyan guest said faintly. June Typhoon, what kind of prestige does he have? Is such a person worthy of your life and death? Where else can I go? The Spectre assassin stood with his sword in hand. For a moment, he was at a loss. He originally wanted to die with the king of Zhongyan, but when he heard him say that he was under the king of the right's command, his heart shattered. Let's go to the Sun Moon Pass. Inyan guest said sincerely. Life is but a lifetime. If you can sacrifice your life for June Typhoon, why can't you sacrifice your life for the astral souls? With your cultivation, it won't be difficult for you to clear your name. I can report this to the Heavenly King and give you a chance. The Netherworld assassin only felt that at this moment, he was all alone in the world. For a moment, he was actually distracted. Okay, the Netherworld assassin finally sighed deeply. I'll go and take a look at June Typhoon's ending. Inyan guest said, I've just reported this matter to the Heavenly King. If there are no accidents, tonight should be the king of Zhongyuan's. Last song. Bah, June Typhoon really doesn't deserve last song. It's my fault for using the wrong words. The Netherworld assassin hesitated for a moment. His voice was a bit dry as he said, Can I go with you? Of course. But I want to warn you, don't act rashly. Even if it's just a thought, it's the difference between life and death. I don't have the ability to save you. I understand. Two figures, riding on the wind, chased in the direction where the king of Zhongyuan went. The king of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qinshu and had already drifted far away. However, his movement speed was getting slower and slower. He was waiting to see if the last two subordinates would catch up. Even if one of them caught up, the king of Zhongyuan would feel that he wouldn't be too miserable in this life. Even if he were to die, there would still be people following him. However, After waiting for a long time, there was still only the whistling cold wind behind him. It was quiet. Not even one person followed him. None of them came. At this moment, the king of Zhongyuan's heart was as cold as ice. Suddenly, he felt that this world was really lifeless. Ha ha! Hua Qinshu suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed until tears and snot flowed down his face. You're waiting for them? Do you want one last consolation book? Ha 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 ha. You actually think they'll come? Die with you? Go to hell together? I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. You? Ha ha. Ha ha. You're dreaming. You're a fucking stray now. Take a piss and look at yourself. Ha ha. You actually want loyal subordinates now? Just you? Trash like you? Ha ha. In your dreams. Shut up. Shut your mouth. The king of Zhongyuan only felt that the volcano in his heart had completely erupted. It exploded. No one came. Why didn't anyone come? Even the last subordinates of the two of you have left? The king of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qinshu and turned into a flash of light, passing through space and rushing toward the hidden Dragon High School. His bright yellow robe flashed across the night sky. He sucked the cigarette between his lips and spat out smoke. Good, boss. When Xing Tian and the others looked at Yi Chongqing and the steward of the Wang residence of the Central Plains, they were puzzled. This is Qinshu. Yi Chongqing carefully treated the wounds on Hua Qinshu's body, especially the bloodstains on his face. He said sadly, Hua Qinshu. Qinshu. Hearing this name, the four people were all shocked. The steward of the Wang residence of the Central Plains was actually him. Even Grandma Shi was surprised. She didn't know Hua Qinshu, but she had heard Shi Yunfeng talk about him more than once. Every time he talked about him, Shi Yunfeng would gnash his teeth and scold him. However, the pain and resentment in his heart couldn't be concealed. He had left a deep impression on her, and it was hard to forget. Cheng Gaiying was suddenly enlightened. So he is Qinshu. So that's how it is. When I barged into the imperial residence, I was severely injured in an instant. Initially, I thought that I would not be able to survive. However, after fighting with the butler, I was able to fight my way out of the imperial residence. So this is the truth. Hua Qinshu looked at Cheng Guiying with the cigarette in his mouth and laughed strangely. If it wasn't for me, your bones would be rotten by now. Cheng Guiying, I would have returned the favor of sucking my ass a long time ago. It's a pity that you didn't know and understand until today. You idiot. Qinshu. Cheng Guiying's eyes were red. How? How did you become like this? Hua Qinshu laughed strangely and was extremely proud. Back then, each and every one of you, you were so condescending and arrogant to me. Bah, wasn't it just sucking my ass? Fuck. Did you really think that I owed you a big favor and couldn't repay it? Each and every one of you thought that I saved your lives more than you saved my life. But now, Hua Qinshu declared proudly, I helped you. Get your revenge. They rushed up at the first moment, and while protecting Wen Xingtian, they joined hands and launched a fierce counterattack against the king of Zhongyuan. Not only did the mountain and river sword fail to penetrate his body, but it also bounced off. A soft crack was heard, indicating that one of the king of Zhongyuan's ribs was broken. However, such a powerful attack only achieved this little result. His dragon robe is a treasure. Xiang Kuangren roared. The overlord halberd descended again. Xiang Kuangren had already come to this conclusion when he attacked the king of Zhongyuan's back. Grandma Shi's attack further confirmed this conclusion. However, the king of Zhongyuan had already activated the golden jade hand with his left hand and slammed his palm on the overlord halberd. Xiang Kuangren roared as the overlord halberd flew out of his hand and into the night sky. His body was also sent flying like a broken ball. This was a long story. However, a series of unforeseen events happened in the blink of an eye. Out of the 7 people who were fighting, 6 of them were already heavily injured. The king of the Zhongyuan roared as he prepared to follow up with another attack. Although he was heavily injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced, he was still a Skysword realm expert after all. His endurance was far greater than Xiang Kuangren and the others. Especially since he had already broken through the ice seal, he had regained his mobility. In this battle where both sides were heavily injured, the king of Zhongyuan regained the upper hand. Although he was in a sorry state and was heavily injured, with his limbs injured and even his fingers cut off, he was still the strongest among everyone present. He was far above everyone else. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere changed again. The temperature of the entire place suddenly changed from the bone-chilling cold to the scorching heat of summer. In an instant, it became extremely hot. A huge sun suddenly appeared, and another figure flew into the air. The light was so dazzling that everyone present could not see anything. A young man's voice shouted, "Eat my sword." It was also the best opportunity to kill him. The 6 of them were experienced fighters. How could they give the king of Zhongyuan a chance to catch his breath? Amidst the king of Zhongyuan's crazed roars, the storm of attacks continued. At this moment, he had already lost count of how many attacks he had received. The attacks were like raindrops falling on his body, limbs, and bones. With a hysterical roar, the yellow light exploded for the last time. An unparalleled power accompanied by a mouthful of blood crazily spurted out. June Typhoon, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. Oh. On the other side, the king of Zhongyuan continued to howl miserably. Enchanting roared and continued to beat him up. Yu Jiaran staggered to her feet, raised her mountain and river sword, and slashed down fiercely. Wherever the sword light passed, the king of Zhongyuan's legs were separated from his body. The king of Zhongyuan howled miserably. Suddenly, yellow light flashed, and he flew up, crashing into Yu Jiaran's chest. Yu Jiaran screamed and flew backward, blood spurting out her mouth. The king of Zhongyuan fell down fiercely. His broken thighs immediately stabbed into the ground, and he howled miserably again. Now, both of his hands were crippled. His right hand was like a smashed bamboo, broken into pieces. Only half of his left hand was left. Both of his legs were chopped off, and both his eyes were blinded. Even his intestines were pulled 3 to 4 meters away by Chang'ai. After the last headbutt, he no longer had any attacking power. However, he was still shaking his head left and right, howling miserably and shouting hoarsely, "Die! Die! All of you must die!" Yi Changqing, who had fought him for the longest in close combat, had more than half of his bones broken. He was gasping for his last breath. At the last moment, he used his lifetime's cultivation and his own body to lock down the king of Zhongyuan's explosion. Otherwise, one or two of Wen Xingtian and the rest would have died. That was the king of Zhong Yuan's last breath of origin energy. If he was not careful, it would be an extreme self-explosion. But it did not matter now. The king of Zhong Yuan's last breath of origin energy had been exhausted. It was impossible for him to self-explode. Yu Jiaran and Cheng Gang slowly crawled towards the king of Zhong Yuan on the ground. Their eyes were filled with extreme hatred. At this time, the two of them were also completely exhausted. This cruel scene made this experienced Jianghu man, who had killed countless people, have a subtle feeling of being scared out of his wits. Okay, the two of them disappeared while trembling. In the void, there were a few people who had been watching quietly from the beginning to the end. Why didn't they do anything? Isn't the price they paid a bit too tragic? We can't do anything. Yu Dongtian took a deep breath. This is their revenge. If we do something, we won't let them vent their anger. That boy and girl, they are their students. It's natural for them to avenge their teacher. If they couldn't win, we would have intervened. But since they exhausted Jun Taifeng, we don't have to do anything. This is what they deserve, what they deserve. Understood. The other person sighed softly. The descendants of the imperial war god are gone. Just like that. Marshal Shimin looked down bitterly. The request of his old brother was still ringing in his ears. Now he had to watch his son being killed by a group of people in the most cruel way. Can you commit crimes as you wish after gaining merits? Yu Dongtian glared at him. If I have a son, can I kill all of you? Continue to live a carefree life? Chapter 775. Merits and Demerits. When it doesn't involve principles, there can be friendship. But when it involves fundamental problems, merits and demerits can't be mixed together. Yu Dongtian said coldly. Besides, the king of the Central Plains, Jun Taifeng, should have died long ago. If it weren't for his father, if it weren't for those people in the West Army, he would have been cut into pieces long ago. Yes. Marshal Shimin lowered his head. If anyone in your army dares to take revenge on these people, I'll kill them too. Yu Dongtian looked at Marshal Shimin and said, Let me tell you, I won't sympathize with their brotherhood. I promise I won't. I hope not. The heavenly king of the right snorted and said in a low voice, Shimin, let me tell you, the minister is right next door to this villa. He saw the whole thing with his own eyes. After you go back, if your old subordinates really do anything, I think you know what the consequences will be. Marshal Shimin trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. Absolutely not. I promise with my life. If anyone dares to do anything, I'll deal with them first. Thought a cold wind blew. On the ground, a few people were lying on the ground in a mess. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, who finally came to their senses, hurriedly flew down to check on their injuries. With one look, the two of them were horrified. Every one of these people was seriously injured to the extreme, even to the extent of hindering their Taoist foundations. However, as long as they were treated in time, their lives would not be in danger. They quickly gave each of them a bottle of the best spiritual water and fed them all kinds of healing elixirs. Xiaoduo rushed into the room and carried out a few mattresses. He put these people on them and then started to treat their injuries slowly. He didn't move them in because Zhou Xiaoduo knew they wouldn't want to. Although it was cold outside and the smell of blood was even worse, they still had a brother here, and they hadn't sent him away, yet at this time, they wouldn't only care about their own injuries. They wouldn't only care about their own safety. As expected, Yi Changqing was the first to wake up. He murmured, Is Jun Taifeng dead? Dead. He was killed by you all. You have taken your revenge. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. Yi Changqing's eyes lit up, and he suddenly began to struggle. Qinsho. Brother, where's my brother? He struggled to look for him. When Xingtian and Lu Yichuan also woke up at the same time. When Xingtian anxiously and hoarsely called out, Qinsho, are you still there? Qinsho. June Typhoon was dead. Did you see it? But no one answered. After a long while, the six of them struggled and begged Zhuo to help them sit up. They sat side by side in front of Hua Qinsho. Looking at the motionless Hua Qinsho, they couldn't help but sob and cry. Hua Qinsho was already dead. His corpse had already begun to stiffen, but that strange and vicious smile still remained on his face. Qinsho, when Xing Tian and the others cried bitterly, choking with sobs. My brother! Yi Changqing roared, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. He thought that after leaving the army, they would not lose each other again. But he never expected that they would still leave one after another. Qinsho. Cheng Gying stroked Hua Qinsho's face, tears streaming down his face. Don't go. There are only a few of us left in this world. Don't go. Cheng Gying burst into tears. He had taken his revenge. However, his brother was no longer around. Today, he had taken his revenge. Only his brother would never come again. A figure flashed. Marshal Shimin appeared in front of them. You guys need to hurry up and treat your injuries. You can't be a group of dragons without a leader. Since you have already taken your revenge, you still have to shoulder the responsibilities that you should shoulder. Marshal Shimin said, Don't think that you only have brothers. You still have so many students. Yes, I'll take you to heal. There's a super nourishment chamber for you, to rest in for a night. Heavenly King has also given you elixirs. Here, I'll send someone to set up a morning hall for Hua Qinsho. When you're better, come back and send him off. Thank you, Marshal. Lu Yichuan choked with sobs and said, Marshal, please get a good coffin for my brother first. We can't move now, so we can only ask for your help. We want to use his real name to bury him. No problem. Marshal, Cheng Gying said, I beg you to leave June Taifeng's head behind. Marshal Shimin was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly nodded. All right, but after you've paid your respects to the dead, I'll send someone to get it. The descendant of the god of war was killed by you just like that, even if he deserved it, as his father's brother. I don't feel good. We understand Grand Marshal's difficulties. When Xing Tian said, Thank you for your understanding, Marshal, they truly understood because they also had brothers. They were brothers to each other. Moreover, there was another brother lying on the ground near them. And this brother of mine is lying here because he wants to avenge us. So they completely understood Marshal Shimin's mentality of letting his brother down. They were brothers of life and death. But Marshal Shimin and June Taifeng's father were also brothers who entrusted their lives to each other. Let's go. Marshal Shimin waved his hand, and a dozen people came down from the sky. A few of them lifted the mattress and flew away, while the others stayed behind to clean up the mess. You two, quickly go back and heal your wounds. Marshal Shimin looked at Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan and said in a gentle but low voice, The martial world is so cruel. Quickly improve yourselves and prepare to enter this secret territory. Yes. Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan stuck out their tongues and quickly ran away. Even when he returned home, he was still shaken by the cruelty of today's battle and trembled incessantly. So a real battle is so cruel. Before this, it was really hard to imagine. In Yi Changqing's courtyard, Marshal, how do we report the news of June Taifeng's death? June Taifeng's rebellion was exposed, and he committed suicide to escape punishment. Marshal Shimin sighed and said, Report it to His Majesty, and ask His Majesty to give him a posthumous title for the sake of his father's face. As for the aftermath, our Western army will take care of it. My old brothers from back then, I'm afraid they will complain. Complain? They dare to complain? Marshal Shimin said angrily. I was there personally, and I didn't dare to say a word. If they have the ability, go find the Heavenly King or the Minister. All of them have bad tempers. Tell them, if they don't teach their descendants well, in the future, they will end up like June Typhoon, or even worse. Whoever dares to complain, I don't need anyone else. I will beat him to death. The wind howled in the air. Marshal Dongfang led his men and rushed over as if his life depended on it. I heard that the king of Zhongyuan wants to make things difficult for the retired veterans of our Eastern Army. How did he offend the king of Zhongyuan? Marshal Dongfang's voice carried a strong smell of gunpowder. Damn it, I was too embarrassed to kill him last time, but I gave him face. Where is he? Marshal Shimon's nose and eyes didn't look like eyes. He said, Jun Typhon was already killed by your men. What else do you want? Grind his bones and scatter his ashes? Killed by my men? Marshal Dongfang froze for a moment, and then said, What about Yi Chongqing and the others? They went to heal their wounds, and none of them died. Marshal Shimon felt somewhat suffocated. So that's how it is, huh? Marshal Dongfang laughed. Then it's fine, let's withdraw. Shimon, you have worked hard today. I will treat you to a drink some other day, and we will talk about it then. With a whoosh, Marshal Dongfang flew away with a large group of people. He didn't even arrive at the scene, and flew away faster than when he arrived. He knew very well that he had lost his momentum, and it was Marshal Shimon who was suppressing his anger. If Marshal Shimon really wanted to beat him up, it wouldn't be worth it, and he wouldn't be able to reason with him. All of you are so protective of your children. Sooner or later, something will happen. Marshal Shimon gritted his teeth and cursed. After a while, he came to his senses. Damn, the Hidden Dragon High School's matter should be handled by the East Army, right? You guys are from the East Army. You guys ran away so fast. Old cunning fellow, when we meet next time, I will beat you to death. After Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan returned, they hurriedly went into the Void Extermination Tower to heal their wounds. Their injuries were very limited, and Zhou Xiaoduo only suffered some minor internal injuries, but they quickly recovered. In the morning, Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding said goodbye to their children and embarked on their return journey. You two must be well. Wu Yuding hugged her son and daughter. We will call you and send you a video. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were still worried, but their faces were very relaxed. Dad, Mom, you will come back safely. We will wait for you. Let's go. Dad, Mom, Dad, goodbye. Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding got into the car. The Gao family was already waiting for them in a luxury car. The couple got into the car and drove out of Fenghai City. They did not say a word for a long time. Xiao Duo, Xiaoyan. Wu Yuding finally said in a low mood, I am still worried. What else is there to be worried about? I told you everything clearly. Zhou Chonglu had to be relaxed. Our children and grandchildren have their own lives. Don't worry too much about them. What do you know? You don't care about our children at all. How can you be a father like this? Wu Yuding was angry. Zhou Zhonglu had successfully turned his wife's concern for their children into anger at him. That's how it works. I will bite you to death. They quarreled all the way and went further and further away. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan watched their parents leave. Their hearts were heavy. They were not in a mood to practice, talk, eat, or drink. They went into the dimension-destroying tower and sat back on grass. Both of them were in a daze. They were in a daze for a long time. They sighed repeatedly. Even Zhou Xiaoduo, who liked to mess around and take advantage of others, was quiet. He did not tease with Xiaoyan for a long time. Chapter 776. Are you okay? You should be okay, right? Zhou Xiaoduo nagged as if he was addicted to it. I'm sure you're okay. Absolutely okay. Zhou Xiaoyan leaned on Zhou Xiaoduo's back and said softly, Nian Nian cat. It's uncomfortable leaning on my back. Let's stand chest to chest. Little doggy Zhou, let's fight. Zhou Xiaoyan was furious. She leaped up with a long sword in her hand. Other than taking advantage of me, little doggy Zhou has no other thoughts. I have to beat him up. The loser has to do the cattail dance. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo was full of confidence. He activated the Flaming Sun Sutra to the maximum and danced happily. Cat ear dance. Twist your waist. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted loudly. Hence that Zhuo rushed forward excitedly and expectantly. Zhuo was brutally beaten up. Zhuo was so depressed that he died. Zhuo was brutally whipped. He rolled on the ground after being kicked. If you hit me again, I'll take off my pants. Hence, Zhuo, who was beaten to the ground, started to act like a hooligan. He grabbed his belt with both hands and threatened her seriously. His eyes were full of eagerness, as if he would show her his, but if she didn't agree with him. And from the looks of it, he would show her his pants even if she didn't agree with him. Shameless. Zhuo face was flushed red. She immediately retreated. Based on her understanding of little doggy Zhuo, he was really capable of doing that, and he was looking forward to it. After being beaten up as usual, the two of them started to cultivate actively. Pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls quickly turned into powder in their hands. The spiritual energy in the Tower of Void Destruction was getting stronger and stronger. Zhuo started to compress his spiritual energy again, enduring the intense pain. Every time he did this, as long as Zhuo was beside him, Zhuo would not make a sound. If Zhuo wasn't here, Zhuo would scream himself hoarse. However, with Zhuo here, Zhuo wouldn't make a single sound. This was a matter of a man's pride. Do you know what a man's pride is? I can't let Yin think that her man is a weakling who can't even bear a little pain. A man has to be tough. Tough as in tough. I can take off my pants without a word, but I can't be stubborn. Zhuo was determined. In his dantian, the sledgehammer danced. Clang, 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 clang. It's the 25th time. After the compression, he stood up and hammered wildly. When Zhuo was done with her cultivation, Zhuo, who thought that his cultivation had improved a lot, once again proposed a bet with the cat's ears. Then, he was taught a lesson again, beaten up until he fell to the ground. He threatened to take off his pants again and regain the upper hand. However, after the two of them cultivated, their activities, their dispersal, and their familiarization were all completed in this strange atmosphere. Then, they started a new round of cultivation. In other words, their cultivation process started when Zhuo started to make a fool of himself again, when Zhuo angrily taught him a lesson, and when someone was beaten to the ground, they started to cultivate again. It was a cycle that went back and forth. They spent a total of 12 days in the Tower of Void Destruction. Zhuo succeeded in compressing his spiritual energy to 28 times. He vaguely felt that he had reached his limit. He was only half an inch away from being full. It seemed that he could not compress his spiritual energy for another 29 or 30 times. Zhuo was very dissatisfied with this result. He could not achieve his goal. Of course, he would not be happy or satisfied. He was so angry that he wanted to take off his pants. In a fit of anger, he took out a few pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls and started to cultivate again. Zhuo thought for a while and decided to drag the heart of the sun over and put it near him to assist in his cultivation. He absorbed the heart of the sun from the void with his left hand and the supreme grade jade of astral souls with his right hand. In an instant, abundant spiritual energy rushed into his meridians with an unprecedented momentum. Zhuo was unmoved. He continued to absorb. The pure spiritual energy from the supreme grade jade of astral souls and the extremely fierce yang qi from the heart of the sun rushed to the bottom of his dantian and formed a whirlpool. The spiritual energy in his entire body boiled like a flash flood. Zhuo had predicted this. He immediately diverted his attention to compress his spiritual energy. He continued to absorb as he did so. With this unprecedented assistance, he finally managed to suppress his spiritual energy 2 more times. His spiritual energy had reached a point where it would explode if he did not achieve a breakthrough. He raised his head and drank the 9 heavens spiritual spring liquid. 1 drop. An extremely cool and refreshing feeling quickly spread throughout his meridians and bones from the moment it entered his mouth. With a muffled sound, the clothes on Zhuo's body exploded due to the sudden burst of qi energy. In an instant, He was naked and clean. He had finally achieved his goal of taking off his pants. The cool and refreshing air continued to flow through every meridian and every corner of his body. Wherever the cool and refreshing air passed, the pores on his skin would emit a stream of spiritual energy of different colors. Most of the spiritual energy was gray in color, completely different from the ordinary spiritual energy. As the cool feeling circulated, Xiaoduo's body was like a fountain. The gray hue of spiritual energy spurted out continuously. There were a total of 36,000 streams that in an instant, hundreds of streams converged into the sea. The cool feeling flowed into his dantian. The boiling spiritual energy calmed down instantly after it came into contact with the cool feeling. It even showed signs of being suppressed. The cool feeling enveloped all the spiritual energy in his dantian. Then it slowly seeped in and squeezed that more and more gray spiritual energy was squeezed out. It flowed through his meridians and pores and was expelled from his body bit by bit. After exactly half an hour, Xiaoduo circulated his spiritual energy. After one cycle, he could clearly feel that his spiritual energy had undergone a fundamental change. The purity of his vital essence had reached an unimaginable level. With a single thought, his spiritual energy flowed through his body naturally. It was smooth and comfortable. Compared to before, the change was obvious. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. He checked the total amount again. Fortunately, it's only less than 10%. So Xiaoduo had a rough idea. He had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Although he had used external forces to improve his cultivation, it was mostly with the help of the jade of astral souls, dragon blood flying dagger, and so on. Therefore, the amount of vital essence he had cultivated was still considered pure. Previously, he would compress his vital essence in every realm, which would also make his vital essence pure. It could be said that there were very few impurities in it. Most of the impurities that were squeezed out by the nine heavens spiritual spring liquid came from the spiritual energy in the jade of astral souls. As for the other impurities, he dared not say that there were none, but there really weren't many. I have to replenish it quickly. So Xiaoduo saw that the vital essence in his dantian, which was close to boiling, had calmed down and was completely compressed. It only took up half of the total amount in his dantian. So Xiaoduo did some calculations and realized that he had done something wrong. Damn, I can still suppress it at least 10 more times. I have to start cultivating quickly. I don't care anymore. I'll just use the best quality jade of astral souls, the heart of the sun, and the dragon blood flying dagger. I have to complete the process of filling my vital essence as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might not be able to make it in time. So Xiaoduo was about to cultivate when he suddenly realized that he was naked. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was cultivating and had yet to wake up. He hurriedly tidied himself up and put on his clothes. It's not that I care about my pure body. I don't care if she sees me naked. In fact, I'm very happy to let Nian Yin see me naked. However, the important thing is that I can't let Nian Yin know that my clothes will explode after consuming the nine heaven spiritual spring liquid. I'm waiting for her to consume the nine heaven spiritual spring liquid. When that time comes, I'll open my eyes wide and watch carefully. When she consumes the nine heaven spiritual spring liquid, the moment she consumes it, her clothes will explode. Wow. I'm looking forward to it. Xiaoduo was drooling. He felt that the Flaming Sun Sutra below him was automatically activated. For a moment, his second brother was about to soar into the sky like a dragon riding on the clouds. Calm down. Second brother, calm down. Calm down. Xiaoduo gently pressed a certain brother down and used his thighs to clamp him down, comforting him. Now is not the time. Just bear with it a little longer. Bear with it a little longer. Don't worry. This little brother will never let you down. One day, I'll let you have your fill. After comforting him for a long time, his second brother finally stopped transforming and returned to his original form. So Xiaoduo and Zhuxianyan fought more than 10 rounds in the space-destroying pagoda before they finally came out. His parents weren't around, and Swollen wasn't around either. This fellow had been cultivating with Xiang Bing every day. He didn't know how he was progressing. Next door, a funeral was being held. Yi Changqing and the others looked like they had just recovered from serious illness. They still couldn't walk properly, but they were holding a grand funeral. Hua Qianshou. This was the first time that this name had entered everyone's attention. Yi Changqing and the others didn't explain much. They just said that their brother had passed away in an accident a few days ago, and they were here to send him off. Everyone was dressed in white, mournfully sending off their brother. Only Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxianyan were witnesses at the scene and had participated in the battle. Wen Xingtian found an opportunity to tell the two of them everything. Wen Xingtian's original intention was to use his private channels to spread the news. Hua Qianshou had taken revenge for his brothers. Although his methods were too extreme, too vicious, and too extreme, his feelings for his brothers were truly indescribable. In order to avenge his brothers, he gave up everything and gave up everything. He didn't inform anyone. He became the person directly involved in the destruction of the prince of the Zhongyuan's residence with his own strength. In the end, the prince of the Zhongyuan, who was renowned throughout the world, lost his family and descendants, and even died an unnatural death. Wen Xingtian felt that such a brother, no matter what he did, was the pride of his life to have such a brother, no matter how bad he was, no matter how he usually behaved. But I have such a brother. I'm proud to have such a brother. I can die without regrets. Let's not talk about Hua Qianshou's character. I just want to ask, in this world, who wouldn't want such a friend and brother? The effect would be better and more obvious. He believed that by that time, the brothers would have broken in to a certain extent and could bring Swollen Boy to the Tower of Annihilation to practice at ease, so that his foundation would be more stable. That as for now, Zhuxiaoduo would not take the risk even if father and mother's did not say anything. It wasn't that Li Chenglong wasn't loyal enough, but rather, Li Chenglong's cultivation base, wisdom, composure, and experience in dealing with people weren't at the level where he could share such a shocking secret. The whole environment and atmosphere of the Hidden Dragon High School was to give it their all, using battle as a substitute for training, to cultivate to the extreme and improve to the extreme. After Hua Qianshou's funeral, with Xiang Quangren leading the team and 10 teachers accompanying him, the 2,500 people of the Hidden Dragon High School set off. On that day, the parents sent them off all the way to the outskirts of Fenghai City. It's only 3 months. We'll be back soon. Whether it was the students or the parents, they were reassured by this. The spring festival was coming and the weather was freezing. The border would only be even colder. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a war to break out in such a season. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, or even longer, it was always like this. The children were only there to gain experience and feel the atmosphere of the battlefield at the border. Although the Sky Surveyor throne had just issued the order for war, no one thought in the worst direction at all. In a season where even a piss could produce a popsicle. What was the point of fighting? Even Xiang Quangren and the teachers leading the team had such thoughts. After they sent the people off, they had to return immediately. After all, there had been too many similar experiences before. The reason why Xiang Quangren went was because he had been troubled by the strange phenomenon before and had not been to the front line for too long. He planned to use this trip to find his old brothers and talk about the old days, as well as to make a name for Qianshou. When he was in the army, all of you looked down on him, beating and scolding him every day. How about now? That's how my brother treats all of us. I'm so proud to have such a brother. Having such a brother, Not only is my life not a waste, I can boast about it for 3 lifetimes. Are you envious? Are you jealous? The team set off in a meandering manner, accompanied by cheers and laughter, gradually going further and further away. Zhuo was sweating profusely in the dimension-destroying pagoda, trying his best to fight with Zhuo. Although he was repeatedly suppressed, knocked down, beaten black and blue, and swollen all over, however, he could also feel that his foundation was becoming more and more solid. He had entered Dao too late. Compared to his peers, there was a considerable gap. With Zhuo current cultivation level, she could firmly suppress Zhuo and could be said to have an overwhelming advantage. Because of this, she could be like a sledgehammer, pounding Zhuo hard, making his foundation even more solid. Zhuo, for the sake of the erotic benefits after his victory, gave his all in every battle. Hysterical. Cat ear dance. With a roar of excitement, he hammered his hammer continuously. Cat tail dance. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Cat belly dance. Cat pole dance. Cat. Before the last cat dance could be called out, he was already knocked down to the ground by the exasperated Zhuo, and then beaten up again. This little bastard only wants to humiliate me. Can't he think of something else? Finally, after countless battles, Zhuo, who had once again sucked dry the dragon blood-flying dagger and consumed 50 pieces of supreme-grade astral soul's jade, could no longer suppress the abundant spiritual energy that was once again surging to the peak. The heart of the scorching sun seemed to be as hot as before, but Zhuo could clearly feel that the heat it was emitting was far less than before. He did not know if it was because the energy contained in the heart of the scorching sun had been greatly depleted, or because he had become stronger. Zhuo sat cross-legged in the Tower of Annihilation. He could feel the vortex in his dantian spinning rapidly. It was spinning so fast that even he could not keep track of it. It was extremely fast. As it continued to spin, a small, hair-like substance was slowly forming in the center of his energy center. The moment it took shape, Zhuo's body shook, and a stream of black blood spurted out of his nostrils. One of his meridians was suddenly connected, and spiritual energy surged like a torrential tide. In an instant, the spinning in his energy center became 10 times faster. That hair-like, fiery red object was slowly growing in size while madly devouring spiritual energy. Zhuo suddenly had an urge to eat. Cotton candy. I really want to eat it. Isn't cotton candy like this? First, it starts to spin bit by bit, and as it spins and spins, it wraps itself around the target bit by bit until it forms a big, furry ball. A big, furry ball. A big, furry ball. Isn't that my second brother? As he thought about it, Zhuo almost laughed out loud. Zhuo was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, and Zhuo was naturally fully focused on protecting him. At this moment, she saw that guy's face had a joyful and wretched smile after his breakthrough. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that breaking through to the nascent soul gives one such happy feeling? Why didn't I feel anything when I broke through? At that time, I only felt nervous and expectant. Zhuo looked at the smile on Zhuo's face, and her heart was filled with doubts. The more she looked at that smile, the more it didn't seem like a good thing. Instead, it seemed like Dog had set a trap for me and wanted to take advantage of me, and he had already succeeded in doing so. This guy. Is he still thinking about bad things at such a serious time? Zhuo suddenly felt a surge of anger filling her heart. This bastard. He must be humiliating me in his heart. She had to admit that Zhuo's understanding of Zhuo was already at the level of a master. Even the slightest change in his expression could be observed and accurately grasped. This was the way her mother taught her how to control her husband. It was an absolute treasure. You're simple-minded, and you definitely won't be a match for Dog in the future. But as long as you can grasp this point, it's enough to deal with most situations. Mom, what point is it? Please enlighten me. Expression eyes. Mood, expression, thoughts, and eyes. You just need to study the expression on his face. That's enough. When you've studied it thoroughly, no matter how scheming he is, it has nothing to do with you. Mom, why is that? Silly girl. Do you know who a man tells the most lies in his life? Who? You're so silly. In a man's life, the person he deceives the most is his own wife. In a man's life, most of the words he tells his wife are lies. Men are big liars in their bones. But as long as you grasp the changes in his expression, you can tell at a glance when he's lying. When you're in a good mood, you can ignore it, pretend not to know, or even pretend to believe him and act with him. But don't forget to keep it in your heart as a balm. If you're in a bad mood, just dig it out for him. Just casually dig it out once or twice, and you'll be able to suppress his arrogance. Naturally, he'll be at your mercy. Also, when he's in a bad mood, or when he's quarreling with you, men are all animals with a strong sense of self-existence. Once they feel that their status is dropping, they'll often use quarrels to raise their sense of existence and authority in the family. If you're cursed by him, his status can rise for a while. But at this time, as long as you don't show mercy, when he's at his most arrogant, throw out 7 or 8 lies at once. You can completely smash him down. In an instant, his status will be suppressed again. At this time, never. You mustn't be soft-hearted. We should chase after the cornered enemy with courage. You can't give in even if you give in. You have to give in completely before you can withdraw your troops. Xiao Duo is the same as your father. They're both the type who lie as soon as they're moved. When they're lying, their expressions won't change, and their hearts won't beat faster. They're the type who's the most difficult to distinguish. But you just have to pay attention. When you're facing this type of man, carefully observe his state before he speaks. Because when he wants to do something, his face will still have a special micro-expression. Then, he'll often ponder for a while and come up with a draft in his heart. Because Xiao Duo will inevitably do in one go. His lies will be more convincing than the truth. Remember, as long as he seems to be thinking about something important in front of you, that's when he's about to start lying. If one day, Xiao Duo swears to use something that you think is incomparably certain, don't believe him. He must be lying. I'll remember, Mom. Thank you for your guidance. I've learned a lot from your words of wisdom. Today is my nephew's wedding. I'm the witness. I forgot. Cough. I rushed back to my hometown and was scolded badly. Fortunately, I made it in time. Otherwise, I'd be finished. She touched here and there. In the end, she grabbed a caterpillar-like thing and played with it. So Xiao Duo cried, and Wu Yuding rushed in. Her eyes were full of anger and amusement. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know why, but she remembered this scene now. Her cold face suddenly turned red. She spat and said, "Hooligan Xiao Duo." After a while, with a soft whoosh, the white fog above Xiao Duo's head quickly returned to his body. Then, a majestic aura spread out from Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. Nascent soul transformation. He had finally succeeded. In the eyes of ordinary people, nascent soul transformation was the so-called great grandmaster cultivation. In the year when Zhuo Xiaoduo had just turned 18, he had achieved it. Nascent soul transformation, great grandmaster. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt the majestic aura that suddenly burst out from Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. She was even happier than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Her eyes were red. Duo, nascent soul transformation. Boo-hoo. Zhuo Xiaoyan was so happy that she wiped away her tears. At this moment, the figure of the youth who couldn't cultivate in the past, who tormented her to the point of half-death every day, suddenly rushed into her mind the figure of the young man who risked his life for her when he just started cultivating and didn't hesitate to change his fate. Rushed in her mind, Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted and sobbed. At this moment, she felt joy, touched and happy. It was indescribable and indescribable. But she just wanted to cry after a long, long time. So Xiaoduo withdrew all his aura. At this moment, he felt that his sea of consciousness and spiritual sense had more than doubled. At the moment of the breakthrough, it was as if his whole life had been sublimated. Even his eyesight seemed to have improved a lot. He could clearly feel that he had broken through to a higher level. But when it came to what level he had broken through and what kind of enlightenment he had gained, it was a little vague. A total of 800 million yuan was missing. I didn't tell mom and dad about this. I don't know who spent it. So Xiaoyan said angrily, yes, I spent it. What are you going to do about it? You spent it well. You spent it well. Zhou Xiao Duo's eyebrows danced in delight. You should spend it. You spent it well. I'll give you a thumbs up. What did you buy? I bought a puppy to put under my blanket. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. Hurry up and throw that puppy away from me. Zhou Xiaoduo winked with shifty eyes. I'll exchange it for a hot, live one for you, the kind that can talk. You can hug it to sleep, talk, play, and sleep with it. Get lost. You're so annoying, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Repetition of words, disgusting heart. Ayaya, little Nian. You. The two bickered for a while, and the atmosphere became more and more cheerful. Although it hadn't accepted Zhou Xiaoyan as its master, it didn't reject her. It even agreed that it could occasionally possess Zhou Xiaoyan's sword and fight side by side with Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan was so happy that her heart almost melted. She could clearly feel that the time to make the weak ice spirit accept her as its master had begun to count down. When it was time to assemble, Zhou Xiaoduo had already pushed his cultivation to the peak of the middle stage of nascent soul at all costs. Zhou Xiaoyan had also suppressed her true essence at the peak of the cloud transformation stage 13 times. The two stood in the villa at the same time and looked at the time. It was 2:30 in the morning. They couldn't help but feel like they were in a dream. They had stayed in the Tower of Emptiness for 110 days, but only 2.5 days and 2 nights had passed in the real world. When they returned to the villa, they actually felt a little strange. Check the messages on your phone, Zhou Xiaoyan reminded him. Okay. They took out their phones at the same time. I'll assemble at school at 6:30 in the morning, Zhou Xiaoduo said. We'll assemble again at the Starry Mountains. I'll assemble at the Starry Mountains at 8 in the morning. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at her phone. Okay. Be careful. Don't try to be brave. Don't try to be brave. Be careful. The two almost said this sentence at the same time. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. There's also a message from Mom and Dad. Take a look. Okay. Zui Changlu and Wu Yuding had just left for 2 days. Although there were messages, they didn't say much. They just said one more sentence to Zui Xiaoduo. If you need anything, you can look through the space ring your godfather left you. You may find something. In addition, after you break through the nascent soul, remember to learn the jade pendant that I just gave you. It contains the experience of hammering skills. See if you can use it. Ahem. So Xiaoduo was a little embarrassed. Before he was about to break through to the nascent soul transformation stage, he had already used the jade pendant after he was beaten up by Zui Xiaoyan. The understanding of the hammering technique in it had really reached the pinnacle and was unimaginable. Every time Zui Xiaoduo read, he felt a sense of enlightenment. He felt that his mind was open and his heart was surging. However, the thing that shocked him the most was that the person who wrote the mental cultivation method seemed to have no limit to what he could comprehend. That was to say, as long as Xiaoduo reached a certain level, he could expand at will according to the mental cultivation method and experience. This was the most awesome thing about the hammering skills and the cultivation method. It could be improved as the user's understanding of the realm increased. There was not much time left, so they didn't enter the Tower of Emptiness again. Early in the morning, the sky was a little bright. Li Qinglong's voice called out happily from below, "Zwa, get up. Let's go." "Coming." Zwa Xiaoduo answered and stood up. "Wait." Zwa Xiaoyan walked slowly to Zwa Xiaoduo and stood in front of him, like a little wife waiting on her husband. She carefully tidied up his clothes from top to bottom. Then she said softly, "Go ahead." "Okay." Zwa Xiaoduo turned around. "Wait." Zwa Xiaoyan pursed her lips. "What?" Zwa Xiaoyan blushed and took 2 steps forward. She looked up and whispered, "Duo, kiss me." For such a beautiful request, it was like a windfall. Zwa Xiaoduo would not refuse. He directly gave her a bear hug and kissed her vigorously. That after a long while, the two slowly separated. Zwa Xiaoyan's eyes were watery and her face was crimson. She looked at Zwa Xiaoduo shyly and said, "Go ahead. Be careful. Don't show off." "Ha ha ha." Zwa Xiaoduo giggled and took 2 steps back. Finally, he waved his hand and went out. Li Qinglong's voice came from outside. "Wow, Zwa, why you look so happy? Are you in high spirits?" Zwa Xiaoduo said arrogantly, "I have broken through to the nascent soul stage. I am now the captain of a nascent soul stage. Little Li, go ahead and lead the way." "Yes, sir," Li Qinglong answered. "Zwa, please allow little Li, who has broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, to lead the way for you." "TSK, how shameless." "Wait, let's go and see Grandma Sure first and say goodbye to her. I'm afraid this trial will take a long time. Let's say goodbye in advance so that she won't worry." Then the two of them went over. Although Grandma Sure had been recuperating and her serious injuries had not healed, her mental state was excellent. She drove the two of them away with a smile and went to school. Then she returned to her room to rest. "Old Sure, the grudge has been settled. By right, it's time to look for you. But these 2 little brats, especially that Zwa Xiaoduo and that frisky monkey, actually made me feel reluctant to part with them." Grandma Sure looked at the portrait of Principal Sure on the wall with an apologetic face. "Give me a few more years. Let me watch this little monkey grow up. After I have some achievements, I will look for you. I can look for you now, but I can't bear to part with this little monkey." "Heh." Grandma Sure poured a glass of wine apologetically. "Old Sure, wait for me for a year." The voices of Zwa Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong walked away. Zwa Xiaoyan's mood gradually calmed down. She was the only one left in the villa. This period of time was really wonderful. How good would it be if it could be like this for the rest of her life? Zwa Xiaoyan thought longingly. She walked slowly upstairs to her parents' bedroom and tidied up the originally tidy room again. She walked in softly and lay on the bed, feeling the lingering smell of her parents. After a few minutes, she murmured, "Dad, Mom, you must come back." Then she walked out softly and closed the door slowly. She came to her own room, entered the door, and closed it. In an instant, the room turned into a world of ice and snow. The sudden extreme cold caused the windows to freeze instantly. Dressed in white, with a face like ice and snow, she was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. She was as bright as the moon in the sky, as cold as ice and snow, as cold as an iceberg that would never melt. Her eyes also suddenly became cold and sharp. This was the spiritual goddess that the people of the 9 heavens pavilion were familiar with, Zwa Xiaoyan. The window opened gently, and Zwa Xiaoyan floated out like a white cloud. She turned in the air and soared into the clouds. Wherever she passed, a piece of ice slowly spread. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.